Volume 1, Chapter 1 of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François Pierre Guillaume GUIZOT. Chapter 1. Ancient Populations of Britain. Roman Dominion 55 BC to 411 AD. The earliest periods of English history are obscure, and even the origin of its inhabitants is still a subject of discussion. The first authentic information which we possess with regard to them is derived from their conqueror. Julius Caesar remarked their resemblance to the Gauls, and modern researches have confirmed his testimony. Everything seems to show that the inhabitants of Britain were Celts or Gaels, a name which the population of the Highlands of Scotland retain to this day. On the southern coasts, an invasion of Cymries, or Belgians, appears to have mingled with the Celtic population and to have brought with it some elements of civilization. Long before the advent of Caesar, the Phoenicians and Greeks established at Marseille had entered into relations of commerce with the Scilly Isles, which they call the Cassiterides, and also with the extremity of the county of Cornwall, where the tin mines were situated. Pytheas, who lived at Marseille at the commencement of the 4th century BC, has related his voyage along the coast of Britain. But it is with the invasion of the Romans that the history of England commences. It is here that we penetrate for the first time into those islands which, though separated from the rest of the world, sent to the Gauls, who were struggling for their independence, succour, which furnished Caesar with a pretext for the attempt to conquer them. After his 4th campaign in Gaul, about the year 55 BC, the great Roman general set sail on the 26th of August for Britain. He had brought with him the infantry of 2 legions, about 12,000 men, and he disembarked near the point where the town of Deal is now situated. The Britons had gathered in a mass upon the shore. A great number were on horseback, urging their horses into the waves and insulting and defying the foreigners. They were almost entirely naked, having cast off the clothing of skins with which they were ordinarily covered in order to prepare for the combat. Their war chariots were driven rapidly along the shore. For a moment the Roman soldiers hesitated, troubled by the unaccustomed sight, perhaps from a dread of offending the unknown gods of people celebrated among their Gaulish brethren for the devotion with which they surrounded the Druidical faith. The standard-bearer of the 10th Legion was the first to precipitate himself into the sea. "Follow me, my fellow soldiers," said he, "unless you will give up your eagle to the enemy. I at least will do my duty to the Republic and to our general." His comrades followed his example, and the savage inhabitants of Britain retired in disorder, driven back, in spite of their bravery, after a short engagement. On the morrow, ambassadors from the Britons came to solicit peace. At the first rumour of the projected invasion, they had sent emissaries into Gaul to offer their submission to the Romans, in the hope of turning them from their enterprise. Caesar had listened to them with kindness, and had had them conducted by his own envoy, Commius, king of the Belgian Atrebates, but he did not relinquish his intentions, and the Britons in their irritation had put the delegate of Caesar in irons. This was the first matter with which the conqueror reproached them, at the same time demanding hostages for their future good behaviour. Some hostages were immediately given. The British chiefs asked for time to send others, and Caesar entered into separate negotiations with the chiefs who came one after the other to treat with the conqueror. During these negotiations, the sea rendered aid to the Britons. Great part of the Roman fleet was destroyed. The barbarians perceived their advantage and were dilatory in sending the hostages. Meanwhile, Caesar had promptly set his soldiers to the task of repairing the vessels and making requisitions upon the Gauls for the materials which were required. The vessels were beginning to be in a state to take the sea when the 7th Legion, detached on a foraging expedition in the country, was surprised in the only field of grain then standing by a number of Britons who were lying in ambush concealed by the long stalks of the corn. Horsemen and war chariots issued forth from the surrounding forests. The Romans ran the risk of being crushed when Caesar came to their assistance with the remainder of his forces and defeated the barbarians, who sued for peace. The equinox was approaching. The general did not even wait for the hostages, but set sail for Gaul in the middle of September, sending at the same time news to Rome, which induced the Senate to decree 20 days of public thanksgivings to the immortal gods. In his Commentaries, however, Caesar modestly describes this first campaign in Britain as a reconnoitring expedition. He cherished the design of returning thither later. Accordingly, in the following year, 54 BC, Caesar embarked at the same point upon the coast of Gaul in order to land at the same spot, though with very different forces. He carried with him the infantry of 5 legions, about 30,000 men, and 2,000 cavalry. 800 transport vessels covered the sea. From the summits of their cliffs the Britons had perceived this formidable expedition and had sought refuge in the vast forests which cover their shores. Caesar marched forward to drive them back into their retreats, when a violent tempest destroyed 40 of his ships and drove a great number ashore. The first care of the conqueror was to protect his fleet against the fury of the sea and the hostility of the islanders. He caused all his vessels to be hauled ashore in order to surround them afterwards by a strong entrenchment. His largest galleys were diminutive in comparison with our vessels of war. His transport ships were hardly more than barges. The Roman soldiers laboured without intermission 10 days and 10 nights before they had rendered their fleet secure. They then resumed their march against the Britons, whose army was still increasing. All the chiefs had united their forces under the orders of a commander-in-chief, Cassivellaunus, king of the Cassai, renowned for his bravery and skill. The Britons avoided a general engagement. Assailing the Romans incessantly with their cavalry and their war chariots, which they conducted with the ease of habit even along the edges of precipices, they retired again into the forests from the moment that the advantage was no longer on their side. But this barbarian intrepidity was not accompanied by experience. Caesar's cavalry, supported by 3 legions, having scoured the country in quest of forage, the enemy had remained concealed all day, when suddenly they issued in a mass from the neighbouring forests and swept down upon the Romans, who were scattered about the country. Already the Britons imagined themselves victors, but the well-disciplined Roman detachments formed again as if by enchantment. The horsemen rallied, and the Britons, enclosed in a formidable circle, sustained losses so great that on the morrow the allies of Cassivellaunus nearly all deserted him and returned into their territories, leaving him to face the Romans unsupported. The king in his turn fell back upon his kingdom, which was situated on the left bank of the Thames. In their pursuit, the Romans had traversed the fertile country which now forms the counties of Kent and Surrey, while this skirmishing species of warfare continued, often with results favourable to the Britons. But the fatal want of union, common to barbarous tribes, lent aid to the Romans. Cassivellaunus was detested by his neighbours, the Trinobantes, who sent ambassadors to Caesar, asking the restoration of their king Mandubratius, a fugitive in Gaul, where he had implored the protection of the Romans against this same Cassivellaunus, who had conquered and put to death the father of his rival. On this condition, the Trinobantes offered their submission. Some other tribes followed their example. These seceders acquainted the Romans with the road to Cassivellaunus's capital, situated on the environs of the spot now occupied by the town of St. Albans. This was a collection of huts reminding beholders of the dwellings of the Gauls. They rested on a foundation made of stones, from which arose the walls composed of timber, earth, and reeds, and surmounted by a conical roof, which served at once to admit daylight and to allow smoke to escape through a hole in the top. Fens and woods surrounded by a ditch and earthworks protected this primitive capital, which soon fell into the hands of the Romans. Cassivellaunus had only one hope left. He had given orders to the 4 chiefs who had the command in Kent to attack the Roman vessels. They obeyed, but the detachment charged with the protection of the fleet was on its guard. The Britons were repulsed. Cassivellaunus, beaten and discouraged, humbled himself so far as to sue for peace. Nevertheless, when Caesar at the commencement of September retired once more to Gaul, he left in Britain neither a soldier nor a fortress. The second campaign, longer and more fortunate than the first, had not produced any greater results. 96 years elapsed. The Roman Republic had become the Roman Empire, but the Britons had been troubled by no new invasion. The Belgian population of the sea coast had continued to cultivate their fields, to which they already knew how to apply marl for manure. They had woven in peace their long brogues or checkered breeches, their square mantles and their tunics. The Celts, more savage, had seen their flocks multiply around them. Even this, the only kind of wealth among barbarous tribes, did not exist in the northern part of Britain. The rude inhabitants of Scotland depended only on the products of the chase, and found a shelter for their almost naked state in the hollow of rocks or in the obscurity of caverns. But no invader had come to trouble their wild liberty up to the day when the Emperor Claudius, in the year 45 of the Christian era, conceived the project of marching in the footsteps of Caesar and subduing the savage land of Britain. One of the most experienced of his generals, Aulus Plautius, sent forward with a force of 50,000 men, obtained at first some successes, notwithstanding the resistance of the chief of the Silures, Caractacus. When the emperor arrived, the capital of this people was captured, and several tribes had submitted almost without a struggle. Claudius returned to Rome to enjoy there the honours of an easy triumph. 30 battles fought by Aulus Plautius were insufficient to reduce Caractacus. Ostorius Scapula was the first to succeed in establishing on the Severn a line of forts separating from the rest of the island the country, now become Roman, which comprised nearly all the southern tribes. The Britons, who appeared to be subdued, were disarmed. But a new insurrection soon broke forth. The Iceni, who occupied the country now known as the counties of Norfolk and Suffolk, were the first to rise. The Cangi followed their example, and in order to reduce them, the praetor was compelled to pursue them as far as to within 1 day's march of the sea which separates England from Ireland. From the territory of the Brigantes, which embraced a portion of the present counties of Lancashire and York, Ostorius hastened to invade the Silures, who inhabited the southern portion of Wales, and who were always the most indomitable opponents of a foreign domination. "Behold the day which is to decide the fate of Britain," exclaimed Caractacus at the sight of the Romans. "Today begins the era either of liberty or eternal slavery. Remember that your ancestors were able to drive back the great Caesar and to save their liberty, their life, and their honour." He spoke in vain. The naked breasts and bare heads of the Britons could not resist the broad swords of the Roman soldiers. The massacre was horrible. The wife and the daughter of Caractacus were captured, but the chief himself had disappeared. Hoping to renew the struggle, he had taken refuge with his mother-in-law, Cartismandua, queen of the Brigantes. She delivered him up to the Romans. Caractacus was sent to Rome with his family. "How can men who possess such palaces make such efforts to conquer our miserable hovels?" exclaimed the British hero while traversing the streets of Rome. He appeared before the tribunal of the emperor. Agrippina was there by the side of her husband. The wife of Caractacus threw herself at her feet, imploring her pity, but the conquered chief asked for nothing and exhibited no sign of fear. This greatness in defeat penetrated to the heart and to the sluggish mind of Claudius. He gave the order to set the captives free. Tradition states that he even restored to his prisoner a portion of his territory, but Tacitus does not mention this. He leaves the story of the vanquished chief at the point where the fetters fall from his hands. For a moment, Nero, who had become emperor, thought of abandoning the conquest of Britain, so difficult to secure. It was not until the year 59 AD that Paulinus Suetonius, at that time praetor, resolved to crush the resistance of the Britons in their innermost retreat. The island of Mona, now Anglesey, was consecrated to the Druid worship. The priests had nearly all taken refuge there, and there the defeated chiefs found an asylum. Religion even then exercised a considerable power over the minds of the inhabitants of Britain. In no part were the Druids more numerous and powerful. Nowhere had they a greater number of disciples diligently occupied during long years in engraving upon their memory the regulations of their worship, the sacred maxims, the ancient poems, which the priests did not allow to be committed to writing. Great, therefore, was the emotion in Britain when the Romans were seen to attack the Holy Isle. On the shore, a great crowd awaited the advance of the enemy, savage and diversified in appearance, says Tacitus. The armed men were assembled in a mass, the women, attired in sombre dress, running about with dishevelled hair, like furies brandishing their torches, and the Druids were standing, clothed in their long white robes, as if about to sacrifice to their gods, their heads shaved, their beards long, their hands raised to heaven, while they pronounced the terrible maledictions of the Celtic races against the enemies of their people and their divinities. The Roman soldiers hesitated. Their limbs seemed paralyzed by fear, and they exposed themselves, without resisting, to the blows of their enemies. Their general urged them to advance. At length, each encouraging the other to despise the infuriated cries of a band of priests and women, they rushed upon the Britons and precipitated them upon the stakes which they had prepared in order to sacrifice the Roman prisoners to their gods. A garrison was placed on the island, the sacred grove was cut down, and the fugitive Druids disappeared, to seek an asylum among the tribes which still offered a resistance. The number of these tribes had increased in the absence of the praetor. The infamous treatment inflicted upon Boadicea, queen of the Iceni, and her children, by order of the procurator Catus, had aroused the indignation of her neighbours as well as of her own subjects. By secret intrigues, the malcontents from all quarters were invited to strike a great blow for the recovery of their liberty. The colony of Camallodunum was first attacked and put to fire and sword. Suetonius hastened from the Isle of Mona and marched first towards London, already an important and populous city. Defence was impossible. The praetor withdrew the garrison to protect the rest of the provinces, and all the citizens who had not been able to retire under the shelter of the Roman eagles were massacred. The Roman colony of Verulam suffered the same fate. It is said that more than 70,000 Romans and their allies had already perished under the blows of the insurgents when the two armies found themselves confronted. Queen Boadicea rode along the ranks of the Britons, clothed in a robe of various colours, with a golden zone around her waist. She reminded her countrymen that she was not the first woman who had led them to battle, since the custom of the country often called to the throne the widow of a sovereign, passing over his children. She spoke of the irreparable insults which she had undergone, of the misfortunes of the nation, and she exhorted the warriors to immolate all the Romans to Andastra, the goddess of victory. The Romans remained motionless. They were awaiting the attack of the Britons. The barbarians, excited by the glowing words of the queen, rushed upon the legions. The Romans bestirred themselves at length, and their broad swords opened for them a passage through the midst of the mass of Britons. The latter fell without flinching, but their enemy advanced to the line of chariots and put to the sword women and children. It is said, though no doubt with the usual exaggeration of the time, that 80,000 Britons perished on that day. Boadicea, resolved not to survive her hopes of vengeance, poisoned herself upon the battlefield. Successive praetors had failed to establish tranquillity in Britain, or to obtain the submission of the people, when Agricola, father-in-law of the celebrated historian Tacitus, arrived in his turn in this indomitable island. His brilliant exploits soon caused him to be respected, but, while pursuing year by year the course of his conquests, he endeavoured to found the Roman rule upon the most durable basis. In his hands the civil administration became milder. The Britons, governed with justice, became gradually less estranged from their conquerors. A taste for luxury and Roman civilization began to distinguish the chiefs admitted to the praetorian court. The Roman toga took the place of the British mantle. Buildings arose upon the model of the Roman constructions. Children began to speak Latin, and at the same time the spirit of liberty and resistance diminished among the inhabitants of the south of Britain. "The Britons willingly furnish recruits to our armies," wrote Tacitus. "They pay the taxes without murmuring, and they perform with zeal their duties towards the government, provided they have not to complain of oppression. When they are offended, their resentment is prompt and violent. They may be conquered, but not tamed. They may be led to obedience, but not to servitude." The military progress of the Roman general was no less important than his moral conquests. He had reached the Firth of Forth and the narrow isthmus which separates this river from the mouth of the Clyde. After every new victory he protected the subjected territory with forts. He even constructed a wall, the ruins of which, crossing the north of England from the Solway to the mouth of the Tyne, bear to this day his name. In the 8th and 9th year of his government, he passed the line of the forts and penetrated into Scotland, the country of the Caledonians, savage tribes who had not yet beheld the Roman eagles. Scarcely had the conquerors invaded this new territory when the Caledonians, under the command of their chief, Galgacus, descended from the Grampian hills and fell upon the invader. On Ardoch Moor, traces of the combat still exist, together with the lines of the Roman encampment. The struggle lasted all day, and the barbarians were defeated, but on the morrow at sunrise they had disappeared, and the Romans found themselves alone in the midst of a wild country. In their flight, the Caledonians had set fire to their habitations, and with their own hands had slain their wives and children to prevent their falling victims to the vengeance of the conqueror. The savage tribes had returned into their mountains, leaving, according to the chronicles, 10,000 dead upon the field of battle. Agricola made no effort to pursue them. Falling back towards the south, he dispatched his vessels to make a voyage of exploration all round the island, the northern shores of which had not yet been visited. The mariners returned, reporting that no tongue of land connected Britain with the continent, that they had seen in the distance Thule, Iceland, enveloped in mists and eternal snow, and that the seas which they had traversed were of a sluggish kind, heavy under the oar, and never agitated by wind or storms. Agricola was recalled to Rome through the jealousy of the Emperor Domitian, but his wise government had appeased the passions of the Britons, and for 30 years afterwards the Roman annals contained no mention of British affairs, an evidence that peace reigned in the island. An invasion of the Caledonians brought the Emperor Hadrian to Britain, 120 AD. Having driven them back beyond the forts which connected the mouth of the Solway on the west with that of the Tyne on the eastern coast, he caused to be raised behind this rampart an enormous wall, fortified by a wide fosse and provided with towers which received a garrison. This redoubt is still partly in existence, as is the wall of Antoninus, constructed some years later across the Isthmus of the Forth after a fresh invasion of the barbarians. No rampart, however, could resist the warlike ardour of these savage populations, and the disorganisation which had attacked the vast body of the empire began to make itself felt among the legions established in Britain. The soldiers often murmured. The general, Albinus, after having refused the title of Caesar from the hands of the Emperor Commodus, accepted it upon the offer of Septimius Severus, and, suddenly rejecting his allegiance, he was proclaimed emperor by his troops. Crossing immediately into Gaul to sustain his pretensions by force of arms, he was defeated near Revaux and paid for his ambition by the loss of his head, but he had brought with him and had sacrificed the best of the troops in Britain, both Roman and native. The Caledonians took advantage of this opportunity to redouble their efforts, and the case became so grave that the emperor left Rome to oppose them, 207 AD. Septimius Severus was old and infirm, but his spirit was still unsubdued. When he entered into Caledonia with his son Caracalla, he brought in his train enormous armaments. His enemies were badly armed. They carried only the short sword and the target, which their descendants in the Highlands still employed during the wars of the last century. But they were skilled to take advantage of the natural defences of their country, and without being able to meet the Caledonians in a fixed battle, the emperor had lost, it is said, 50,000 men before abandoning his expedition. He had carried the name and arms of the Romans so far that he had no intention of retaining the territory which he had traversed. He left there neither fortress nor garrison, but when he had returned into the subjected territory, he separated it from Caledonia by a new rampart, more imposing than all those of his predecessors. For 2 years the legions were employed in constructing it in stone, fortifying it with towers, and surrounding it with roads. The remains of this gigantic work attest to this day the power of those who raised it. The Caledonians, however, had just attempted another invasion when the emperor, who was marching against them, died at York, 211 AD, and his son Caracalla, compelled to hasten back to Rome to protect the safety of the empire, hurriedly concluded with the rude tribes a peace which lasted for some years. It was not until the year 228, under the reign of Diocletian and Maximilian, that the dangers which threatened Britain again disturbed the repose of the emperors. Her shores were threatened by Saxon and Scandinavian pirates. A commander of Belgian origin named Caractacus was sent against them, who crowned his success by causing himself to be proclaimed emperor by his legions. Diocletian conferred on him the title of Caesar. This new sovereign was assassinated at York and succeeded in the year 297 by his minister Electus, who himself fell soon after before the power of Constantius Chlorus. When this prince died at York, his son Constantine, proclaimed emperor by his troops, carried with him, on leaving Britain, a great number of the young men of the country eager to serve in his armies. The Roman Empire no longer existed. The distant seat of power had been transferred to Constantinople. The province of Britain escaped from the imperial watchfulness. It was at the same time ill defended. The Caledonians at this period had yielded their place, either in fact or in name, to the Picts, so called perhaps by the Romans on account of the colours with which they painted their bodies. Side by side with them, and often driving them back upon their own territory, were the Scots, originally from Ireland, from which country they crossed over in so great a number in their little flat-bottomed boats that they finally gave their own name to the country they invaded. Under the Emperor Valentinian, we find them pursuing their depredations as far as London, and driven back to their own country with great difficulty by Theodosius, father of Theodosius the Great. Before him, and after his death in the year 393, Britain presented a similar spectacle to that of the other Roman provinces. The generals who were in command there were proclaimed emperors by their legions, assassinated by their rivals, or decapitated by order of the sovereign rulers of Rome or Constantinople from the moment that they attempted to leave the island to extend their conquests. Every one of these attempts cost Britain a number of soldiers and contributed to weaken a race already deteriorated by foreign domination. In 420, under the Emperor Honorius, when the empire was expiring under the attacks of the barbarians, the Britons, deposing the Roman magistrates, proclaimed their independence, which was immediately recognized by the emperor. But the Britons were not in a condition to struggle against the invaders who were pressing them on all sides. Like the Roman Empire, their country was fated to fall into the hands of the barbarians. Like the Roman Empire, however, Britain had already received the principle which was destined to save her from complete desolation. In the midst of political disorganization and of power distributed among 100 petty chiefs, all enemies and rivals, she had already heard the only name which had been given to men for their salvation. The gospel of Jesus Christ had been proclaimed upon her shores. At what epoch or by whom is not known. Probably Rome brought with her arms the Christian faith to the British people. The Christians were numerous in the imperial armies, and their zeal often won to Jesus Christ the souls of the vanquished. Up to the reign of Diocletian, the progress of Christianity in Britain was not impeded by any severity. At that epoch, 303 to 305, the great persecution which was raging throughout the empire extended itself to Britain. Constantius Chlorus, who was then governor, favourable though he was to the gospel, was nevertheless unable to avoid calling around him the officers of his household and announcing to them the necessity of either relinquishing their trusts or abjuring the name of Christ. Those who were cowardly enough to prefer earthly greatness to Christian fidelity found themselves disappointed in their ambitious hopes. The general immediately deprived them of office, remarking that men faithless to their God would be equally wanting in fidelity to their emperor. But the moderation of Constantius Chlorus was insufficient to extinguish the persecuting zeal of the inferior magistrates, and the British Church soon counted its martyrs. The Christians took refuge in the forests and the hills. They were able to find brethren among the rude tribes of the north, for Tertullian tells us that, in the portion of Britain where the arms of the Romans had failed to penetrate, Jesus Christ had conquered souls. With the power of Constantine, Christianity ascended the throne. The British Church was organized. She had sent 3 bishops to the Council of Arles in 314, but Britain was about to undergo a new yoke, and her dawning Christianity was destined to encounter other enemies. End of chapter 1.
Volume 1, Chapter 2 of A Popular History of England, from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. A Popular History of England, from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria, by François Pierre Guillaume GUIZOT. Chapter 2. The Rule of the Saxons to the Invasion of the Danes, 449 to 832. Discord prevailed in Britain. The petty rival chiefs, sometimes triumphant, sometimes defeated, united in vain against the Picts and Scots, whom the Roman walls no longer impeded now that the Roman power had disappeared. In this disorder the Britons were dwindling in numbers day by day, when Vortigern, chief of Kent, conceived the project of calling to his assistance the Saxons, a famous people who inhabited the northern coasts of Germany and Denmark, and extended their power even to a portion of the territory now known as Holland. Several tribes were descended from a common origin. The Jutes, the Angles, the Saxons, properly so called, all led the life of pirates, and many a time had they suddenly appeared upon the coasts of Britain or of Gaul, scattering terror among the inhabitants, whose houses they pillaged and burnt, killing all who resisted them. For a long time they risked their lives and sported with the dangers of the sea in mere skiffs, but by 449, when Vortigern called to his aid two celebrated pirates among the Jutes, named Hengist and Horsa, the Saxon vessels were long, strongly built, and capable of carrying a considerable number of men, and of wrestling with the fury of the waves. The pirates responded promptly to the appeal, and for some time they faithfully observed their engagements, driving the Picts and Scots back into their territory and fighting for Vortigern against his British enemies. It is related that the Saxon Hengist, having fortified himself at Doncaster, situated in the county of Lincoln, gave there a feast to King Vortigern. Hengist had sent for his daughter, the beautiful Rowena, who, bending the knee before the British sovereign, offered him the cup of welcome. Her beauty enchanted Vortigern, and he could not rest until he had obtained her hand. Whether from weakness for the father of his wife, or from gratitude for services, or from the impossibility of ridding himself of the allies whom he had sent for, Vortigern permitted Hengist to establish himself on the Isle of Thanet, and gradually fresh vessels arriving bringing reinforcements for the foreign colony. Angles followed Jutes, and the Britons began to be anxious about their powerful neighbors. At the first, quarrel swords were drawn from their scabbards. Their blades were equally good and keen, for the Britons had derived their military equipments from the Romans, and the Saxons, passionately fond of iron, attached more importance to their arms than to any other possession. But the Britons had been weakened by their old dissensions. The Saxons allied themselves with the Picts and Scots, against whom they had been originally called to fight, and several indecisive battles ended in a truce. It is even related that the two parties, being assembled at a banquet at Stonehenge on the 1st of May, Hengist cried out to the Saxons in their language, "Draw your swords!" and at the same moment the long knives concealed under the garments of the Saxons were plunged into the hearts of their entertainers. Vortigern alone was spared, no doubt at the intercession of Rowena. The war began. The Britons were defeated, and Eric, son of Hengist, became in 457 the first Saxon king of the county of Kent, the Isle of Wight, and that part of the coast of Hampshire which faces that island. The success of Hengist and Horsa naturally attracted new hordes. In the year 477, the Saxons, under the command of Ella, founded the kingdom of Sussex, South Saxe, which comprised only the present county of Sussex. In the year 519, other Saxons, under the orders of Cedric, completed the invasion of South Britain and extended themselves from the county of Surrey, bordering upon Sussex and Kent, to the eastern extremity of England. They occupied also Surrey and all that portion of Hampshire not in the possession of the Jutes, together with Hampshire, Wiltshire, Somersetshire, and Devonshire, not even leaving to the Britons the whole of the county of Cornwall. This new kingdom took the name of Wessex, West Saxe. The invaders grew bolder. In 530, a new body of Saxons, the name of whose leader is not recorded in history, arrived and established themselves upon the northern border of the kingdoms of Kent and Wessex, founding there the kingdom of Essex, East Saxe, the importance of which was due to the Thames and London, since it comprised only the county of Essex, the smaller territory of Middlesex, and the southern part of the county of Herts. Thus, says M. Guillaume in his History of Alfred the Great, The Saxons originally rested their power upon the first state founded by the Jutes at the southeastern extremity of England. They surrounded it by their own settlements, and all established themselves in the southern part of the island. They had scarcely completed their migrations when the Angles, who had then arrived in only small numbers, were mingled with the Jutes, began on their own account to invade the eastern coast. About the year 527, several bands of Angles arrived under different chiefs, but it was not until some years later that they united to form the kingdom of East Anglia, which comprised the counties of Norfolk, Suffolk, Cambridge, the Isle of Ely, and probably a portion of Bedfordshire. The territories of Norfolk and Suffolk owe even their names to two tribes of Angles, the North folk and the South folk, while the entire race have given their name to England. This new kingdom, still isolated as well as defended by the sea, was fortified by fens and by many rivers. Where natural defenses were wanting, the Angles raised earthworks long known as the Giant's Dyke, then as the Devil's Dyke. In spite of the draining of the fen, the line of these works can be traced to this day. In the year 547, new bands of Angles, led by a chief named Ida, landed upon the northeast coast and founded there the kingdom of Bernicia, which comprised Northumberland and the south part of Pentland, between the Tweed and the Firth of Forth. Some years later, in 560, other Angles, no less enterprising than their predecessors, established themselves from the southern limit of Bernicia as far as the Humber, and from one sea to the other, occupying all the territory of the counties of Leicester, York, Westmoreland, Cumberland, and Durham. This was the kingdom of Deira. These two colonies were united under the same scepter in 617 and took the name of Northumbria. The Angles began to advance from the coasts. In the year 586, they occupied all the country bounded on the north by the river Humber and the kingdom of Deira, on the west by Wales, which alone remained in the hands of the Britons, on the south by the Saxon kingdoms, and on the southeast by the Angles of East Anglia. Mercia, as the new kingdom was called, comprised then on the southeast of the northern part of the counties of Hertford and Bedford, on the east all the counties of Northampton, Huntingdon, and Rutland, on the north the counties of Lincoln, Nottingham, Derby, and Chester, on the west Staffordshire, Shropshire, Worcestershire, and Herefordshire, in the center of the island Warwickshire and Leicestershire, on the south Gloucestershire, Oxfordshire, and the county of Buckingham. In this kingdom, the most extensive of all, the British population had not been destroyed or driven back as they had in the greater portion of other parts. They continued to inhabit their ancient country, mingled with and subject to the Angles. Such was the division of Britain among the conquerors, and the constitution of the Saxon kingdoms. This is what is known as the Heptarchy or Octarchy, according to whether we place the denomination before or after the union of the kingdoms of Deira and Bernicia in a single kingdom of Northumbria. Such was the new scene of the wars which were destined to break out again and deluge Britain, now become England, with blood. A more gentle influence was soon to exercise its effect upon the sanguinary passions of the barbarous races. The British Christians, though vanquished and driven back into the narrow country of Cambria or Wales, do not seem to have attempted to convert their conquerors. For a moment they had themselves run the risk of falling into the heresies of Pelagius, an Irish monk who denied the doctrine of original sin. But the missionaries from Gaul, St. Germain, and St. Loup had succeeded in 429 and 446 in uprooting among them these disastrous tendencies. One day St. Germain, who had been a soldier before being a bishop, found himself in the presence of a band of Picts and Saxons who were laying waste the coast. Putting himself at the head of his flock, he marched against the enemy amidst loud cries of Alleluia. These cries, taken up by the neighboring echoes, terrified the pirates, who fled. Hence this peaceful victory became known by the name of the Battle of the Alleluias. The Britons were not heretics, but with the independence which always characterized their race, they differed from Rome and from the Eastern Church upon various points of little importance in themselves, though they had often created divisions in Christendom. For no reason that has come down to us, the Britons celebrated Easter in accordance with the customs of the Eastern Church, that is to say, at the 14th day of the moon, whatever might be the day on which that event fell, in imitation of the Jews, who on that day offered up the Paschal lamb. The Western Church, on the contrary, postponed the celebration of Easter until the Sunday following. Nothing more was needed to breed dissensions between the British bishops and the missionaries dispatched from Rome by Pope Gregory the Great. For some years previously, Gregory, not yet become a bishop, and being in fact only a simple priest passing through the slave market in Rome, had been struck by the handsome appearance of some young persons offered there for sale. Learning that they belonged to the race of Angles or Saxons, "They would not be Angles but angels," he exclaimed, "if they were Christians," and he conceived the project of going himself to preach the faith of Jesus Christ to a people so well endowed by nature. His friends were only able to prevail on him to renounce his intention by inducing the Pope to forbid his departure from Rome. When, in his turn, he was elevated to the episcopal dignity in the most important see of the Western Church, he did not forget the Saxons, whose conversion had previously occupied his thoughts. He endeavored first to inflame with his zeal the young slaves whom he had caused to be placed in convents. But the Saxons were apparently not disposed to become missionaries, for in the year 595 the Pope dispatched to Britain a young monk named Augustine, prior of the convent of St. Andrew at Rome, accompanied by 40 friars. They took the road towards Gaul, but they had scarcely arrived at Aix when they heard such terrible accounts of the ferocity of the Anglo-Saxons that they were alarmed and wrote to the Pope to ask his leave to retrace their footsteps. Gregory, on the contrary, encouraged them to persevere in their enterprise, and furnished with interpreters by the good office of Brunichot, who was reigning over Austrasia in the name of her grandsons, they arrived in 597 on the Isle of Thanet. Augustine sent immediately one of his monks to Ethelbert, King of Kent, announcing his intention of coming to preach Christianity to his court. The place could not have been better chosen. A powerful prince in his domain, Ethelbert was their Bretwalda, or general chief of all the Heptarchy. This title, which was in no way well defined, but which conferred a certain influence in the councils of the 7 Saxon states, seems to have been accorded to a kind of merit understood by all. 2 chiefs had already borne it before Ethelbert, Ella, first King of Sussex, and Crulin, King of Wessex. The new Bretwalda was a pagan, but he had married a Christian wife, Bertha, daughter of Charlbert, King of Paris. She had reserved to herself the free exercise of her religion. A French bishop had even accompanied her. Ethelbert had no repugnance towards Christianity, and he consented to receive the Roman missionaries. "Be careful to grant them an audience in the open air," said the pagan priest, however. "Their maledictions will be less powerful there than under a roof." It was, therefore, in the open field that the Saxon Bretwalda awaited the approach of the Christian priests. They advanced bearing a crucifix and a banner on which was painted the image of the Savior. They made the air resound with their grave canticles. The imagination of the barbarians was no doubt struck by their ceremonies, and when Augustine, by the aid of an interpreter, had explained to the king the leading doctrines of the Christian faith, and had asked permission to preach to his subjects the religion which they had come to proclaim to him, Ethelbert mildly replied, "I am not disposed to abandon the gods of my fathers for an unknown or uncertain faith, but since your intentions are good, and your words full of gentleness, you can speak freely to my people. I will prevent anyone interfering with you, and will furnish food to you and your monks." Augustine, overjoyed, directed his steps towards the neighboring city of Canterbury, which he entered chanting, "O eternal Father, we supplicate thee according to thy mercy, turn thine anger from this city and from thy sacred place, for we have sinned. Alleluia." The preaching of Augustine and the sanctity of his life exercised a powerful influence over the Saxons. Numerous converts already pressed around him when King Ethelbert decided to embrace the Christian religion. His conversion attracted his subjects en masse to the new faith, and Pope Gregory, delighted with the success of the mission, sent to Augustine the episcopal pallium, with the title of Archbishop of Canterbury. At the same time, Gregory advised the new prelate not to destroy the pagan temples to which the people had been accustomed, but to consecrate them to the worship of Jesus Christ, and to transform the pagan festivals into joyful family meetings at which the Christian Saxons could eat their oxen instead of sacrificing them to false gods. With these sage counsels, Gregory sent a reinforcement of missionaries, but they did not suffice for the zeal or the views of Augustine, who resolved to address himself to the British bishop in Wales, asking their assistance in the work of evangelization. The Britons were jealous and anxious. They consulted a hermit of great reputation for sanctity upon the claims of Augustine to their trust and obedience. "If the stranger comes from God, follow him," said the hermit. "But how shall we know if he is from God?" asked the Britons. "By his humility." The reply still appeared to the envoys to be vague. "If he rises at your approach, know that he is the leader sent by God to direct his people," continued the hermit. "If he remains seated, reject him because of his pride." Fortified with this precise instruction, the British priests, with 7 bishops and the abbot of Bangor, presented themselves at the conference. Augustine was seated and did not rise to receive them. The question was already settled in their minds when the Archbishop of Canterbury stated his demands. He desired that the British priests should henceforth celebrate the festival of Easter on the same day as the Western Church, that they should employ the Roman forms in the ceremony of baptism, and that they should join their efforts with his for the conversion of the Saxons. All these proposals were rejected. Then Augustine rose and in a loud voice exclaimed, "You refuse to labor to convert the Saxons. You will perish by the sword of the Saxons." This prediction was remembered some years later when all the monks of Bangor were massacred by the Northumbrians in a Saxon expedition into Cambria. In spite of the coolness of the British bishops, the work of conversion went on. The zeal of Ethelbert had already engaged his nephew Sebert, King of Essex, to receive baptism. A church had been founded in London which possessed a bishop. Another prelate had a seat at Rochester. Ethelbert had also gained over to the Christian faith the chief of East Anglia, Redwald, who became after him Bretwalda of the Heptarchy. But the wife of Redwald was still a pagan, and his subjects were attached to the religion of their ancestors. The king set up 2 altars in the same temple, one dedicated to Odin and the other to the God of the Christians. But the new faith soon prevailed over its rival, and East Anglia took its place among the Christian kingdoms of the Heptarchy. Christianity had not yet penetrated in Northumbria when the King Edwin married a daughter of Ethelbert, a Christian like her father. The queen came accompanied by a Roman bishop named Paulinus, but the king remained faithful to the worship of his forefathers in spite of the solicitations of his wife, Paulinus, and even the Pope. He had, however, consented to the child of Ethelberga being baptized, and the day was at hand when his scruples were destined to be overcome. In his youth, during a long exile and in the midst of various perils, there had appeared before him, doubtless in a dream, a person of venerable aspect, who asked him, "What wouldst thou give to one who should deliver thee today?" "All I possess," replied the Saxon. "If he asked thee only to follow his counsels, wouldst thou obey?" "Unto death," was the answer. "It is well," said the apparition, at the same time placing his hand softly upon his head. "When one shall return and make thee this sign, follow him." Edwin had escaped from the dangers which threatened him, and his dream had remained deeply engraved upon his memory. One day, when he was alone, the door of his apartment opened, and Paulinus entered, softly placing his hand upon his head. "Dost thou remember?" he asked. And the Saxon, falling on his knees, promised to do whatever he should desire. Still thoughtful and prudent, however, while accepting baptism for himself, he reserved the right of his subjects to act as might seem well to them. The council of wise men, or aldermen, was called together, and the king, having informed them of his change of faith as the basis of a new doctrine, asked them what they thought of it. The chief of the priests was there and spoke first. "Our gods are powerless," he said. "I have served them with more zeal and fidelity than all the people, yet I am neither richer nor more honored. I am weary of the gods." An ancient warrior near the king rose at this speech. "O king," he said, "thou rememberest perhaps in the winter days when thou art seated with thy captain near a good fire, lighted in a warm apartment, while it is raining and snowing out of doors, that a little bird has entered by one door and gone out by another with fluttering wings. He has passed a moment of happiness, sheltered from the rain and the storm, but the bird vanishes with the quickness of a glance, and from winter he returns again to winter. Such it appears to me is the life of man upon this earth. The unknown time is irksome to us. It perplexes us because we know nothing of it. If thy new faith teaches us something, it is worthy of our adherence." The whole assembly took the side of the two chiefs. But when Paulinus proposed, as a token of renunciation to false gods, that their idols should be cast down, all hesitated except the high priest. He demanded a horse and a javelin, in place of the mare and the white rod which pertained to his old office, and galloping towards the temple, he struck the image with his weapon. The people, trembling, awaited some token of the wrath of the gods, but the heavens and the earth remained silent, and the king was baptized with all the most distinguished of his people, who were accompanied by a crowd of warriors. Edwin soon became Bretwalda, and his reign was an epoch of repose and happiness for his subjects. During the struggles which recommenced after the death of Edwin, 3 kingdoms fortified themselves and took the lead over the others. These were Northumbria, Mercia, and Wessex. These 3 divisions of the Heptarchy were predominant in the year 800, when Egbert, Prince of Wessex, returned to his country after a long exile. He had passed a considerable portion of the time at the court of Charlemagne, and had thus acquired a development of intellect and of knowledge rare at that time among the Saxon princes. The first part of his reign was peaceful, but from the year 809 forward, the sword of Egbert was drawn from the scabbard, and for many years he pursued his conquests from kingdom to kingdom. He had already extended his dominion over the British people of Cornwall, who had consented to pay him tribute when he subjected Mercia and the kingdom of Kent, Essex, and East Anglia. He had carried his victorious arms up to the frontiers of Northumbria. The chiefs, anxious and already beaten in anticipation, came to meet him, recognizing him for their sovereign and promising him obedience. Egbert accepted their homage and retired without fighting a battle. Nearly the whole Heptarchy had accepted his laws, and the title of Bretwalda had conferred upon him an authority more considerable than in the case of any of his predecessors. He continued, however, to assume the simple title of King of Wessex. He reigned until the year 836, happy and powerful. But the last years of his reign were troubled by the first invasions of the Danes. Egbert repulsed them with glory, but if he had possessed a spark of the almost prophetic foresight of Charlemagne, he would have wept, like the Frankish hero, over the infinite woes which these men from the north menaced his country. End of chapter 2.
Volume 1, Chapter 3 of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François Pierre Guillaume GUIZOT. Chapter 3. The Danes. Alfred the Great, 836 to 901. For nearly 4 centuries, the Saxons had been established in Britain. They had become the sole masters of the country, and had there forgotten the original source of their wealth. but the nation from which they had sprung was still prolific in warriors, vigorous, enterprising, and possessed of nothing in the world but their arms and their ships, for all the property of the family belonged by right to the eldest son. Warriors too ardent in conquering and in obtaining wealth at the point of the sword. The peninsula of Jutland and the provinces still further north of Scandinavia sent year by year to the French and English coasts a great number of ships, manned by the sea kings, as they styled themselves. "The tempest is our friend," they would say. "It takes us wherever we wish to go." Repulsed 3 times from the coast of England by Egbert, these pirates soon reappeared under the reign of his son Ethelwulf. The whole island became surrounded by their light skiffs. The Saxons had been compelled to organise along the shores a continual resistance, and to appoint officers whose duty it was to call out the people in a body to repulse the enemy. 3 serious contests took place in 839, at Rochester, at Canterbury, and at London. King Ethelwulf himself was wounded in battle. But shortly after, the internal dissensions which were agitating the whole of France attracted the pirates as the dead body attracts the vulture. During 12 years, the Danish fleets altered their course and repaired to the French coasts. When they reappeared in 831 in England, their successes were at first alarming. 350 of their vessels ascended the Thames as far as London, and the town was sacked. But the king awaited the enemy at Oakley. They were defeated and suffered great losses. After having met with severe reverses at several other parts of the Saxon territory, the Danes withdrew from there and respected the English coasts during the remainder of the reign of Ethelwulf. It is at this period that there appears in the pages of history the name of the 4th son of Ethelwulf, him whom England was one day to call Alfred the Great, Alfred the Well-Beloved. He had first seen the light of day at Wantage, in the heart of the forests of Berkshire, in 849, 2 years before the departure of the Danes. His mother, Osburga, a noble and pious woman, gave herself up entirely to the task of rearing her little son, who soon began to excite the hope and admiration of all who saw him. Doubtless the predilection which his father had for this little child induced him to give a startling proof of his affection, for Alfred was scarcely 4 years of age when he was sent to Rome with a numerous suite of nobles and servants, to ask for himself, of Pope Leo IV, the title of king and the holy unction. The Pope was aware of the piety of the Saxon monarch, and he consecrated with his own hands the little king, and even administered to him the sacrament of confirmation. Alfred returned to England, and it was no doubt the recollection of what he had seen in Rome which began thenceforward to instil into his soul the desire to gain knowledge, the pursuit of which was probably very rare among the young Saxons. His mother one day was holding a pretty manuscript in her hand, a collection of ancient Saxon poems, and was showing it to her 4 sons, who were playing beside her. "I will give this pretty book," she said, "to whichever of you shall learn it the soonest by heart." Ethelbald, Ethelbert, and Ethelred eyed the book with indifference, and went on with their game. But little Alfred approached his mother. "Really," said he, "will you give this beautiful manuscript to whoever shall learn it by heart the quickest, and who shall come and repeat it all to you?" The large round eyes of the child were fixed upon his mother. She repeated her promise, and even gave up the manuscript into the keeping of the little prince. He quickly hurried away with it to his master, who was able to read aloud to him the verses which it contained, for alas, Alfred could not read until he was 12 years of age. He soon returned, triumphant, repeated the lines, received the book from his mother, and preserved thenceforth throughout his life a taste for the old Saxon ballads, of which he had thus first made the acquaintance. Alfred was 6 years old and had lost his mother, when his father, wishing to make the pilgrimage to Rome in his turn, took his youngest son with him. the Saxon king spent a year with the Pope, carrying from church to church his sumptuous devotion. On his return journey he stopped at the court of Charles the Bold, a court elegant and polite in comparison with the still rude customs of the Saxons, and, attracted by the beauty as well as the arts of Princess Judith, daughter of Charles, Ethelwulf married her, notwithstanding the disparity in their ages, and brought her in triumph into his kingdom. But the two persons whom the old king loved best, his young wife and his youngest son, were distrusted by the rest of his family as well as by his people. Judith claimed a share of the sovereign power, according to the old custom in Britain and Germany, which had become odious to the Saxons by reason of the crimes of several queens. The elder sons of Ethelwulf feared that their young brother, so dear to their father, might be raised above themselves. The eldest, Ethelbald, revolted, and his father found a general rising against him when he returned to England. The old king did not resist. He ceded to his son the greater portion of his states, and died at the end of 2 years, having shared equally between his sons his kingdom of Wessex, previously enlarged by the addition of Kent and Sussex. The tributary states of Northumbria and Mercia had shaken off the feeble authority of Ethelwulf and had recommenced their internal wars. The Danes profited by these disputes and had taken up with renewed ardour their terrible incursions upon the English coasts. In this alarming situation of affairs, the sons of Ethelwulf foresaw that the division of Wessex would be their ruin. Instead, therefore, of sharing it among themselves, they agreed that each should reign over the whole in turn, according to their ages. The reigns of the 3 eldest were short. Supported successively by their brothers, they fought against the Danes, and all died in the flower of their youth. The last, Ethelred, was still on the throne, when an invasion of the Danes, who penetrated as far as Reading, called all the men of Wessex to arms. The war had a short time before assumed a new aspect. The Danes did not content themselves with descending upon the most fertile portions of the coast with their longships, or with taking possession of all the horses. Overrunning the country, they ravaged and sacked everything in their passage, and re-embarked in their vessels before the frightened inhabitants had had time to rise up to resist them. From pirates, the Danes had become conquerors, and desired to establish themselves in that England which their predecessors, the Saxons, had formerly snatched from the Britons. Already possessed of East Anglia and a portion of Northumbria, they were threatening Wessex, and had entrenched themselves at Reading. Alfred had recently been married to a princess of Mercia, but his new relations did not give him any support against the Danes when, having beaten several detached corps of the pirates, Ethelred and Alfred attacked the citadel. The greater number of the Danes sprang outside the walls, like veritable wolves, says Asser, the historian of Alfred, and the struggle recommenced. The Danes were nearly all tall men. Their wandering and adventurous life favoured the development of their muscular powers. They did not fear death, for the Valhalla, or paradise of their god Odin, promised to the brave warriors who fell in battle all the pleasure which they esteemed most on earth. The figure of the raven, the confidant of their god, floated on the red flags of the Danes. If its dark wings fluttered on the long folds of silk, victory was certain. If they remained motionless, the Northmen feared defeat. The wings of the raven were fluttering triumphantly before Reading, for the Saxons were defeated and were obliged to retreat. They had not lost courage, however, and 4 days later they returned to give battle once more to their enemies. The Danes had already issued forth from their entrenchments, but Ethelred was still in his tent, attending Holy Mass, and would not hurry to the scene of battle, in spite of urgent messages from Alfred. The latter, therefore, attacked their opponents single-handed, opposite a little tree, which the Danes had chosen as a rallying spot. The Saxons fought with the fury of despair. Ethelred soon came to support his brother, and the Danes, beaten upon the great plain of Assendon, took to flight, but only to return a fortnight afterwards, their number swelled by the reinforcements which were continually arriving by sea. Wessex alone had sustained 8 battles in 1 year. Her resources were becoming exhausted in such an unequal struggle. Ethelred, wounded, had just died, and Alfred found himself alone at the age of 22 years, 871, subject to a peculiar illness which had succeeded to a slow fever of his boyhood, and of which the attacks would frequently bring him to the very verge of the grave. His men and his resources exhausted, a 9th and unfortunate battle completely disabled him. He was compelled to sue for peace. The Danes willingly consented to his proposal. There were other princes to vanquish, other territories to conquer, less valiantly defended than Wessex, on which they proposed to revenge themselves when it should stand alone in its resistance to them. In 875 they had finished their conquest. Wessex alone still preserved its independence, and 3 Danish kings, who had passed the winter at Cambridge, embarked secretly, by night, to attack the coast of Dorset. Vainly did Alfred strive to resist his enemies by sea. His ships were beaten, and soon the long line of incendiarism and murder, which had always marked the progress of the Danes, extended as far as Wareham. This was past endurance, and Alfred, stricken down on a sickbed, asked for and obtained peace at the price of gold. The Danes retired after having sworn friendship upon some relics brought by the Christian king, and on their sacred bracelets steeped in the blood of their victims, exchanging hostages whose fate they troubled themselves very little about. The very night after peace was concluded, the Saxon horsemen were destroyed and cut up piecemeal by the Danes, who took possession of their horses in order to make a raid into the interior of the country. The remonstrances of Alfred were powerless to stop these disastrous expeditions, so easy for an enemy who threatened the country from all sides. Alfred took to arms once more, and for a while the issue of the war seemed to incline in his favour. He had been the first to see the necessity for attacking the Danes on the ocean, which was incessantly bringing them inexhaustible reinforcements, and his vessels having met the pirates during a storm, had defeated and dispersed them, thus cutting off all hope of succour to the Danes, whom Alfred was besieging in Exeter. This glimmering of success did not last, however. In 878 the enemy was once more invading Wessex in 2 formidable troops. One of them was stopped and even defeated by some faithful retainers of Alfred's, but the second army, which had entered the kingdom by land, was advancing without opposition from town to town. The subjects of Alfred were weary and discouraged. The king, on whom they had founded such great hopes, had lost in their eyes his prestige. Brave but uncertain, he had not profited by the advantages which his military genius had sometimes given him, and his people complained of his inflexibility, of his pride, of the severity which he manifested towards offenders, of the indifference which he displayed towards the unfortunate. They did not enter with any spirit into the struggle against the invaders, and the Saxon kings held no power but by the free will of their subjects. The clergy, who were especially hated by the pagan enemy, fled to France, carrying with them from their country its relics and the treasures from the churches. The agricultural population submitted to cultivate the land for the Danes. The latter were seeking Alfred, but the king had suddenly abandoned his post, and left by the struggle, sick and wounded to the heart by the defection of his subjects, he had disappeared, his place of concealment being unknown and not even suspected. The fugitive king did not know where to go. Wandering from forest to forest, from cave to cave, he went his way, trying to conceal his deep disgrace, learning in his cruel wanderings, as his historian and friend Asser says, that there is one Lord alone, master of all things and all men, before whom every knee bends, who holds in his hand the hearts of kings, and who sometimes makes his happy servants feel the lash of adversity, to teach them, when they suffer, not to despair of the divine mercy, and to be without pride when they prosper. Alfred wanted confidence in God when he arrived in the island of the nobles, Ethellingaia, now called Athelney, in order to hide himself there in the hovel of a cowherd. He received him first as a traveller who had lost his way, and ended by learning in confidence from his guest that he was a Saxon noble of the court of King Alfred, flying from the vengeance of the Danes. The worthy Alforth was perfectly satisfied with the explanation, and allowed the fugitive to remain at his house. His wife was not in the secret, and was annoyed, no doubt, to see her work increased by the presence of this unknown guest. She would ask him at times to perform little services, and would leave him in charge of some household duties. One Sunday, while the husband was gone to lead the beasts to the field, and the wife was busy with several little matters, she had left some loaves or thin cakes by the fire, which were baking slowly on the red stone of the hearth. Alfred had been commissioned to watch them, but, absorbed in his sad meditations, he had forgotten that the bread was burning. The smell warned the housewife. She sprang at a bound to the fireplace, and quickly turning her cakes, she called out angrily to the king, "Whoever you may be, are you too proud to turn the loaves? You will not take the slightest heed of them, but you will be very glad to eat some of them presently." Alfred did not lose his temper. He laughed, and helped the woman to finish her task. A few days later, the cowherd's wife learned with dismay the name of the guest whom she had thus scolded. Some of the faithful subjects of Alfred, pursued by the Danes, took refuge also in the island of nobles, where they discovered to their great astonishment their king. Secretly, and by degrees, the rumour that Alfred was living spread through his family, who came in search of him. The little band became greater day by day, and the king was beginning to gain courage. In his solitude and humiliation, God had taken charge of this great soul, which had hitherto forgotten him, and which regained through religious faith the necessary energy to struggle against the enemies of his country. The Danes had not profited by their victory. They had established themselves in the conquered country as plunderers and not as owners. The inhabitants of Wessex were writhing under their cruel and capricious rule. They had now forgotten the rigorous acts with which they had reproached Alfred, and regretted that the Christian king was no longer at their head. Exasperated by their sufferings, the Saxons were ripe for revolt. Such were Alfred's prospects when he began with his companions the work of re-establishing himself in his country. A solid bridge, defended by 2 towers, enabled the king to issue out easily from his retreat in his fortress. He gathered around him all the malcontents before making anybody aware of his identity, and without announcing his great projects. Each day he saw his little army swell in numbers, and he defeated the Danes in every skirmish which he chanced to have with them. He then went back to the island of nobles. It is even said that he went by day, disguised as a minstrel, into the very camp of the Danes, in order to ascertain their numerical strength. In the month of May, 878, he finally decided to attack them openly. Secret messengers were dispatched through the neighbourhood, who said to the Saxons, "King Alfred is alive. Assemble in the forest of Selwood at Egbert's field. He will be there, and you shall all march together against the Danes." The Saxons, desperate, were rushing there in crowds, and soon Alfred's standard, bearing the golden dragon, was boldly unfurled before the Danish raven. The secret had been well kept. The Danish king, Godrun, was vaguely aware that a number of Saxons were assembled in the neighbourhood, but he knew neither how many they mustered nor the name of their chief, when he found himself suddenly attacked on the plain of Ethandune. The Saxons were in high spirits. "It is for your own sakes that you are about to fight," Alfred had said to them. "Show that you are men, and deliver your country from the hands of these strangers." The Danes had not had time to recover from their surprise before Alfred was upon them, his whole army following him. The standard-bearer was pushing to the front, accomplishing prodigies of valour. "It is St. Neots himself," Alfred cried, designating a saint held in great reverence by the Saxons, and an ancestor of his own. His soldiers gained fresh courage at these words. The Danes were beaten and pursued, and they perished in great numbers. King Godrun, shut up with his court at the fortress of Chippenham, was compelled to surrender after a siege which lasted 3 weeks. He gave hostages without taking any in exchange, a proceeding very humiliating to the Danes, and Alfred wisely imposed upon him an agreement useful in securing the definitive tranquillity of England, if not consistent with the spiritual welfare of the Danes. The conqueror exacted that the defeated enemy should embrace the Christian religion. Gudrun and his son were baptized and settled in the portion of land which Alfred conceded to them. Finding the impossibility of driving from the country the whole of the Danes, who were already masters of the land in Northumbria, in Mercia, and in East Anglia, Alfred hoped to accomplish, by the aid of Christianity and his right over part of the land, a fusion of the Danish and Saxon races, and to secure by that union a kind of rampart against any new Scandinavian invasions. He was not mistaken. In the year following, a Danish fleet entered the Thames, but in vain did the warriors call for help to Gudrun, who was established in the country. He remained deaf to their voices, and they, discouraged by his refusal, went away again and pursued their ravages on the coast of Flanders. For more than 13 years peace reigned over all England. 1 or 2 little isolated invasions served to exercise the energy of Alfred's troops, and each day his forces were augmenting. But Godrun was dead, and a dangerous enemy now threatened the Saxon king. The famous pirate Hastings, already advanced in age, but still passionately fond of the game of war, was encamped upon the coast of France at Boulogne in 892. Wherever he appeared, death and ruin followed in his wake. The black raven always unfurled its wings for him. He was always assured of victory before the fray began. He sailed forth in the spring of 893, and instead of descending upon the lands already held by the Danes, he disembarked in Kent, a country rich and fertile, inhabited entirely by Saxons, and dividing his army into 2 corps, he lay awaiting Alfred, who was advancing in haste to resist him. The Danish pirate had cleverly organised the attack. Already the Danish population of East Anglia were profiting by his presence to attack the Saxon towns, but Alfred had studied too well the art of war to disperse his army over the country. He led the whole of his available forces against Hastings. There the greater portion of the enemy's army, protected by a forest and a river, were met by the Saxon king, who sent out at the same time several small bodies of men in pursuit of the Danish warriors who were pillaging the country, staying by these means the progress of the invasion, and opposing with exemplary patience the ruses of the barbarians. Hastings appeared to grow weary of this. He asked for peace, and sent his young sons as hostages. Alfred had just returned them to him after having baptized them, when the Danes, caring little for their plighted word, began to march towards Essex, which they intended to attack, passing by way of the Thames. The king hastened at once in pursuit of them, and to the support of his eldest son Edward, who was defending the frontier. They joined their forces. A great battle was fought near Farnham in the county of Surrey. The Danes were vanquished and driven as far as the Isle of Mersey, which they fortified for their defence. The king attacked them at once, but while he had been away recruiting his forces, a Danish fleet threatened the coast of Devonshire. Alfred marched against the new invaders, while the forces which he left behind fought against Hastings, and in a sortie got possession of the wife and children of that chief. These were sent to Alfred, but the Christian warrior could not forget that he had presented the young barbarians at the baptismal fount and sent them back to their father loaded with presents. The pirate, however, was not overcome by his foe's generosity. He attacked Mercia, sustained by the Danish hordes established in the country. Abandoning all thought of the conquests which he had originally intended, and the kingdom which he had wished to found, he once more took up the irregular invasions by which he had acquired so much wealth, and thought only of plundering the Saxon territory. But the subjects of Alfred had learnt some useful lessons. They rose with one accord against the foreign enemy, and when the king, returning in haste from Devonshire, arrived in the vicinity of the Severn, he found himself at the head of a numerous army, which allowed him to completely surround the trenches of Hastings. The Danes had been decimated by hunger. They had even eaten their horses. Making a last desperate effort, they opened up a passage straight through the ranks of their enemies, and took refuge in Chester, where they spent the winter. In the springtime, the long vessels, the water serpents, as the pirates would affectionately call them, invariably brought reinforcements to them. In 895, Hastings began by attacking Wales, finding the states of King Alfred too well defended. He ended, however, by retreating to the Isle of Mersey, from whence he set out in 896 to establish himself on the River Lee in the north of London. He had raised a fortress and there defended himself valiantly when King Alfred perceived that he could stop all the enemy's navigation by river. He accordingly constructed a canal and reduced the Danes to despair. Their fleet was on dry ground. They abandoned it and marched in a northerly direction. This time the old pirate was beaten. Wearied by this struggle against a man of energy equal to his own, and in the enjoyment of the youth and vigour which he no longer possessed, he assembled his vessels in the spring of 897, and leaving definitively the English coast, he ascended the Seine and extorted from Charles the Simple a donation of land in the vicinity of Chartres. He established himself there, and Rollo found him there 15 years later, spending in peace the remainder of his stormy life. The Danes who remained in England had reacquired a taste for adventurous expeditions. They assembled along the coast of Northumberland to organise an attack on the southern portion of the kingdom. But Alfred had long resolved to fight his enemies with their own weapons. Having ridded himself of Hastings, he had had time to look to his navy, and the Danes found themselves opposed by vessels larger and more rapid than their own. The struggle began on all sides. Wherever the pirates advanced to the attack, they found Saxon vessels to check them. The contests were of frequent occurrence. They were not invariably favourable to the Saxons, but the Danes suffered great losses. Their ships would often founder on the coast, and the cargo would be lost. In 897, the last Danish ships disappeared from England. Alfred had now only to heal his country of the wounds left on it after all its struggles, which had cemented the union of the several kingdoms, in calling them all to the common defence under a single chief, placed above them by reason of his conspicuous ability. After the war with the Danes, Alfred, who had merely assumed the title of King of Wessex, had added to his states Mercia, Wales, and Kent. It was a kingdom composed of incongruous elements, but Alfred understood the management of them by reason of his far-seeing wisdom. In Mercia, originally peopled by the English, he established a viceroy chosen from their royal family, the ealdorman, or Duke Ethelred, and gave him his own daughter in marriage. When Ethelred died, after having faithfully served his father-in-law, the Mercians themselves placed in the hands of his widow, Ethelfleda, the reins of government. Kent already belonged to Alfred. Its unhappy inhabitants, subject more than any others to the Danish invasions, had displayed the most passionate affection and gratitude towards the prince who had effected their deliverance. The Welsh chiefs swore allegiance to him. Alfred established one of them, Amarant, as Viceroy of Wales, leaving him thus all his prerogatives and full command over his subjects. While he was thus organising his Saxon kingdom, Alfred was maintaining firm and friendly relations with the Danish kingdom, which he had allowed to be established near to his own. The propagation of Christianity amongst the pagans was his principal means of effecting the fusion of the races, which he foresaw and which he hoped ardently to see accomplished, but which he could not completely finish during his own lifetime. Some laws were already in force and respected by both races. The crime of murder was punished in the same manner in each state, and Alfred caused the people to rigorously respect the treaties which bound them together. The pirates of East Anglia who came to pursue their ravages along the coasts being hanged without mercy. The Danes established in England had already become Englishmen in the eyes of Alfred, and were compelled to observe the laws of the English population. But, although thus providing for the future, Alfred felt completely safe for the present. The Saxon kings had never maintained a standing army. At the time of invasion, when the necessity for defending himself or attacking was felt by the sovereign, he would send into the boroughs and through the country a messenger carrying his sword unsheathed, who would cry aloud, "Whoever shall not wish to be held a worthless fellow, let him leave his house and come and join in the expedition." But the day after the battle the warriors would disperse, and if the enemy should recommence hostilities, the king and the country found themselves unprepared. Alfred divided into two great divisions all his subjects capable of bearing arms. One was always on a war footing, ready to march against the enemy. The other portion of them would work in the fields and cultivate the soil until the very day when they would be called out to follow the Golden Dragon, while their companions would disperse and quietly retire to their cottages. The king made use of these soldiers in fortifying towns, in constructing citadels, and in putting the whole country in a position to defend itself. It was thus that he was able to withstand the attacks of Hastings, the most severe which England had as yet encountered. So much wisdom and foresight on the part of Alfred naturally increased his regal importance and authority. Until this time, the Saxon kings had been essentially warriors. Each ealdorman, or chief proprietor, ruled supreme in his own district, without troubling his sovereign. The clergy were nearly upon an equality with the king, and the offences committed against a bishop were punished with the same penalties as those committed against the king himself. Alfred re-established the royal supremacy by the force of his own intellectual superiority. His ealdormen became his officers, and his profound piety, as well as his respect for the clergy, did not prevent his disengaging himself from any servile submission to the church. The priests had suffered and trembled more than any other class under the rule of the pagan Danes. They obeyed without a murmur the orders of their liberator. Justice was but badly administered in England, divided though it had been for a long time into tithings, hundredths, and counties, and provided with local assemblies which corresponded to these territorial denominations. During the troubles which the Danish invasion had caused, and in the miseries which had followed, the Saxon proprietors had ceased to attend to their internal affairs. They neglected to select the judges. The assessors, or freemen, who should be present on the occasion of any trial, to help the judge with their advice, no longer answered when called upon to do so. Only small numbers of witnesses would appear. The king undertook to re-establish order. He himself nominated the judges, and punished them severely when they ventured to give any decision in a case without previously consulting the assessors, whom he re-established in their original form, the germ of the institution now known as the jury. He was not even satisfied with all these cares. It often happened that he would revise the sentences of the judges, so zealously did he occupy himself with the administration of justice in his kingdom. The judges hitherto had been charged with the civil administration as well as that of justice. They were succumbing under the weight of such onerous functions. Alfred relieved them, however, by nominating dukes, earls, and viscounts, who were entrusted with the administration of justice in the counties, the tithings, and hundreds. he himself compiled for these magistrates a code of laws borrowed, some from the old mode of legislation in Kent, Wessex, and Mercia, and others from the Bible, from the books of Moses, as well as from the New Testament, and they all unmistakably bore the imprint of, and were modified by, the real Christian spirit which animated the king. All these laws, the fruits of revealed wisdom or of the ancient experience of the people, Alfred submitted for approval to his subjects. "I have shown these laws to my wise men," said he in the preamble at the beginning of his code, "and the result was that they were unanimous in wishing that they should be observed." These wise men, or witans, forming an assembly called a witanagemot, an assembly of wise men, no longer represented under Alfred the entire nation, as in the time when the Saxons still preserved in their simplicity their Germanic institutions. At that period all the free men, cells, whether proprietors or not, composed part of it. By degrees the free men disappeared from it, and the thanes, or proprietors, alone remained. But the lower class of thanes, although invested with the same rights as the royal thanes, were less wealthy. It was more difficult for them to leave their affairs in order to repair to the witanagemot. In the time of Alfred, these great proprietors alone made up this assembly of wise men, whose functions were as vaguely defined as the number and the periods of their meetings were uncertain, but whom thenceforth maintained in England the principle of a national representative assembly, or the institution whereby the country undertakes its own government, which is the foundation and key of English history. While Alfred was drawing up laws of an equitable and merciful character, while he was rebuilding the ruined convents and churches and erecting new ones, he did not forget the poorest and most unhappy of his subjects. Slaves were numerous in England and suffering under a heavy yoke. The king provided for their protection, granting to them the right of enjoying and transmitting to their heirs whatever goods they might have acquired. He even applied in favour of Christian slaves the biblical law, granting to them their freedom at the end of 6 years of servitude. In his will he ordered that all the serfs on his entire domains should be emancipated. His example was followed. The serfs and the emancipated slaves became day by day more numerous, and began thenceforth to form in England the lower middle class, which did not yet exist anywhere upon the continent. So many efforts and so much foresight must necessarily have proceeded from a great and enlightened mind. Alfred had neglected nothing in order to add to his stock of knowledge. He had not studied during his childhood, in spite of his ardent desire to acquire knowledge, for there were no intellectual resources at the court of King Ethelwulf. The ancient kind of erudition, which had already been remarkable in England, where the means of study, at the beginning of the 8th century, were far superior to anything of the kind which could be found upon the continent, had become extinct during the wars with the Danes. "When I began to reign," wrote Alfred the Great in the preface to his translation of the Pastoral of Gregory I, "very few people on this side of the Humber could say their daily prayers in English, or could explain in English a Latin epistle, and I suspect that there was not a greater number on the other side of the Humber." It was thus that, notwithstanding his eagerness to instruct himself, Alfred had arrived at the age of 35 years without understanding Latin, and he only began the study of it in 884, after having made prodigious efforts to secure masters who were to instruct himself and his people. In the way of embassies, presents, negotiations, he spared no trouble in order to attract John, the old Saxon of the monastery of Corbie, Grimald, monk at Saint-Omer, and Plechmund, a learned Mercian, who had taken refuge in a solitary island of the county of Chester during the Danish wars, and whom he made Archbishop of Canterbury. Finally, he invited the monk Asa, living at the extremity of Wales, in the convent of St. David, and whom he soon secured, not only as a master, but as a friend. It is to Asa that we owe a biography of Alfred, so minute in its details, that it proves beyond question the great intimacy which existed between the monarch and the historian. Alfred was looking about in all parts for learned men, and was studying Latin like a schoolboy, but he understood that the period of purely classical education had passed away. His childish taste for Saxon poetry had not been obliterated, and his reverence for his native tongue stimulated him to spread education among those of his subjects who were not in a position to devote themselves to the Greek and Latin languages. "It has appeared to me very useful," he wrote to Bishop Wulfsage, "to choose a certain number of books, those which it is most important to render easily accessible to all, and to translate them into the language which we all understand. We shall thus easily ensure, with God's help, and if peace continues, that all the youth of this nation, and particularly the young men of rich and free families, shall apply themselves to the study of letters, and shall not sacrifice their time in any other exercise than that of learning the Anglo-Saxon writers. The masters shall then teach the Latin language to those who shall wish to know more, and to attain a higher standard of instruction." After having reflected upon the nature of this instruction, I have chosen the book which is called in Latin Pastoralis, and which we call the Book of the Pastor. The learned men whom I have around me explained it to me, and when I fully arrived at the precise meaning of it, I translated it into Anglo-Saxon, sometimes literally, sometimes taking only the thoughts, and writing them in the manner which appeared best in order to make them easily comprehensible, and I have sent a copy of the work to each bishop in the kingdom. After having begun this great work of clothing in a scarcely formed language the beauties of classical literature, Alfred did not remain idle. Impossible labours have been attributed to him: a translation of the entire Bible, a revision of a portion of the Saxon Chronicles, etc. It is positively known, however, that he translated, besides the Pastor, long fragments of the soliloquies of St. Augustine, which he called culled flowers, the ecclesiastical history of Bede, the historian Orosius, and the book of Boethus on the consolation of philosophy. There even exist of his some poems, translations, or rather imitations of the verses which Boethus had scattered throughout his book, and which Alfred often altered to suit his own taste and the tastes of the race of men for whom he was writing. How can such great tasks, which would have sufficed to fill up the lifetime of an author, have been accomplished during that of a king whose reign was partly taken up by his wars against the Danes? The good order which prevailed in all the undertakings of Alfred can alone answer this problem. Subject to violent attacks of sickness, loaded with work and with cares, he had divided his time into 3 parts. The first belonged to his regal duties, the second to his religion, to prayer and study, the third was devoted to his repasts, to sleep, and to bodily exercise. But the portion allotted to sleep was very short. The king was often awake during a great portion of the night, and having neither a clock nor a sand time measurer, he was struck with the idea of having some tapers or candles made, which should burn for a certain time, and by means of which he should be enabled to count the hours. Unluckily, however, a gust of wind would sometimes penetrate into the royal tent and make the candles burn too rapidly, and then the king would suddenly lose all means of reckoning the time until the sun came up to give him its infallible direction. His strength was quickly consumed in this struggle against human weakness. When scarcely 52 years of age, Alfred was dying. He sent for his son Edward. "Come and stand beside me," he said. "I feel that my last moment is near. We must part. I am going to another world, and you will be alone with all my riches. I beg you, for you are my beloved child, strive to be a good master and a father to your people. Relieve the poor, support the weak, and apply yourself with all your might to the redress of wrongs. And then, my son, govern yourself according to your own laws. Then the Lord will help you and will grant you his supreme reward. Invoke him that he may advise and direct you in your difficulties, and he will help you to accomplish as well as possible your designs. It was in the same manner that, 350 years later, when dying upon the shore at Tunis, St. Louis recommended his son to France. Great kings and great Christians both, although very different in character and ideas, Alfred and St. Louis both deserved the names of pastors of their people, which the gratitude of Englishmen has accorded to Alfred. He died on the 20th of October, 901, after having reigned 29 years, and he was interred at Winchester in the monastery which he had founded there. It is not there, but at Wantage, at the spot where he was born, that the grateful memory of England caused the celebration of the Jubilee on the occasion of the 1000th anniversary of the birthday of Alfred the Great. On the 25th of October, 1849, a vast concourse of people went to Wantage to do honour to the memory of a king so much beloved. The assemblage decided on the publication of his complete works, a monument less durable than the gratitude graven by his deeds on the heart of his people. End of chapter 3. Volume 1, Chapter 4, Part 1, of A Popular History of England from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. A Popular History of England from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria by François, Pierre, Guillaume, GUIZOT, Chapter 4, Part 1. The Saxon and Danish Kings. The Conquest of England by the Normans, 901 to 1066. 165 years elapsed between the death of Alfred and the invasion of England by William the Conqueror. Two dynasties reigned during that period in England. First, the Saxon, which numbered 10 sovereigns, and secondly, the Danish, which was represented by 4 princes. The first of the Saxon kings, Edward, the son of Alfred, did not enjoy a very brilliant reign, but contrived to make his authority recognised with the help of his sister Ethelfleda, widow of Ethelred, the viceroy of Mercia. He drove back the Danes into their territory, a portion of which he conquered, and, at the death of his sister, he annexed Mercia to his states, which he left thus augmented, to his son Athelstan, when he died in 925. This young prince was brave as well as able. He placed the Welsh tribes, always ripe for revolt, under subjection, and imposed upon them an annual tribute of gold, silver, and cattle. He repelled the people of Cornwall, who had never been thoroughly subjected by Alfred. But the Danes had not accepted their defeat. King Olaf, who was established in Northumbria, and who had recently pushed his conquests so far in Ireland as to capture the town of Dublin, ascended the Humber with more than 600 vessels. The Scots at the same time attacked the frontiers, and the Britons from Wales once more revolted. So many enemies rising suddenly did not daunt Athelstan. He triumphed over his opponents. 5 Danish kings remained on the soil, as well as the King of Scotland's son. They all retired into their territories, there to remain until the end of the reign of Athelstan, whose court attained a degree of luxury hitherto unknown to the Saxon kings. It was there that Louis d'Outremer took refuge when driven from France, and it was thence that he was recalled to the throne at the death of Charles the Simple. All England recognised the laws of Athelstan, and he had taken the title of King of the Anglo-Saxons, instead of the less assuming one of King of Wessex, when he died in 940 at the age of 47 years, leaving the throne to his brother Edmund. The reign of the latter, like that of his brother Edred, presents nothing remarkable, with the exception of a series of battles with the Danes, who were sometimes daring and victorious, and sometimes beaten and repulsed. At the death of Edred in 955, the Danes of Northumbria were apparently almost entirely subjected. Their chiefs had lost the title of kings, and their territory was governed by an earl chosen by the Saxons. The progress had been great since the time of Alfred. Young Edwy, the son of Edmund, was only 15 years of age when he succeeded to the throne. The Danes left him in peace, but he commenced a struggle against the clergy of his kingdom, enemies more powerful than the sea kings. He had married Elgiva, a young and beautiful princess, whose family was related to his own within the degree of kinship prohibited by the church, and he refused to abandon his wife, as also to submit to be reproved by the Archbishop of Canterbury, Odo, who was supported by the famous abbot of Glastonbury, Dunstan, renowned throughout England for his austere mode of living. On the occasion of the coronation of the young king, Dunstan, being annoyed, retired during the banquet. Edwy flew into a passion, and threats were so quickly followed by action that Dunstan was obliged to make his escape and was immediately pursued by the emissaries of the king, who were instructed to burn out his eyes. Archbishop Odo, however, had remained in England at the head of the austere party of the church. The disagreement between the king and the clergy was growing more and more serious, when a revolt of the Danes took place in Northumbria and extended into Mercia. Soon afterwards, Edgar, a younger brother of Edwy, until then king of Mercia, was declared the independent sovereign of the two provinces. Family afflictions assailed the young king at the same time. His wife had been seized in one of his castles by a wandering band of soldiers and carried to Ireland, where her beautiful face had been disfigured by red-hot irons. Dunstan had just reappeared in England after a short period of exile, at the time when the young queen, who had been tended and looked after by the friends whom she had made in Ireland, and had now recovered from the effects of her disfigurement, was returning to England to rejoin her husband. She was stopped, however, near Gloucester by her implacable enemies, who no doubt credited her with a fatal influence over her husband. She was so cruelly mutilated by them that she died a few days afterwards. Edwy survived her but a short time and died at the age of 19 in 958. The beauty of his personal appearance had gained him the title of Edwy the Beautiful. When Edgar ascended the throne of his brother Edwy, Dunstan shared it with him, and whatever may have been the part played by him in the events of the last reign, the authority of the king bore, in the hands of the monk, the fruits of order and justice. The Danes, attached to young Edgar, who had been brought up amongst them, submitted voluntarily to his authority. Their territory was divided and placed under the rule of several earls. The fleet, greatly augmented, kept the sea kings in constant fear, and the young sovereign of England, assisted by his able minister, who had become Archbishop of Canterbury, traversed his state every year, presiding at courts of justice and gathering around him the principal chiefs of each province. Ardent and ambitious, Dunstan was at the same time of a firm disposition and character. His practical knowledge was as conspicuous as his religious zeal. He was one of that great race of priests whose influence, pre-eminent in the Middle Ages, was the source of much good and evil alike, until the period when the magnitude of their pretensions and the abuse of their power brought about the great revolt of the Reformation. It was under King Edgar that the Welshmen saw their annual tribute of gold and silver commuted for an annual presentation of 300 wolves' heads, a measure which ensured the destruction of these ferocious animals, who were very numerous in England. King Edgar, who was under the authority of Dunstan, contrived, however, sometimes to escape from his influence and to indulge in all kinds of excesses, but the Archbishop on such occasions would reprove him severely. He imposed upon him as a penance, for a serious transgression, the disuse of his golden crown during a period of 7 years, a severe punishment for the vain Edgar, who dearly loved to bestow upon himself titles as pompous as those of the Oriental princes. Death soon put an end to this penance. Edgar died in 975, leaving 2 sons. The elder, Edward, who succeeded him, had been born of his first wife. The younger, Ethelred, was the son of the beautiful but treacherous Elfrida, for whom the king had conceived a violent passion, and whom he had married after the death of her husband. Edgar was even accused of having wilfully killed the latter in the hunting field. Whatever crime may have been committed by the king in order to gain the hand of Elfrida, the expiation fell to the lot of his children. From the commencement of his reign, the young Edward, although supported by Archbishop Dunstan, sat very insecurely upon his throne, which was undermined by intrigues in favour of his brother Ethelred. 3 years after his accession, Edward was hunting one day in Dorsetshire, when he conceived the fatal idea of paying a visit to his brother, who was then residing in Corfe Castle. It may be that on his arrival he was struck with a terrible presentiment at the sight of his stepmother Elfrida, for he refused to dismount, and asked only for some refreshment in order to drink to the health of the Queen. A goblet was brought to him, but while he was carrying it to his lips, a dagger was plunged in his back. His body quivered with agony, and the horse, alarmed, rushed away, carrying across the forest the body of the young king, held fast by the stirrups. When the body was found, it was disfigured by the shrubs and stones of the roads, and the long fair hair of the martyred king was clotted with blood and dirt. Queen Elfrida had accomplished her object, but not without trouble, for the young Ethelred, grieved at the death of his brother, burst into tears, which irritated his mother to such a degree that he nearly fell a victim to her blows. There remained no other heir to the throne. Dunstan and his friends decided, not without some reluctance, to recognise the claims of the son of Elfrida, but in crowning him, Dunstan, it is said, gave utterance to some sinister predictions concerning the misfortunes which threatened his reign, and it was he who gave to this young king that title of careless, which the latter seemed only anxious to justify. For several years, the Danes, who were established in England, seem to have identified themselves with the Saxon race. The invasions of the Norsemen had ceased, occupied as they were with devastating the coasts of France, which were but badly defended by the feeble Carlovingians. But a new dynasty was about to be established in France, more powerful and more warlike than the descendants of Charlemagne. Already the Danes began to return to their old habits and to turn their vessels towards the English coasts. The son of the King of Denmark, Prince Sweyn, resolved to seek his fortune in foreign lands. A band of bold adventurers gathered round him, and after several little preliminary expeditions, they landed in 991 on the coast of East Anglia, between Ipswich and Malden. They hoped to find friends there among the Danes who had formerly settled in that territory, but Earl Brethnolt, who was in command there, although a Dane by birth, remained faithful to his new country and religion. He fought valiantly against his brothers from across the seas, and was killed in battle. King Ethelred became frightened. He sent offers of money to the Norsemen. The latter accepted 10,000 pounds of silver, which they stowed away in their long vessels, and carrying with them the head of Count Brethnolt, they started to return to their own country. But the plan of defence, so often resorted to by the Carlovingian kings in France, was a sure means of bringing back the Sea Kings the following year. Soon Ethelred found himself compelled to establish a regular tax which was known as Danegeld, Danish money, and which served to pay the ever-increasing tribute exacted by the pirates. In 993, the Danes of Northumbria and of East Anglia rose up to support their countrymen in invading the country. Sweyn had become King of Denmark and had the whole forces of that country at his command. In 994, his ships appeared off the English coasts, accompanied by the vessels of Olaf, King of Norway, his ally. the invaders encountered no resistance from the king, nor any serious opposition from his subjects. Silver was again offered, but this time, as though to lessen the humiliation of the treaty, the Saxons demanded the conversion of the Danes to Christianity. Sweyn did not hesitate to accede to this. He caused himself to be baptized, a ceremony which was considered very unimportant by the majority of the pirates, some of whom openly boasted that they had been washed 20 times in the baptismal water. But Sweyn's ally, King Olaf, who was sincerely touched and moved, no doubt, by the grace of God, made a vow never to return to invade England, and kept his promise. Sweyn reappeared alone the following year. In 1001, the Danes overran the country, from the Isle of Wight to Bristol, without meeting with the slightest resistance. The price of their withdrawal that year amounted to £20,000 of silver. The Danes had disappeared, but the unlucky King of England had become involved in fresh difficulties through his quarrels with Richard, Duke of Normandy. A fleet was being raised against him on the Norman coast when Richard died, leaving to his son Richard II the burden of carrying on the war. The interference of the Pope put an end to the quarrel, which was followed by the marriage of Ethelred with the Countess Emma, sister of Richard, who was called the Flower of Normandy. Ethelred already had 6 sons and 4 daughters by his first wife. The young queen had just arrived in England, and the rejoicings were scarcely at an end, when a prolonged cry was heard throughout the country. Either by a spontaneous movement, or in consequence of secret orders, the Saxons had risen in every direction and had slaughtered the Danes who were established in their midst, and whose reiterated insults had become unendurable. "A Norseman is equal to 10 Saxons," the Danish lords haughtily said. But the 10 Saxons united had triumphed over the Norsemen. Taken by surprise on the 13th of November, St. Brice's Day, women, old men, and children, good and wicked, big and little, pagans and Christians, succumbed under the effects of the popular hate and revenge. The sister of King Sweyn, Gunhilda, who had embraced the Christian faith in order to marry Palric, Earl of Northumbria, a chief of Danish extraction, saw her husband and children murdered before her eyes, and afterwards encountered the general fate herself. "My brother will drown your country in blood when he revenges me," she exclaimed when dying. Gunhilda had not been mistaken. Already the news of the crime which had been committed in England had spread to Denmark. An immense fleet was being prepared. The Norsemen, actuated this time by their thirst for revenge as well as by their natural love of plunder, were gathering eagerly round their king. Not a serf, not a freedman, not an old soldier was admitted into this chosen band. The free men, in the flower of their youth and strength, alone had the privilege of avenging their brothers slaughtered in a foreign land. The ships of the sea kings were resplendent with the golden and silver ornaments with which they were decked, from prow to stern, when the great dragon, with King Sweyn on board, was the first to land in the neighbourhood of Exeter. The defence of the town had been entrusted to a Norman, Count Hugo, who had come from France with Queen Emma. He betrayed King Ethelred and gave up the town to the invaders. Having pillaged and burnt down Exeter, the Danes spread throughout Wiltshire. On arriving at a farm or at a house or a village, they would order the trembling inmates to prepare a meal. Then, having satiated their appetites with meat and mead, they would murder the inmates upon the threshold of their huts, which they would then burn down, and remount their horses to go forth and extend their fearful ravages. The Saxon king, meanwhile, was organising an army, but he had entrusted the command of it to the Mercian Elfric, the chief who had already upon a previous occasion betrayed him, and whose son's eyes had been put out in consequence as a punishment. Arriving before Sweyn and his army, Elfric declared that he was taken ill and recalling his soldiers, who were preparing for the struggle, he allowed Sweyn to pass with the enormous booty that he was going to place on board his ships before descending upon the eastern counties, which all suffered in the same manner. When the Danes returned into their country in 1004, they were escaping not from the Saxon arms, but from the famine which their ravages had brought upon England. In vain did King Ethelred solicit the help of his father-in-law, Richard, the Norman Duke. The disdain which he evinced towards his young wife had irritated the Normans to such a degree that their Duke had caused to be thrown into prison all English subjects who happened to be within his dominion. Ethelred therefore found himself alone and a prey to the pirates, who reappeared in 1006 upon the English coasts. England was exhausted. Scarcely had the Danes left a house, after exacting a ransom for each member of the family and for each head of cattle, than the king's collectors would follow in their steps, demanding the sums necessary for paying off the invaders, and imposing a fresh penalty for the punishment of the unhappy wretches who had given money to the Danes. While the Saxon king was plundering his subjects in order to pay an ever-increasing Danegeld, while the people, exhausted, were writhing under the double extortion of the conquerors and of the legitimate sovereign, an old man was enabled, single-handed, to resist the demands of the proud Danes. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Elphege, had for 20 days defended his town against the reiterated assaults of the enemy, when a traitor opened the gates to the Danes. They rushed into the place, mad with anger and thirsting for revenge. They sent for the old archbishop, who had not sought refuge in any hiding place. He was brought forth, bound in chains, before their chief, Thurkill. "By your life," cried the chief, touched with compassion. "I have no money," the archbishop calmly replied. The Danes were beginning to close round him. "He is a servant of God," said Thurkill. "Perhaps he is poor." And he suggested a small sum as ransom for the archbishop. "Prevail upon your king to collect together the value of all his property, so that we may leave England," he added. The old man looked at him impassively. "I have not the money which you ask for," he repeated, "and I shall not urge the king to further oppress his people in order to purchase your departure." The eyes of the Dane flushed with anger, for he no longer endeavoured to protect the archbishop against his soldiers. But the firmness of the old man had produced a wonderful effect upon them. He was led into prison without suffering the slightest injury. Towards dusk, when he was alone, his brother found a means of reaching him. He brought the sum fixed upon for the ransom of the archbishop. "No," the latter said, "I cannot consent to enrich the enemies of my country." The Danes came hourly, urging the old man to purchase his freedom. "You will urge me in vain at last," said Elphege. "I am not the man to provide Christian flesh for pagan teeth by robbing my flock to enrich their enemies." The pirates had lost all patience. It was late. They were already heated with drink. They dragged the old man out of prison. "Gold, bishop! Give us gold!" they all cried together, and they closed round him threateningly. The old man was silent. He was praying. Hustled, beaten, wounded, the archbishop fell upon a pile of bones, the remains of the rude banquet. His enemies seized these primitive weapons, and he fell under their blows. A Dane, to whom he was still preaching the gospel an hour before, and whom he had baptized with his own hands, at length took a hatchet and put an end to the old man's agony. While Elphege was resisting and dying, Ethelred was submitting and paying an enormous sum of money, abandoning at the same time several counties to the Danes. Thurkill settled in England, after swearing fidelity to the Saxon monarch. His conquests excited the envy of Sweyn. In the following year a large fleet appeared in the Humber and landed near York. This time the invaders planted their lances in the ground or threw them into the rivers, to intimate that they took possession of the soil. The Saxons offered no resistance. Sweyn had overrun all the Midland and Northern counties, and, leaving the fleet to the care of his son Canute, he marched towards the south. He was stopped near London, where the king had taken refuge, and where the brave citizens stood firm behind their massive walls. Sweyn did not attempt to conquer their town. He turned towards the west, and all Devonshire received him with open arms. He was proclaimed king at Bath. Ethelred was gradually losing the little power which he still retained. He suddenly left London, which surrendered soon afterwards, and he took refuge in the Isle of Wight. From thence he sent his wife Emma to Normandy, with the 2 sons whom she had borne to him, Edward and Alfred. In spite of his disagreements with his brother-in-law, the Duke Richard received his sister with so much kindness that Ethelred soon followed her, and arrived at Rouen while Sweyn was taking the title of King of England, January 1013. Titles are easily taken, but conquests are sometimes difficult to keep. 6 weeks after the flight of the Saxon king, the Danish king died suddenly at Gainsborough, and the power was slipping from the hands of his son Canute. The nobility and people of England had recalled Ethelred to the throne. They added, however, the words, "providing that he will govern us better than heretofore." The king did not rely entirely upon the promises of his subjects. He sent his son Edward to negotiate with the principal chief. When he re-entered London, his first care was to declare that no Danish prince could have any pretensions to the throne. But Canute had already been proclaimed king by his army and by the Danes established in England, and the war had recommenced. Ethelred died in the year 1016, in the midst of all this confusion, and at the time when the Danes were preparing to lay siege to London. 3 sons by his first wife yet remained to Ethelred. One of them, Edmund, called Ironsides, on account of his strength and prowess, had already commanded the armies during the lifetime of his father. He was proclaimed king. But the country was divided. The Danes established throughout the kingdom were powerful and numerous. Treason crept even into the most intimate councils of the new king. Twice he delivered London when besieged. He fought 5 pitched battles, and repulsed on several occasions the Danes, driving them northwards. At length he proposed to Canute that they should decide their pretensions to the crown by the fate of arms in a single combat. Unlike the majority of his race, Canute was not tall, and he was quite unfitted to sustain a struggle against the gigantic stature of Edmund. "Let us rather divide the kingdom, as our ancestors did before us," he said. The 2 armies received this proposition with acclamation. The north of England was allotted to Canute, and Edmund contented himself with the south, with a nominal right of sovereignty over the whole kingdom. 1 month afterwards, the Saxon king was dead, and Canute, convoking the Witenagemot of the south, protested that the treaty contained no stipulation in favour of Edmund's heirs. The chiefs declared themselves of the same opinion. The Dane was proclaimed king of all England, and the children of Ironsides were placed in his hands. Canute had proclaimed an amnesty, but on seizing power he immediately proscribed all the partisans of Edmund whom he did not put to death. "Whoever brings me the head of an enemy shall be dearer to me than a brother," said he. Many heads were brought to him. The Witenagemot, which had until then excluded from the throne all the Danish princes, voted the same sentence against the Saxon princes. Canute, however, had not assassinated the children of Edmund. He sent them to his ally, the King of Sweden, no doubt with sinister intentions. But the innocence and beauty of his victims touched the heart of the proud Scandinavian. He could not keep them by his side, and he therefore sent them to the court of the King of Hungary, St. Stephen, who received them kindly and brought them up carefully. One of them, Edmund, died early. The second, Edward, subsequently married Agatha, daughter of the Emperor of Germany, and we shall see his children reappear in history. the Duke Richard of Normandy did not protest in the name of his nephews against the elevation of Canute. On the contrary, he even offered his sister, widow of Ethelred, in marriage to the Dane. Canute accepted this offer, and the Norman princess found herself placed for the second time on the throne of England, which was so dear to her heart that, in order to reach it, she stifled all her natural instincts. As soon as she had borne a son to Canute, she lost all affection for the children whom she had left in France, and who became more and more Normans by habit during their prolonged absence from England. Power has different effects upon different men. It hardens and corrupts some, while it humanizes and exalts others. Canute made good use of his power, and when he was delivered from the enemies whom he dreaded most, his government became less severe and more regular than that of the recent Saxon kings. The English followed their new chief in all his wars, and fought valiantly at his side to secure to him the crowns of Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. The Viceroy of Wales refused to render homage to Canute, whom he treated as a usurper. Malcolm, King of Scotland, upheld the rights of the descendants of Ethelred to the throne of England. The Normans did not lend any help in these demonstrations, and Canute triumphed over the Welsh and the Scotch. The influence of the Christian religion was slowly but surely producing a good effect on the fierce Danes. Sweyn had been baptized, but he had afterwards sunk again into pagan practices. His son constructed churches and monasteries, and made a solemn pilgrimage to Rome, on foot and with a wallet on his back, to obtain forgiveness for the crimes which he had committed. Already, in the midst of a warlike life, a sense of justice seemed to have developed itself in his soul. He had been guilty of killing a soldier in an outburst of passion. He descended from his throne, convoked his chiefs, and asked them to impose a penalty upon him. All remained silent. The king insisted, however, promising not to be offended. The chiefs left it to his own discretion, and Canute condemned himself to pay a fine of 3 times as much as the sum fixed by the Danish law as the penalty for murdering a soldier, adding at the same time 9 golden talents as compensation. Having returned to England after his pilgrimage to Rome and a journey to Denmark, Canute applied himself to the administration of the laws which he had promulgated. "I will have no money acquired by unjust means," he had said in a letter to Archbishop Elfric. The latter portion of the reign of the Dane was not characterized by any crime or act of oppression. Canute had learnt that there was a tribunal above to which he owed respect and submission. One day, as his courtiers were overrating his power, the king ordered that his throne should be placed upon the margin of the sea. The tide was rising. Canute, seated on the beach, ordered the waves to stop in their onward course. "Ocean," he said, "the earth upon which I sit is mine. You form a portion of my dominion. Do not rise as far as my feet. I forbid you." The sea still continued rising. It was already bathing the king's mantle when he turned to his flatterers. "You see," he said, "what human power is compared to that of him who says to the sea, 'Thou shalt go no further.'" And depositing his golden crown in the Cathedral of Winchester, he refused thereafter to wear that emblem of sovereignty. End of chapter 4, part 1. Volume 1, Chapter 4, Part 2, of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François, Pierre, Guillaume, GUIZOT, Chapter 4, Part 2. Canute died in 1035, leaving 3 sons, Harold and Sweyn, born of a Danish mother, and Hardicanute, son of Princess Emma. He had divided his states among his children, leaving England to Harold, Denmark to Hardicanute, and Norway to Sweyn. These two last princes already, no doubt, exercised some authority in their dominions, for both were in the north when their father died. But England was wont to have a voice in questions of succession, and Canute left behind him a powerful favourite, who was inclined to further the interests of Hardicanute. This favourite was Earl Godwin, a nobleman of Saxon extraction, formerly but a simple herdsman in the county of Warwick. During the struggle between Edmund and Canute, a Danish chieftain named Ulf had lost his way in a forest in the evening after a battle. He had walked in vain all night when, at daybreak, he met a young countryman who was driving a herd of cattle. "What is your name?" asked the Dane. "I am Godwin, son of Ulfforth," said the young man, "and you are a Danish soldier." The warrior hesitated. "It is true," he said at length, "but could you tell me the way to my countryman's ships on the sea coast?" Godwin shook his head. "He is a very foolish Dane," he said, "who expects a favour from a Saxon." And he hurried on his cattle. Ulf insisted. "There are many of my countrymen close to us," replied the herdsman. "They would spare neither me nor you if they should meet us." The chieftain silently offered him the heavy golden ring which he wore on his finger. Godwin looked at him. "I will accept nothing from you," he said, "but I will try and show you the way." They came to Godwin's hut. He invited the Dane in. "Remember," said the herdsman's father to the Dane, "that he is my only son, and that he sacrifices his safety for you. Try and find employment for him at your king's court." Ulf promised to do so, and kept his word. Canute took a fancy to the young Saxon, who had attained the rank of governor of a province when the king died. He immediately declared himself in favour of the son of Emma, who was not so thoroughly Danish as his brothers. Leofric, governor of Mercia, took up the cause of Harold in common with all the northern chiefs. The town of London followed their example. War was about to break out, but the Witenagemot convoked at Oxford allotted all the provinces north of the Thames to Harold, and those on the south to Hardicanute. While Queen Emma and Godwin were thus striving to secure the power for the young King of Denmark, the latter lingered in his northern possessions and had not yet set his foot in England. His Norman brothers, sons of Ethelred and Emma, had been more prompt. Scarcely had the news of the death of Canute reached Normandy when the elder of the two princes, Edward, who subsequently became Edward the Confessor, landed at Southampton with a few ships. But Queen Emma's natural affection was confined to her son by Canute. She raised the country against her eldest child, who was obliged to retire precipitately. His ill success did not discourage his brother Alfred, and, the following year, 1037, the two princes received a letter, coming, it was said, from their mother, urging them to come secretly to England, where the people were anxious to have a king of Saxon origin to rule over them. Alfred immediately embarked for England, followed by some troops from Normandy and Boulogne. He landed in the neighbourhood of Herne Bay. Godwin had come to meet him and appeared friendly, but, either from premeditated treason or from annoyance at seeing the strangers who accompanied the prince, Godwin altered his mind and took Alfred to Guildford, lodging the Normans in the houses of that town. In the dead of night, while the little band of soldiers were asleep, Harold's soldiers surrounded Guildford. The Normans were made prisoners, Godwin meanwhile not appearing on the scene to defend them, and a fearful massacre took place at daylight. 600 men, it is said, were slaughtered in cold blood, and the unhappy Alfred was dragged to London, from whence Harold sent him, bound, hand and foot, to the Isle of Ely. He appeared before a Danish council of war, and was condemned to have his eyes put out, as a disturber of the public peace. He died a few days afterwards. Harold soon sent Queen Emma into exile, and Godwin having sworn allegiance to him, he was proclaimed King of all England, not, however, without some dissatisfaction on the part of the Saxons. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Ethelnoth, who was a Saxon, refused to crown him. Depositing on the altar the royal emblems, he exclaimed, "I will not give them to you. I do not forbid you to take them, but I refuse to bestow my benediction upon you, and no bishop shall consecrate your throne." It is said that, thereupon, Harold seized the crown and placed it upon his head with his own hands. Some chroniclers state that he subsequently found favour with the archbishop, but the Dane was more than half pagan. He had abandoned the Christian church. When divine service was being celebrated, when the bells were ringing and the priests were mounting the altars, he would let loose his dogs and start for the forest to enjoy the pleasure of hunting or racing, a fondness for which pastimes won him the name of Harefoot. He died in 1040, at the time when his brother, Hardicanute, had just repaired to Flanders, where Queen Emma had taken refuge, to consult her preparatory to attempting an invasion of England. Soon afterwards, an embassy of Danish chieftains and English counts came unsolicited and offered him his brother's throne. He thereupon came to England with his mother. Hardicanute, like his predecessors, was thoroughly Danish by nature. He gave himself up to the pleasures of the table, surrounding himself at the same time by the chieftains whom he had brought over with him from the north, despising and oppressing the Saxons, from whom he still exacted Danegelt, as in the old times of the invasions. He had attributed his brother's misfortunes to Godwin, but the Count had been able to justify himself before a council, in spite of public opinion which condemned him. The presents which he had offered to the king had had the effect of putting an end to the prosecution. Hardicanute had accepted from him a magnificent ship covered with burnished metal, ornamented with gold, and manned by 80 warriors, furnished with every kind of weapon. By degrees, power had returned entirely into the hands of Godwin and Emma when, in 1042, Hardicanute at a banquet fell a victim to the excesses of every kind to which he was accustomed. The Saxon earl had resolved to deliver his country from the Danish yoke. He immediately sent for Prince Edward, who was still in Normandy, and was more a monk than a prince. The popular feeling in his favour, which enabled Edward to return to England, was shared and fostered by the very man to whom he attributed his brother's death. But the new king was powerless, and a stranger in the country, which recalled him after an exile which he had endured during nearly the whole of his lifetime. He dissembled and accepted the hand of Edith, daughter of Godwin, a good and gentle princess, who was born of Godwin as the rose is born in the midst of thorns, the chroniclers say. Edward was always cold towards her, and he manifested something more than coldness towards Queen Emma. He could not forget how she had repulsed him, and how she had failed to do anything to defend her son Alfred, even if she had not actually allured him to his ruin. He ordered her to remain within her domains, which had been greatly reduced, and refused to see her any more. The power which Edward had regained was, however, scarcely more than nominal. The great earl, as Godwin was called, had exacted the value of his services. He and his 6 sons held possession of nearly all the south of England. Besides this, his rival, Earl Leofric, was all-powerful in Mercia. Siward held the whole of the north, from the Humber to the frontiers of Scotland. Happily for the king, all these chieftains were opposed to each other. Edward took advantage of their rivalries, trying from time to time to redress the wrongs of the people, who were oppressed and deprived of all power. But in vain did he suppress the Danegelt. In vain did he inspire an almost superstitious veneration towards himself and his subjects by reason of the austerity of his life. The English never forgave him for the affection which he manifested towards the Normans and his preference for them. which induced him not only to surround himself with the friends of his younger days, but to lavish all the favours on them which he had at his disposal. The king's ordinary conversation was carried on in the Norman language. He dressed in Norman fashion. He raised to clerical dignities the Norman priests who had come over with him, and thus contrived to excite considerable jealousy in the people, all of which increased the influence of Godwin. An event happened which caused their animosity to break out openly. Eustace of Boulogne, the brother-in-law of King Edward, who had married the latter's sister, the Lady Goda, landed in England with a numerous suite of troops from Boulogne and Normandy. He was received in a very friendly manner by the king and loaded with presents. He was returning home when, on arriving at Dover, some of the inhabitants resisted the action of the strangers in unceremoniously taking up their quarters in the town. Eustace's soldiers, greatly incensed, killed those who closed the gate at their approach. The whole town rose against them in consequence of this act. They were beaten and routed. They took refuge in Gloucester, where King Edward was staying, who ordered Earl Godwin to impose a punishment on the inhabitants of Dover. Godwin told the king to inquire into the affair. Edward, however, summoned Godwin to appear before him. The earl was in no hurry to do so. Uneasy at the king's projects, he began to raise troops throughout his dominions, and his son Harold did likewise. Godwin soon found himself at the head of a considerable force. The king summoned to his aid Leofric, Count of Mercia, and Seward, Earl of Northumbria. These two great rivals of Godwin immediately advanced with an army, but the old hatred between the Danes and the Saxons had almost worn itself out. The soldiers from the north considered themselves English as well as those from the south, and they all murmured at the idea of coming to blows. It was agreed to lay the subject before the Witenagemot, but in the meanwhile, before the meeting of the assembly, Godwin's soldiers, who were nearly all volunteers, were slowly dispersing, while the king had collected together a numerous army. When the Witenagemot began to sit, the earl and his sons were summoned to appear and establish their innocence. They hesitated, however, being unwilling to trust to the impartiality of the judges, and, in consequence of the decision which was to come in their absence, they were banished, driven from England within 5 days, and condemned to have all their goods confiscated. Godwin, his wife, and 3 of their sons sought refuge at the court of Flanders. Harold and his brother, Leofwin, fled to Ireland. Edward consigned to a convent the only persons of Godwin's family remaining in England, Queen Edith. "It is not advisable," said the Norman courtiers, "that she should live in luxury and with wealth at her command, while her relations are suffering from such misfortunes." Delivered of the ambitious and powerful Godwin, Edward was beginning to feel himself a king in reality. He took advantage of this to surround himself with those persons only who were personally devoted to him. Among others whom he wished to see at his court was the Duke of Normandy, William the Bastard, as he was called, his mother being the daughter of a tanner at Falaise. Edward was still an exile in Normandy when the Duke Robert, William's father, conceived the idea of making a pilgrimage to Jerusalem to obtain forgiveness for his sins. These expeditions were of frequent occurrence among the Normans. The barons represented, however, to the Duke that it would be inexpedient to thus leave his dominions without a ruler. "By my faith," answered Robert, "I will leave you no lord. I have a little bastard son who will grow up, please God. Select him in the meanwhile, and I will appoint him my successor afterwards." The Normans did as the Duke proposed, because it suited them to do so, the chronicle says, and all the chiefs came, one after the other, and placed their rough hands between those of the child, swearing allegiance to him. But scarcely had the Duke, his father, started than the murmuring began. The Normans were proud, restless, unmanageable. It was repugnant to their feelings to live under the dominion of a child and a bastard. A war soon broke out. The partisans of young William carried him off, but the King of France came to their aid. When the child had reached manhood, he soon manifested rare courage and a strong and ungovernable will, as well as that ambitious disposition which was destined to make the fortune of himself and his partisans. He was 27 years old when he came to England in 1050 to the court of King Edward. He might almost have imagined that he was not really out of his dominions. A Norman was in command of the fleet near Dover, Norman soldiers were in possession of a fort near Canterbury, and as he advanced into the country, other Normans, priests and laymen, gathered round him. King Edward received him in a very friendly manner, and made him presents of arms, horses, dogs, and hawks. It is not known whether William was incited by any hint from Edward to claim the inheritance of this rich kingdom, which was to be without a master at the death of the king. Edward did not mention it, and the Duke could keep his secrets. He had just returned to Normandy when Count Godwin appeared upon the coast of Kent with 3 ships. He had sent some emissaries to his numerous friends, and the entire population had risen in his favour. At the same time his sons Harold and Leofwin, coming from Ireland, joined him with a small army. The father and his sons sailed round the coast, and everywhere met with followers. When they at length landed at Sandwich, nobody ventured to resist them. King Edward was in London, collecting together his warriors, who came forward very slowly. Godwin's vessels had ascended the Thames and found themselves under the very walls of London. They soon passed the bridge and landed their troops. The king, meanwhile, did not stir. Godwin had arrived at the capital without discharging an arrow or unsheathing a sword. He sent a message to the king, in which he demanded the remission of the sentence which had been pronounced against him. Edward was aware of the desperate state of his affairs, but he was incensed at the daring of the earl and refused to listen to his demands. Several other messages were delivered. The king, at this critical moment, was still surrounded by his Norman favourites. He could not order his vessels to attack those of Godwin, as the former had been seized by the insurgents, but Edward remained inflexible. The Normans who were with him foresaw the issue of the conflict and feared the vengeance of Godwin. They began to fly. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Robert, and the Bishop of London, William, mounted their horses and fought their way to the sea-coast, where they embarked. The king at length surrendered. A witenagemot was convoked, and the sentence of banishment pronounced against Godwin and his sons was annulled and transferred to the Normans, who were in their turn expelled from England. Queen Edith reappeared in her husband's palace. Godwin and his family regained their honours and property. The younger of the sons and one of the grandsons of the great earl were the only hostages given to the king, who confided them to the keeping of the Duke of Normandy. Sweyn, in expiation of his former sins, gave up both his titles and his wealth to perform a pilgrimage barefooted to Jerusalem. He died long before reaching the Holy Land. Peace seemed re-established in England, but the king still nourished the bitterest hatred against Godwin. The peace would probably not have been of long duration, had not the death of the earl, which took place in 1053, put an end to their rivalry. The Norman chronicles relate that he was seated at the royal table when a servant, accidentally losing his balance, supported himself by leaning against another. "There," said Godwin, laughing, "that is how brother helps brother." "Yes, certainly," said the king. "One brother requires the help of another, and I would to God that mine were still alive." "King," cried Godwin, "how comes it that at the slightest remembrance of your brother you always look so fiercely at me? If I help to cause his misfortune even indirectly, may the Lord of heaven prevent my swallowing this piece of bread." At that moment, while carrying the bread to his mouth, the earl had a fit of choking and fell back, struck down by the hand of Providence. He died a few days afterwards, almost at the same moment as his old rival, Siward, Count of Northumbria. The latter was ill and bedridden when he said, "Lift me up that I may die standing like a soldier and not lying down like a cow. Give me my cuirass and helmet that I might die armed." It is this old Seward whom Shakespeare represents in Macbeth, uneasy in his mind before mourning the death of his son, about the situation of the fatal wounds, and consoling himself amidst his grief with the thought that they had all been inflicted in front, and that his son had died like a brave warrior. The son whom Seward had left was too young to succeed him in the government of his vast dominions, which were presented to Tostig, one of Godwin's sons. Harold had all the estates of his father left to him, and although very loath to do so, he gave up the command of the eastern territories, which he had hitherto held, to Elfgar, son of Leofric of Mercia. King Edward was much attached to Harold, the bravest and best of Godwin's sons, and the English people shared this affection with him. Tostig, on the contrary, soon caused himself to be detested in Northumbria. The people organised an insurrection in 1066, and he was driven from his territories. The king instructed Harold to quell the insurrection, but the latter knew his brother well and understood the grievances of the people whom he had oppressed. He made proposals to the Northumbrians of a conference for peace, endeavouring at the same time to exonerate his brother and promising that the latter's conduct should be more worthy in future. The insurgents refused haughtily. "A proud and overbearing chief is unendurable to us," they said. "We have learned from our ancestors to live free or die." Harold himself conveyed the message of the Northumbrians to the king, and Morcar, son of Elfgar, was elected in place of Tostig, who took refuge at the court of Flanders. Edward was growing old, and he had no children. His devotion was becoming day by day more fervent. He thought of making a pilgrimage to Rome, but the Witenagemot opposed it. For the first time the king thought of his nephew, Edward, son of Edmund Ironsides, who was still in Hungary, where he had been brought up. He sent for him. Edward Atheling, as he was called, immediately set out with his wife, daughter of the Emperor of Germany, and also with his 3 children, Edward, Margaret, and Christiana. The English people were delighted. The memory of Ironsides had remained popular, and his son was received with acclamation. But this was only by the people, for the king, who had sent for his nephew with the evident intention of making him his heir, never saw his face. By reason of some intrigues, probably of Harold, the interview was delayed, and before it could take place the prince died in London, where he was buried in St. Paul's Cathedral. Godwin's son was rapidly approaching the throne. For more than 10 years, Harold's brother, Wulfoth, and his nephew Hiarco had been in Normandy, entrusted to the care of the Duke William as Godwin's hostages. The count conceived a desire to go and set them free. The old king tried to persuade Harold to abandon his project, either on account of his esteem for him, or because he had, as some chroniclers say, made a will in favour of the Duke of Normandy, and consequently wished to prevent Harold from making his acquaintance. "I will not hinder you," said the king, "but if you go, it is not by my wish, for your journey will assuredly bring down some misfortune upon our country. I know the Duke William and his astute mind. He hates you, and will grant you nothing, unless he sees some advantage for himself in doing so. The way to make him give up the hostages would be to send somebody else." Harold was young and presumptuous. He did not heed the advice of the old king, but embarked at a port in Sussex near Bosham with his companions. The wind was unfavourable, and the 2 little ships were dashed ashore at the mouth of the river Somme in the dominions of Guy, Count of Penseur. According to the usage of the time, the crew were taken to the count, who was entitled to claim them, and they were shut up in the citadel of Beaurain near Montreuil. Harold had declared himself to be the bearer of a message from the King of England to the Duke of Normandy, and William claimed the prisoners, but the Count of Penseur only parted with them for a ransom. Harold was taken to the Duke at Rouen, The latter received the Englishmen magnificently, and at once gave up to them the hostages, only asking Harold to prolong his stay in Normandy. The Saxon consented to do so, finding ample amusement in observing the luxury and civilized customs which he met with for the first time among the Normans. The Duke William had conferred upon his guests the spurs of knighthood, and he proposed that, in order to enable them to display their prowess, they should accompany him on an expedition into Brittany. As long as the war lasted, Harold and William lived under a single tent and dined at the same table. On one occasion, after the Saxons had distinguished themselves by their warlike feats, the two chiefs were returning home together on horseback. William was speaking of his old relations with King Edward. "When Edward and I lived like brothers under the same roof," he said, "he promised me that if ever he should become King of England, he would make me heir to his kingdom. Harold, help me to get this promise fulfilled. If by your help I should obtain the kingdom, rest assured that whatever you ask for, I will immediately grant." Harold, astounded, did not know what to answer. He stammered a few words. William was resolved to get his consent. "Since you consent to serve me, you must undertake to fortify Dover Castle," he said, "to construct a well there for obtaining a supply of spring water, and to surrender it up to my soldiers. You must give up your sister to me, whom I will give in marriage to one of my barons, and you shall marry my daughter Adela. I also wish that, when you go, you would leave one of the two hostages whom you have claimed. I will take him back to England when I go over there as king." Harold shuddered inwardly. He was at the Duke's mercy, and he agreed to all that he desired, mentally resolving not to fulfil his promises. He did not know the Norman and his far-sighted schemes. They were at Avranches, some say at Bayeux, and the Norman barons were convoked in a great assembly. The Saxon was there by the side of the Duke. A mass book was brought and placed upon a stool covered with a golden cloth. Suddenly William exclaimed, "Harold, I call upon you, before this noble assembly, to confirm on oath all that you have promised to do to help me to obtain the kingdom of England after the death of King Edward." The Englishman was again taken aback, and was in great peril. He advanced slowly, and swore with his hand on the book to perform the promises made to the Duke, provided that he were alive, and that God should help him to do so. All the Normans cried out, "May the Lord help him!" Then, at a sign from William, the rich cloth was removed, and the Saxon discovered that he had sworn upon a receptacle filled with precious relics, which had been brought, by order of the Duke, from all the neighbouring convents. William did not detain Harold any longer. He left the country, taking his nephew with him, but his brother remained in the power of the Normans. "Did I not warn you that I knew William?" said the old King Edward, when Harold related to him what had happened, and he added sadly, "May none of these misfortunes happen in my lifetime." The death of the king was destined to be the signal for England's misfortunes to recommence, and he was becoming weaker every day. Sinister reports had been circulated. Old prophecies were recalled, which threatened England with invasion and subjugation by a foreign people. The king himself, constantly occupied with his devotional practices, saw fearful visions in his dreams, and would cry out, with a vague remembrance of biblical imagery, "The Lord has stretched his bow, he has unsheathed his sword, he moves and brandishes it like a warrior. His wrath shall be manifested through fire and sword." His servants shuddered at these threatening prophecies. But the Archbishop of Canterbury, Stigand, only laughed. "Dreams of the sick old man," he would say. It is said that before dying, Edward designated Harold to the members of the Witenagemot as his successor. Other chroniclers, the Norman writers, maintain, on the contrary, that when Harold and his relations presented themselves in the king's chamber, the latter said in a feeble whisper, "You know, my thanes, that I have bequeathed my kingdom to the Duke of Normandy. Do I not see here men who have sworn to uphold his rights?" Whatever the dying man may have wished, the opinion of the English chiefs was not to be mistaken. Scarcely had Edward the Confessor been buried in Westminster Abbey, which he had built in place of performing the pilgrimage to Rome, when the Witenagemot proclaimed as a king of England Harold, the son of Godwin, and the grandson of the herdsman Ulfoth, overlooking in his favour the rights of Edgar Atheling, son of Edward Atheling, and grandson of Edward Ironsides, as well as the more formidable pretensions of the Duke of Normandy. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Volume 1, Chapter 4, Part 3 of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François, Pierre, Guillaume, GUIZOT, Chapter 4, Part 3. Harold's first care was to eradicate from the kingdom all traces of the Norman innovations introduced by King Edward. The ancient Saxon signature replaced in the Acts the seals introduced from Normandy, and the Norman favourites whom Edward affectionately protected to the last were deprived of their offices, though without being exiled or having their property confiscated. It was through them that the Duke William heard of the death of Edward and of the election of Harold. He was in a park near Rouen, trying a new bow, when the important news reached him. He stopped immediately, gave his bow to his servants, and went back to Rouen. He walked up and down the great hall in his palace, sat and rose alternately, and was quite unable to remain still. His friends looked at him in silence without daring to accost him. At length one of them, who was on more familiar terms with him than most of the others, approached him. "My lord," he said, "of what use is it to keep your news from us? It is rumoured in the town that the King of England is dead, and that Harold has taken possession of the kingdom, unfaithful to his plighted word to you." "That is true," answered the Duke, "and my grief is caused as much by the death of Edward as by the wrong which Harold has done me." "There is no remedy for Edward's death," replied the Norman, "but there is for Harold's infidelity. Yours is the willing arm, and yours are the willing soldiers. A thing well begun is half done." William's courtiers were not the only persons to advise him to support his pretensions by force of arms. Harold's own brother, Tostig, who had been driven from Northumbria, and whom his brother had failed to re-establish in his government, came from Flanders to offer his help to the Duke of Normandy in attempting the conquest of England. William was too prudent to undertake the invasion without premeditation. He presented ships to Tostig, who went to Denmark to seek the support of King Sweyn. Upon meeting with a refusal from the Dane, Tostig repaired to Norway. The king of that country was Harold Hardrada, son of Sigurd, a great voyager and corsair, who had formerly extended his excursions as far as the seas of Sicily, and who on one occasion on his return had married a Russian princess. He was a poet, and would sing on board his black vessel, laden with his warriors, who were a source of great terror to all peaceful people. Tostig approached him with flattery. "The whole world knows," he said, "that there is not in the north a warrior who is your equal. You have only to wish it, and England is yours." The Norwegian allowed himself to be seduced, and promised to put to sea as soon as the ice should thaw and make the ocean navigable. While Tostig was trying his strength on the coast of Northumbria with a band of adventurers, William, careful to have on his side all the appearances of right, sent a message to Harold as follows: "William, Duke of Normandy, reminds you of the oath which you swore with your own lips and with your hand upon good and holy relics." "It is true," answered Harold, "but I swore under constraint, not being free, and I promised what did not belong to me. Besides, my services belong to my country, and I could not give up my position to anybody else without its consent, nor marry a strange woman. As to my sister, whom the Duke claims for one of his chiefs, she died during this year. Does he wish me to send her body to him?" A second message, still calm and moderate, urged Harold at least to marry the Norman princess, but the king answered that he would not do so, and soon afterwards he chose a Saxon wife, a sister of Edwin and Morcar, the two sons of Elfgar, Count of Mercia. William's anger at length burst forth, and, reproaching Harold bitterly for his perjury, he declared that he would come before the end of the year to exact payment of the whole of his debt, and to pursue the perfidious Saxon even into the places wherein he considered his hold to be firmest. While awaiting the help of his allies from the north, William was aware of the importance of conciliating public opinion in Europe, or at least in that portion of Europe where the people were not altogether ignorant of what was happening in England and in Normandy. No influence was stronger than that of the Church for obtaining the goodwill of the people. The English were not in favour at Rome. They had refused to receive Robert of Jumieges, a Norman priest brought up in Canterbury by Edward the Confessor, who had been appointed to a high position by the Pope, and the Saxon Stigand, who was still under excommunication from Rome, under pretence that he had been guilty of simony, was chosen in his stead. The Saxon Church had often shown itself to be somewhat undisciplined, and the clergy had been accused of laxity in performing their duties. William caused these facts to be represented at Rome, besides employing many other arguments. He had sent Lanfranc there, a priest of Italian extraction, whom he had made abbot of St. Stephen's at Caen, and who, by reason of his clever and prudent mind, was enabled to render important services to his master. Harold had sent no ambassador to this tribunal, whose jurisdiction he did not recognize in temporal affairs. His perjury was strongly denounced there, and Pope Alexander II declared that William of Normandy, cousin of King Edward, and consequently his heir, could legitimately style himself King of England and seize upon the kingdom. The king received this permission sealed by the Pope, with a holy standard and a ring containing a hair of St. Peter enclosed in a diamond. Strong in the support of the Pope, to whom he had promised to place England again under the authority of the Holy See, and to cause the Peter's pence to be levied there annually, as Canute had done, William began his preparations for the conquest. The Norman were a free people. They were still conscious of their rude origin, but nevertheless accustomed to be consulted in their own affairs. The Duke called together all his most intimate friends, his two maternal brothers, Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, Count Montaigne, and the friend of his childhood, William, son of Osbert, the Seneschal of Normandy. All encouraged him in his project. "But," they said, "you must ask help and advice of the majority of the inhabitants of this country, for it is right that whoever pays should be invited to consent to the expenditure." William was hot-tempered and haughty, but prudent and sensible. He convoked at Lillebon a great assembly of men from every state of Normandy, the richest and most esteemed of their class. He unfolded his plans to them, and they retired to discuss them at their ease, out of the presence of the Duke. The excitement was great, and the opinions various. William, son of Osbert, appeared in the midst of the groups. "Why do you discuss together?" he exclaimed. "He is your lord, and he has need of your services. Your duty would be to make offers to him, and not to wait until he asks for anything. If you fail him, and he attains his object by the will of God, he will not forget it. Show, therefore, that you love him, and support him with a will." Low murmurs were heard. The opposition was beginning to burst forth. "No doubt he is our lord," they said, "but is it not enough for him that we should pay his taxes? We do not owe him any assistance for his foreign excursions. He has already oppressed us too much by his wars." If his new enterprise should fail, our country would be ruined. The offers, accordingly, were few when Osbert's son was instructed to communicate them to William. The assembly re-entered the room wherein the Duke sat. The seneschal advanced. "Sire," he said, "I do not think that there are in the world men more zealous than these. You know how many burdens they have already borne for you. Well, they propose to add another, and to follow you to the other side of the sea as they do on this side. Push onward then, and fear nothing. Whoever has hitherto only supplied you with 2 good soldiers on horseback is willing to bear double the expense." The seneschal was interrupted by 100 voices crying, "We did not commission you to make such an answer as that. Let him remain in his own territory, and we will serve him as we should, but we are not compelled to help him to conquer another people's country. Besides, if we were for once to do him this service, he would expect it as a right ever afterwards, and would thereby oppress our children. It shall not be." And the assembly dispersed in anger. The Duke sent for the noblemen one after the other, as well as the abbots and the merchants. He showed his plans to them, asked for their support as a personal favour which should not compromise their liberty in any way in future, and by degrees he obtained what he wanted. The merchants promised vessels and armed warriors, the priests gave money, and the barons placed themselves and their vassals at his disposition. The preparations began forthwith in all the Norman towns. Adventurers were everywhere crowding round William, who slighted nobody, according to the chronicles, and was always ready to oblige people as far as he was able. He promised lands, castles, women, plunder. He even sold an English bishopric to a certain Remy of Fécamp for a ship and 20 warriors. While the noise of hammers was resounding throughout all the shipyards of Normandy, the ice had thawed in the Baltic, and Harold Hardrada had set sail with his sea serpents. He had been joined by Tostig, and had ascended the Humber and the Ouse, causing great destruction on his way. A certain number of Englishmen had rallied round the standard of Tostig. Edwin and Morcar marched to oppose the allies, but they were repulsed with loss. The citizens of York, fearing an assault, promised to surrender. The Norwegians were already celebrating the victory in their camp. It was in the early morning, and Hardrada and Tostig, with a small body of troops, were advancing towards York to hold an interview with the chiefs of the town. Counting upon the terror which they inspired among the peaceful citizens, they were but half armed. Harold Hardrada had left his halbert in his tent, and wore a blue tunic embroidered with gold, and a helmet ornamented with precious stones. Suddenly a cloud of dust, which was rising in the horizon, cleared away, and revealed a forest of lances. It was King Harold, whom the invaders believed to be in the south, watching the movements of the Duke of Normandy, and who had come by forced marches to encounter them. The golden dragon of Wessex was displayed on his standard. The position of the Norwegian, Hardrada, was critical, but his courage did not desert him. Planting in the ground his banner, the motto on which was "The Despoiler of the World," he drew up around it all his forces at the foot of Stamford Bridge. He was riding backwards and forwards in front of his soldiers, when his horse stumbled, and he fell. "A good omen," he cried, when he saw the faces of the pirates darken. His soldiers, resting their lances on the ground, with their points in the direction of the enemy, awaited the onslaught of the English. Hardrada was marching along the ranks, singing an improvised skald. "Let us fight," he said, "let us march. Although without any breastplates beneath the edges of the blue steel, our helmets glisten in the sun. They are sufficient for brave warriors." The English were contemplating these valiant preparations. A small band of men had detached themselves from the body of the army. "Where is Earl Tostig, son of Godwin?" asked one of the warriors clad in steel. "He is here," cried Tostig himself, stepping out from the ranks. "Your brother salutes you," rejoined the Saxon. He offers you peace, friendship, and your former honours. This is a sensible offer, said Tostig, and if my brother had made it a year ago, he would have spared the lives of many brave men. And what does he offer to my noble ally, King Harold, son of Sigurd? 7 feet of English soil, haughtily replied the warrior, contemplating the Norwegian's huge person. A little more, perhaps, for he is taller than most men. Then, cried Tostig, my brother King Harold may prepare for the fray. It shall not be said that the son of Godwin abandoned the son of Sigurd. The Saxons retired slowly. Tostig was still looking fixedly at his antagonist. Who is the warrior with such a proud tongue? Asked Hardrada. King Harold, son of Godwin, said Tostig. Why did you not tell me so? Cried Hardrada. He would not have lived to boast of having defeated us. He then added, He is little, but he sits firmly in the saddle. At the same moment, King Harold was asking his companions whether this gigantic warrior clad in blue was really the formidable sovereign of the seas. It is the same, they told him. He is a powerful man, replied Harold thoughtfully, but I think his good fortune has deserted him. The battle began. Hardrada was killed almost immediately by an arrow which stuck in his throat. Tostig took command of the army. Harold sent proposals for peace a second time for Tostig and the Norwegians. We will owe nothing to the Saxons, cried the Norwegians, and the struggle recommenced. Tostig was killed in his turn, and great havoc was made among his men. The despoiler of the world was now surrounded but by a small number of warriors. They at length pulled up their precious standard, and slowly, defending themselves step by step, they regained the road leading to their vessels. A stout Norwegian had taken up his stand upon Stamford Bridge, covering the retreat of his comrades. They had nearly all passed the bridge, taking with them young Olof, son of Hardrada, when an English soldier, pushing his lance through a crevice in the timber, killed the valiant defender. The Scandinavian vessels unfurled their sails and returned to Norway to spread the sad news of a defeat, indicated beforehand by the gloomy predictions of the soldiers, who had seen in their dreams a woman of gigantic stature seated upon a wolf and rushing along their ranks, making at each step a fresh corpse for the ferocious animal to devour. Harold did not attempt to pursue the Norwegians on sea. He was recalled southward by the near approach of his great peril. William had assembled all his forces on the coast of Normandy, almost without any foreign help. The King of France, Philip I, had refused to give him any assistance, although the Duke had proposed to do homage to him when he should obtain possession of England. You know, the French barons had said to the king, how little the Normans obey you now. They will obey you still less if they conquer England, and if they fail in their enterprise, having assisted them, we shall make enemies of the English people for ever afterwards. The fleet and the army had been lying together for more than a month at Dives. The wind was unfavourable, and it was impossible to sail out of port. The south wind at length rose and drove the vessels to Saint-Valery-en-Caux, and then the bad weather began again. Several ships were dashed to pieces, and their crews perished. In the army, the men were murmuring, "There has been no fighting," they said, "and yet there are already some men killed." The Duke caused the sands to be watched, in order that the dead bodies thrown up by the sea might be buried immediately, and he allowed good cheer to his soldiers to induce them to wait patiently. He sent for the relics of the wrecks from Saint-Valery, which were carried through the camp with great pomp. At length a propitious wind arose, all the sails were unfurled, and 400 large ships and 1,000 transport vessels sped away from land. The Duke's ship was at the head of them, bearing on the foremast the banner sent by the Pope. The sails of various colours were flying in the wind. The Duke's vessel soon left all the others behind. At daybreak he found himself alone. He sent a sailor to the foremast. "I only see the sky and the sea," but a short time afterwards he reported 4 vessels in sight, and the Duke had not taken his breakfast before a forest of masts and sails were discovered. It was a fine morning on the 28th of September, 1066. Harold's vessels, which had been cruising along the coast during a whole month, had put into land on the previous evening, being short of provisions. The fleet of the Normans approached, therefore, without resistance, and landed in Sussex, at Bulverhithe, between Pevensey and Hastings. The archers landed first, then the horsemen, and lastly the pioneers, carrying their tools and wood, ready prepared for making trenches round their camp. The Duke was the last to set foot on English soil, after superintending the disembarking of his men. Immediately upon stepping down, he stumbled and fell, smearing his hands with dirt. A shudder ran along the ranks. "What ails you?" cried the Duke, who had instantly sprung to his feet. "I have seized the land with my hands, and by the grace of God, throughout its length and breadth, it is yours." They were reassured at these words. A camp was at once planned and fortified with wooden trenches, after the French fashion, and bands of soldiers overran the neighbourhood, ravaging and laying waste the country. Harold was still at Stamford, resting after the fatigues of the campaign against the Norwegians, when a messenger in an exhausted and breathless condition burst into the room where he was at supper. "The enemy!" he cried. "The enemy has landed!" Harold rose, for daybreak had arrived. He knew William and the Normans sufficiently well to feel confident that the struggle would be fierce and prolonged. Time was precious. Harold was accustomed to make forced marches, and he accordingly started for London, ordering on his road all the earls and free men to rally round his standard. The whole country rose at his command, and large forces were being organised in different parts. In 4 days the Saxon will have 100,000 men at his side. William was informed by one of those Normans, formerly established in England during the reign of King Edward, who served him as spies. But some time was necessary to bring together these confused masses of men and to assemble them at a given point. Harold, in his haste, had not given them time to do so. He had arrived in London. His mother Gaither found his army worn out and very small for opposing so formidable an enemy. "Do not risk a battle, my son," she said. "Let the Normans pursue their ravages in the country, and famine will rid you of them." Harold trembled with indignation. "Would you have me ruin my kingdom?" he said. "By my faith, it would be treason. I prefer to put my trust in the strength of my arm and the justice of my cause." His young brother, Gurth, persisted, for the oath made to the Duke William weighed upon his conscience. "Either under constraint or by your own free will," he said, "you swore, and your oath will paralyse your arm during the conflict. We have promised nothing. Leave us to defend the kingdom. You shall avenge us if we should be killed." Harold smiled bitterly at the remembrance of the Duke's perfidy, but he was inflexible, and he started the same day for Hastings with a force very much less than that of William. King Harold's first idea was to suddenly attack the enemy, who had been entrenched during a fortnight in their camp. But the Normans were well defended, their trenches had been skilfully constructed, and the Saxon therefore abandoned his project, and selecting also a strong position upon a hill near Hastings, he fortified it in the fashion of his country, with a line of stakes of about a man's height, and with a rampart of latticed branches, which was to protect the bulk of his army when the first line should have passed outside the stakes to defend the approaches to the camp. Harold was uneasy. Very few troops had had time to join him, and the Norman army was as strong as it was well disciplined. He, however, laughed aloud when 3 Saxon spies, who had penetrated into William's camp, came and informed him that, having been recognised and taken over the camp by order of the Duke, they had seen more priests than warriors in the Norman army. They had mistaken for priests all the warriors who had closely shaven faces and short hair, for the English at that time wore long flowing hair and long moustaches. "All these priests are good warriors," said the king, "and you will shortly see them at work." William did not yet begin the attack. A Norman monk presented himself in Harold's camp. "The Duke William makes 3 proposals," said he. "First, to give up your kingdom to him; secondly, to submit his claim to the arbitration of the Pope; or, lastly, to decide the quarrel by single combat." "I will not give up my kingdom, I will not put the matter in the hands of the Pope, and I refuse the challenge to fight," replied Harold curtly. The monk returned to the Norman camp, but he soon reappeared, bearing another message. "If you will be faithful to your compact with him, the Duke will allow you to keep possession of all the country north of the Humber, and will give to your brother Gurth the land which was formerly held by Godwin. If you refuse, you are a perjurer and a liar, and all who fight for you shall be excommunicated by the Pope." The Saxon chiefs looked at each other, but the love of liberty was stronger than their religious fears. "The Norman has given away everything beforehand to his soldiers," they said, "both land and goods. Where should we go if we should lose our country?" And they resolved to die fighting to the last. The night of the 13th of October, 1066, was passed very differently in the 2 camps. William's strict discipline only allowed religious music or devotional practices. After the fashion of the ancient Saxons and of the Danes, whose blood had become mixed with theirs, the English soldiers were eating, laughing, and singing warlike songs. At daybreak, after Holy Mass had been celebrated, the Normans issued from their camp. They were divided into 3 bodies, all preceded by archers. The Duke was mounted on a Barbary horse, which he had brought from Spain. He bore on his neck, in a golden casket, one of the relics upon which Harold had sworn the oath, as a silent witness of the latter's perfidy. By his side a young cavalier, Toustin le Blanc, was holding up aloft the standard sent by the Pope. Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, was marching through the ranks, mounted upon his great white horse, and wearing a breastplate and helmet. "See how well he rides," said the Norman, looking at William. "He is a graceful duke, and will be a graceful king." And they advanced joyfully behind him. At 7 o'clock the attack on the Saxon camp began. Taillefer, the knight minstrel of the Norman army, was marching in front, singing the song of Roland. The Normans cried, "Our Lady, help us!" The monks who had come with them to the field of battle had retired to pray. 3 times the Normans were repulsed. It was noon. In spite of the arrows of the archers, which inflicted great losses on the Saxon, and one of which had destroyed Harold's left eye, the English camp held good at all points. The Duke's horse had been killed during an assault. A rumour had gone forth that William was dead, but immediately taking off his helmet and showing himself bareheaded to his affrighted soldiers, he cried out, "Here I am! Look at me! I am living, and I will conquer with God's help." Some were already taking to flight. These he held back with his long lance and reconducted to the attack on the enemy's camp. All the defenders of the rampart were killed, but the twig hurdles still protected the bulk of the Saxon army. The Normans pretended to fly. The Saxons rushed forth in pursuit of them and were all killed. The remainder could no longer resist. The Normans therefore beat down the barrier and entered, sword in hand. Around Harold's banner, his chosen warriors had formed themselves into a compact circle, the Ring of Death, as the Danes called it. Harold was there with his 2 brothers, Gurth and Leofwin. The fight recommenced furiously between the Normans and these brave men. Not one of them receded. The heaps of bodies of the slain Normans formed a rampart for them when 20 of their foes advanced together. They had sworn to cut a passage through the English or to perish to a man. 10 of them fell, but the ranks of the Saxons remained unbroken. William rushed to the attack, followed by his best warriors. The English soldiers were dying at their posts, immovable as the oaks in their forests. Gurth was dead, Leofwin was dying, bathed in blood, and Harold alone was still fighting at the foot of his banner. At sunset he fell, in his turn, and the standard of the Pope replaced the golden dragon of Wessex. All the English earls were stretched upon the field of battle, and the few Saxons who still remained were slowly retreating. Yet so dauntless were they, even in defeat, that the Normans did not dare to disperse while it was still dark. Eustace of Boulogne, speaking to Duke William, was struck down by an unexpected blow. On the morrow, at daybreak, Godwin's widow, whom William's pretensions to the English crown had deprived of 4 sons, came and asked permission to take away the bodies of her relations. Gurth and Leofwin had fallen together at the foot of the banner. No one could find the body of Harold. His own mother could not distinguish him, but was obliged to send for swan-necked Edith, whom her son had loved. Edith pointed to a body covered with wounds and disfigured by sword thrusts. "That is Harold," she said. He was borne with his brothers to Waltham Abbey, where he was buried beneath a stone bearing simply this inscription, "In Felix Harold." End of chapter 4, part 3.
Volume 1, Chapter 5 of A Popular History of England from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. A Popular History of England from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria by François Pierre Guillaume GUIZOT. Chapter 5. Establishment of the Normans in England, 1066 to 1087. King Harold was dead, but England was not subdued. The Witenagemot had already reassembled in London to choose a new leader for resistance to the invasion. The sons of Harold were still children, and in accordance with a passion for hereditary right remarkable in a country which had often rejected that principle, the popular assembly chose Edgard Atheling, a grandnephew of Edward the Confessor, to receive the perilous title of King of England. But Edgar was young, his intellect was feeble, and the chiefs who surrounded him were haughty and undisciplined. Stigand, the Archbishop of Canterbury, was still endeavouring to organize the army, with the assistance of the Earls Edwin and Morcar, when the approach of the Normans rendered it necessary to make an immediate effort. After leaving Hastings, near which town he afterwards built Battle Abbey, the conqueror had begun his march upon London. The city was well defended. After a slight attack, William set fire to Southwark, and spreading his troops over the country, pillaged the domains of all the thanes assembled at the Witenagemot. He enclosed the capital in a circle of fire and plunder, which raised fears of a famine. Edwin and Morcar, as well as the Saxon prelates, had already begun to lose courage. The reinforcements expected from the distant provinces were stopped by the Normans. William was at Berkhamsted, still threatening London. An embassy was despatched with a view to conciliate him. Soon afterwards the young King Edgar and all his councillors, including Stigand, Edwin, and Morcar, presented themselves before the Norman, the King to renounce his empty title, the Earls to swear fidelity to the conqueror. The Duke received them affably. He promised in his turn to govern with mildness, in accordance with the ancient laws, and raising his camp at Berkhamsted, he advanced towards London. For a moment he had appeared to hesitate with regard to the opportunity for his coronation, but his barons urged him to take the title which he had won at the point of a sword, and William voluntarily allowed himself to be guided by them, though only consenting to stay in London after he should have built a fortress for his residence. He had need to defend himself, for at every step the hostility of the people over whom he sought to rule displayed itself energetically. On arriving at St. Albans, the Normans found the way obstructed by a number of large trees thrown across the road. "Who has done this?" inquired William angrily. "I," replied the Abbot of St. Albans, presenting himself before him, "and if others of my rank and profession had done as much, you would not have advanced as far as this." The conqueror did no harm to the proud abbot, but on the day of his coronation he surrounded Westminster Abbey with battalions of his Normans before entering beneath its majestic roof, attended by his barons and by the Saxons, who in a small number had rallied around him. Stigand had submitted, but he had refused to crown the usurper. This duty, therefore, fell upon the Archbishop of York, Aldred, a prudent man who was able to discern the signs of the times. At the moment when the Duke entered the church the acclamations of the bystanders were so noisy that the Normans posted outside, believing that they were fighting in the sacred edifice, rushed into the neighbouring houses and set them afire. The cries of the inhabitants, the clatter of arms, frightened in their turn the spectators of the ceremony. They hurried in a crowd to the door, hastening to get out, and William soon found himself almost alone in the church with the priests and some devoted friends. The coronation ceremony, however, continued, and when the Duke of Normandy had issued from the church to appease the tumult, he had become King of England. The Normans had dispersed to extinguish the fires or pillage the houses. The Saxons murmured against them under the sombre prognostications of a reign thus inaugurated by fire and sword. William left London almost immediately, and his first measures, mild and conciliatory in their nature, attracted around him a considerable number of Saxon chiefs, to whom he confirmed the title to their domains. A great extent of territory had already fallen into his hands, but the time for dividing the spoils had not yet arrived. In the month of March, 1067, William crossed over into Normandy, having entrusted the government of England to his brother, the Bishop of Bayeux. Was his object to place in security the treasures which he had acquired, or to give time for insurrections to break out in order to suppress them energetically? Whatever may have been his motives, he remained 8 months in Normandy, enriching the churches and abbeys with the spoils gathered in England, and conducting through his hereditary states the dangerous subjects whom he had brought in his suite, Stigand, Edwin, Morcar, and the youthful Edgar Atheling. Meanwhile the Saxons were groaning under the exactions of Odo of Bayeux, and did not confine themselves to groans. The risings became numerous. The inhabitants of Kent had called to their assistance Eustace of Boulogne, who had previously been the cause of the discontent of the English with Edward the Confessor, and who was now at enmity with the Conqueror. He came, but Dover Castle opposed to his attacks an unexpected resistance, which allowed the Normans time to arrive and repulse him. William had returned to England, when, in 1068, the ill feeling of the population of Devon drew upon that country the attention of the conquerors. The aged Githa, the mother of Harold, was living at Exeter, whither she had carried all her wealth. The fortress refused to receive William and his garrison, offering only to pay taxes which were wont to be paid to the Saxon kings. "I desire subjects, and do not accept their conditions," said William, who ordered the assault to be commenced. The city was well defended; it resisted for 18 days. At length the magistrates, less firm than the citizens, opened the gates, and the inhabitants paid cruelly for their obstinacy. Githa and the ladies of her suite succeeded in escaping, and in concealing themselves in the little islands at the mouth of the Severn, whence they set sail for Flanders. But scarcely was the outbreak extinguished in the south when it broke forth in the north. Earl Edwin, to whom William had lately refused to give the hand of one of his daughters, as he had previously promised, had withdrawn himself from the court, and the vassals, as well as the friends of the Earl, had already gathered around him in Northumbria. The Conqueror at once commenced his march, and entering York, took up his position there after expelling the Saxons. While he was pillaging and ravaging the environs, the old Archbishop Aldred, whose convoys had been seized, came to make complaint to the King, and reproaching him with the cruelties committed in his name. "Thou art a foreigner, King William," he exclaimed, "yet Heaven, desiring to punish our nation, thou hast obtained this kingdom of England at the price of much bloodshed, and I have anointed thee with my own hands, but I now curse thee and thy race, because thou hast persecuted the Church of God and oppressed its servants." Several Normans had already grasped the hilts of their swords, but William restrained them, and permitted the priest to return in safety into his palace, where he fell sick and died soon afterward. The capture of York had not discouraged the Northumbrians. They attacked the Normans in Durham and massacred them in numbers. They also had received important reinforcements. Sweyn, King of Denmark, at the solicitation of the sons of Harold, had sent assistance to the insurgents. 240 Danish vessels were approaching the coasts. Edgar Atheling, having sought refuge in Scotland with King Malcolm, who had married his sister Margaret, had lately joined the Saxon army and promised support to his brother-in-law. Before the conqueror was apprised of this new danger, York was recaptured by the insurgents, and Edgar Atheling had assumed once more the title of king, which he had formerly laid at the feet of the Norman. But winter came, and William was already assembling his army. Settling hastily the affairs which had called him southward, he took once more the road towards the north, and entered into secret negotiations with the Danes, insomuch that at the moment that he appeared under the walls of York, the pirates weighed anchor and sailed again down the coast, pillaging the Saxon villages which the king had abandoned to them before taking again the road towards their country. Malcolm, the King of Scotland, had now come to the assistance of the insurgents. York was again taken and put to fire and sword. King William then carried his anger and his vengeance into all the counties of the north. Not a village which was not burned, not a domain which was not confiscated. The churches and even the monasteries found no shelter against Norman rapacity. The inhabitants of Beverley had amassed their treasures in the church dedicated to Saint John of Beverley, a Saxon like themselves, who owed them protection. This, however, had no effect on the Normans, and Tutain, one of the battle chiefs of William, penetrated on horseback into the church of the monastery in pursuit of the fugitives who had taken refuge there. His horse slipped upon the marble pavement of the sanctuary, and the horseman was killed. St. John of Beverley had protected his countrymen, and the Normans withdrew from his abbey. Edgar Atheling had taken refuge again in Scotland, but this time the insurrection had found a true chief. Hereward, Lord of Borne, a warrior celebrated by his adventures abroad, had entrenched himself in the Isle of Ely, which he called the Camp of Refuge, and from all sides the oppressed English gathered round him. William ordered the Earls Edwin and Morcar, who had returned to his court, to be carefully watched. They were apprised of the fact and secretly fled. Edwin was overtaken and slain by the soldiers who pursued him, but Morcar succeeded in reaching the Isle of Ely. Thence Hereward undertook expeditions into the surrounding country and kept at bay all the troops which William sent against him. He even defied Yves Telebois, one of the King's favourites, whom William had recently induced to marry Lucy, a sister to Edwin and Morcar, and whose intolerable tyranny contributed to maintain the insurrection in the eastern counties. But King William caused the little isle to be invested, cutting off from it provisions and reinforcements. The monks of the monastery grew weary of that compulsory fast, and indicated to the Normans the points of attack. The Saxons were beaten. The Bishop of Durham and Earl Morcar were taken and cast into prison for the remainder of their lives. Hereward succeeded in escaping and in maintaining an irregular warfare, but won over at last by the proposal of William, who sincerely admired his indomitable courage, he consented to lay down his arms. He lived long afterwards upon his domains, which the conqueror permitted him to enjoy. The Camp of Refuge was destroyed, and the county of Northumberland was given by William to the Saxon Waltheof, a warrior esteemed by his countrymen, whom William had attached to him by giving him the hand of his niece Judith. Being called away into Normandy, in consequence of a rising of the inhabitants of Mel, the king took with him an English army, which fought as valiantly for him as it had against him shortly before. During his sojourn on the Continent he received into favour Edgar Atheling, who had recently failed in a new attempt instigated by the King of France, Philip I. The descendant of King Alfred took up his abode at Rouen, where he had passed 11 years of his life in amusing himself with his horses and dogs. A fresh insurrection recalled William into England. On this occasion it was the Normans themselves who revolted against him. His faithful companion, William Fitzosbern, was dead, and his son Roger, Earl of Hereford like his father, had contracted a marriage with the sister of Ralph de War, or Gader, a Breton knight, who had accompanied William and had been created Earl of Norfolk. This union was distasteful to the king, who had endeavoured to prevent it, for he did not like the Bretons. After the nuptials the party was excited. Fitzosbern and War spoke of the tyranny of King William and proposed his overthrow. Waltheof, who was present, had listened, but without taking part in the conspiracy. He had merely promised secrecy, but the secret was betrayed by his wife, who disliked him, and desired to rid herself of her husband. L'Enfant, who had become Archbishop of Canterbury upon the deposition of Stigand, and who was invested with power in the absence of his master, despatched an army against the rebels. The latter had been obliged to declare themselves before their preparations were completed. When the king recrossed the sea, the insurrection was already almost suppressed. War was banished, together with a great number of Bretons. Fitzosbern was put in prison. The unfortunate Waltheof, who had not taken up arms, but was a Saxon, son of a glorious Siward and Earl of Northumbria, was executed, to the great indignation of his fellow countrymen, who came in crowds to pray at his tomb, and attributed to him numerous miracles. William did not allow Judith to marry the man for whom she had sacrificed her husband. She, on her part, refused the marriage which he offered her, and the king having stripped her of all her possessions, this wicked woman was reduced to wander sometimes in England, sometimes on the Continent, bearing with her everywhere tokens of her misery and shame. Thus ended the great insurrection in England. William was master of the country, and the harsh repressive measures which he had employed at length bore their fruits. The Saxons murmured under the weight of their misfortunes, but no longer dared to revolt. The king, frequently called into Normandy by his quarrels with his oldest son, Robert Curthose, was able now to leave England without anxiety. When he arrived at manhood, Robert called on his father to divest himself in his favour of the Duchy of Normandy. "I am not accustomed to throw off my clothing before going to bed," replied William, and Robert, irritated, had revolted against his father and endeavoured to arouse against him embarrassments and enemies on all sides. In vain had his mother Matilda, who loved him tenderly, endeavoured many times to reconcile him with his father. Robert could not endure the yoke of paternal authority. He journeyed about the Continent, expatiating on his grievances and squandering the money which his mother sent to him secretly, to the great vexation of William. He received assistance from the King of France, Philip I, who detested his father, and who installed him in the fortress of Gerberoy, on the confines of Normandy, whence it was easy for him to pillage the neighbouring territory. William besieged Gerberoy. During a sortie, Robert found himself face to face with a knight of robust form, concealed by his armour, and having his visor lowered, with whom he contended for some time. At length he unseated him, and was on the point of despatching his antagonist, when the wounded knight called his people to his aid, and Robert recognised the voice of his father. In spite of his vanity, Robert's heart was accessible to generous sentiments. He threw himself on his knees before his prostrate father, entreated his pardon, raised him with his own hands, and set him on his horse. A reconciliation followed, for Robert was softened and penitent. But a fresh quarrel soon hurried the son out of Normandy. He set forth bearing with him a malediction which his father never revoked. While the rebellions of his eldest son detained the conqueror in his Norman domains, his brother Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, whom he had created Earl of Kent, had made himself detested in England. A brave and able warrior, the bishop had often led to battle the soldiers of William, but he had taken advantage of his influence to oppress the poor Saxons, extorting from them enormous riches. His vast treasures, the grand position which his brother occupied, and the conquest of the Normans in Italy, had awakened in the heart of the Bishop of Bayeux the hope of becoming Pope. He had bought a palace in Rome and had sent there a great deal of money. When he resolved to go himself into Italy and began to make preparations for his journey, gathering round him a number of Norman pilgrims anxious to obtain pardons for their sins by that holy enterprise. Scarcely, however, had William become cognizant of his brother's project when he returned from Normandy, and meeting the prelate in the Isle of Wight, caused him to be immediately arrested. Then, reassembling his council, he enumerated before the barons his grievances against the Bishop of Bayeux, his cruelties, his extortions, his secret manoeuvres. "What does such a brother deserve?" he asked in conclusion. No one replied. "Let him be arrested," said the King, "and I will see to him." The barons hesitated. William himself advanced towards his brother. "Thou hast not the right to touch me," exclaimed Otto. "I am a priest and a bishop. The Pope alone is empowered to condemn me." "I am not judging the Bishop of Bayeux, but the Earl of Kent," replied William, and having sent him across the sea into Normandy, he imprisoned his brother in a dungeon, to the great satisfaction of the English, who detested him. William had lost his wife, Queen Matilda, in 1083. The only softening influence which had tempered that imperious will had disappeared. His two remaining sons, William and Henry, quarrelled with each other. The Danes were again threatening the shores of England, where they could easily have found support, and the English, sullen and subjected, nourished in their hearts a deep hatred towards the sovereign who had despoiled them, not only to enrich his Norman adherents, but in favour of the stags and deer, whom, says the Chronicle, he loved like his children, and for whose sake he had created or enlarged forests, while he had destroyed towns, villages, and monasteries which interfered with the preservation of game or the pleasure of the chase, the passion for which he had transmitted to his descendants. It was during these years of doubtful repose that William caused to be compiled the Domesday Book, a complete record of the state of property in England, in repute to this day, and an indispensable labour after a conquest which had resulted in the transfer of nearly all the domains to other hands. William had divided the immense territories of which he had possessed himself into 60,215 fees of knights, who had all sworn to him the oath of fidelity. 600 great vassals holding directly from the crown had also sworn to him faith and homage as their suzerain lord, and lest their united influence should become dangerous, the King had scattered their fiefs in different parts of the country among their enemies, the Saxons. Perhaps unconsciously, William had thus obviated the greater part of the inconveniences of the conquest. This was not like the case of a feeble and effeminate people exhausted by the oppression, as were the Gauls at the moment of the invasion of the Germans. In England, two nations of the same origin and the same religion, equally brave and obstinate, had found themselves face to face. The Saxons were strong enough to resist their conquerors step by step. The Normans could not completely oppress a people always ready to revolt, who had long possessed institutions fitted for developing individual liberty. Thus compelled to reckon with the conquered, the Normans necessarily acquired by degrees a greater respect for liberty than they had felt under the Norman feudal regime. The persecuted Saxons remained united in order to preserve some power of resistance. The Normans, triumphant but few in number among their enemies, were in their turn compelled to agree together that they might not be crushed. Governed by the feudal law, they owed to the King their lord feudal service and certain gifts or dues under definite conditions. The Saxons, who by degrees allied themselves with William, accepted the same conditions on receiving their fiefs, without, however, renouncing the laws peculiar to their race, or the rural institutions which the conquerors did not use themselves, and did not always permit to be freely exercised. It was nevertheless to this assemblage of confused regulations, requiring long years to bring them into accord, that the two nations owed the preservation of their strength and their liberties during the fusion which was slowly in progress. In England, as on the Continent, the feudal lords were grand justiciaries upon their lands, but they had acquired the habit of summoning 8 or 10 of the principal inhabitants of the neighbourhood in testimony to the truth of the facts alleged, according to the ancient custom, which is the origin of juries. When the criminal could not be found, the parish remained responsible for fines and costs. Thus the Saxons and the Normans came to perform themselves the duties of police and of maintaining order. Instead of succumbing, the liberties of England developed and fortified themselves by the conquest. It was a struggle, but not an oppression. Meanwhile, William the Conqueror grew weary of his inaction. Gloomy and alone, he felt the need of the noise of combat and the excitement of war. Philip I had refused to yield up to him the town of Mantes, and a portion of the French Vexin over which he claimed to have right as Duke of Normandy. Philip had even encouraged his barons to make incursions into William's territory. Uniting his Norman barons and his English vassals, whose valour he knew, against his enemies, he crossed the sea in the latter day of the year 1086, to seize by force of arms what the King of France refused to yield to negotiations. On arriving in France, William had been taken ill, and it was not till the month of June that he was at length able to march against Mantes, which he captured and cruelly pillaged. While in the midst of the burning town he was encouraging his soldiers when his horse slipped. The King was an old man of heavy frame. He fell and was seriously injured. They carried him to Rouen, where he languished 6 weeks. Remorse now seized him. All the cruelties of his life rose up before him. He endeavoured to expiate them by gifts to the poor and endowments of the churches. His 2 younger sons were there, anxious to know in what way the King was about to divide his heritage. In spite of his anger against Robert, the King would not deprive him of the Duchy of Normandy, where he had been able to make friends. "I leave to no one the kingdom of England," he said, "for I did not receive it as a heritage, but won it by my sword, at the price of much bloodshed. I confide it therefore to the good will of God, desiring nevertheless that it should go to my son William, who has always obeyed and served me in all things." And he wrote to the Archbishop Lafranc to recommend him to crown his son. Henry approached his father's bed. "And I?" said he, "do you leave me nothing?" "£5,000 weight of silver from my treasury," replied the King, who was now dying. "And what shall I do with this silver if I have neither house nor land?" cried the young man. "Be patient, my son," said the King, "and thou shalt perhaps be greater than all." Henry immediately obtained payment of the money and went his way, while his brother William set out for England in order to accomplish his father's wishes by being crowned as soon as possible. The Conqueror was left alone upon his deathbed. It was the 9th of September, 1087. William was sleeping heavily when he was awakened by the sound of bells. "What is that?" he inquired. "The bells of St. Mary sounding the prime," was the answer. "I commend my soul to Our Lady, the Sainted Mary, and to God," said the King, raising his hand towards heaven, and he expired. His sons had left him when dying, his attendants abandoned him when dead. A sudden stupor seized on the entire city upon the death of this powerful and terrible ruler. When the monks recovered themselves and flocked into the royal palace to fulfil the duties of their office, they found the chambers stripped and the body of the Conqueror almost naked, stretched upon the ground. The King's sons troubled themselves no more with the funeral of their father than they had done with regard to his last moments. His body was conveyed to Caen, and it was a country gentleman named Herluin who undertook the expenses from a kind disposition and for the love of God. At the church of St. Stephen of Caen, which the King had built and endowed, the body of the monarch was on the point of being placed in a grave, when a citizen of Caen, named Azelin, advanced from among the crowd and exclaimed: "Bishop, the man whom you have praised was a robber. The ground on which we stand is mine. It was the site of my father's house, which he took from me to build his church. I claim my right, and in the name of God I forbid you to inter him in my ground, or to cover his body with earth which is mine." It was necessary to pay to Azelin the just compensation which he claimed before the body was allowed to deposit it in the grave that awaited it. It was found to be too narrow, and they were compelled to place the coffin in it by force, to the great horror of the bystanders, and not till then was the conqueror able to enjoy in peace the 6 feet of earth required for his last resting place. Chapter 6.
Volume 1, Chapter 6, Part 1 of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François Pierre Guillaume GUIZOT. Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6. The Norman Kings, 1087 to 1154. William Rufus, Henry I, Stephen. William Rufus had not yet set sail from Guizot near Calais when he received intelligence of the death of his father. He kept the news secret and obtained possession of several important places on the pretext of orders which he had received from the deceased king. It was not until he had helped himself freely to the treasure of the Conqueror at Winchester and had made arrangements with the Archbishop Lanfranc that he proclaimed the death of his father and his own claim to the crown. The bishop had been careful to administer to the king an oath binding him to observe the laws before consenting to give him his support. But oaths cost little to William. Scarcely had he been declared king by a council of barons and prelates, hurriedly assembled on the 26th of September 1087, then he violated his original engagements and cast the Saxon prisoners, whom his father had liberated on his deathbed, again into prisons, together with his Norman captives. The new monarch would have acted more wisely if he had decided on a directly opposite course. Scarcely had the Bishop of Bayeux and his companions in captivity been set at liberty than they placed themselves at the head of the malcontents. The great barons all possessed fiefs in Normandy and in England. The separation of the two states, therefore, displeased them. Many of them resolved to depose William in order to secure to Robert an undivided paternal inheritance. In consequence of their manoeuvres, a serious insurrection broke out simultaneously in several parts of England. Robert Curthouse had promised to support his partisans with a Norman army, and already some small bodies of troops had put to sea, confident of meeting with no resistance on the part of the king, who was without a fleet. William Rufus took his measures, and called round him that English nation which his father had scarcely subjugated. Let him who is not a man of nothing, either in the towns or in the country, leave his home and come. Such was the proclamation in all the counties according to the ancient Saxon custom. The Saxons obeyed. 30,000 men assembled around King William, while the merchant ships, already numerous, were cruising in the Channel and destroying, one after the other, the little flotillas which were bringing over the Normans. Bishop Odo had fortified himself in Rochester. The king attacked him there with his Saxon army, and would have compelled him to surrender at discretion if the Normans who had remained faithful to William had not interceded on his behalf. "We assisted thee in the time of danger," said they. "We beg thee now to spare our fellow countrymen, our relations, who are also thine, and who aided thy father to possess himself of England." The king consented to allow the garrison to march out with arms and baggage, but the arrogant prelate demanded that the trumpets should not celebrate his defeat. "I would not consent for 1,000 marks of gold," exclaimed William angrily, and above the sound of the trumpets arose the cries of the Saxons. "Bring us a halter, that we may hang this traitor bishop and his accomplices. O king, why do you allow him to retire thus safe and sound?" Odo returned to Normandy. Duke Robert negotiated with his brother, and the Saxons had already lost the advantages which William had accorded or promised to them in order to secure their cooperation. Lanfranc was dead, and the oppression had become more burdensome, the exactions more odious, since his influence had disappeared. The king delayed long to appoint his successor, taking himself possession of the rich domains and revenues of the Diocese of Canterbury in contempt of ecclesiastical pretensions. He had, for minister and confidant, a Norman priest, Ralph Flambard, whom he had made Bishop of Lincoln, and tyranny was so great that the inhabitants of his diocese, says the Chronicle, desired his death rather than live under his power. The hereditary passion of King William for the chase, and the rigour of the forest laws, were among the most frequent causes of persecution. The guardian of the forests, and the pastor of the wild beasts, as the Saxons called him, took advantage of the least offence against his tyrannical ordinances to crush the thanes, who had preserved some remains of power. 50 Saxons, of considerable influence, were accused of having taken, killed, and eaten deer. They denied the charge, and the Norman judges compelled them to undergo the ordeal of red-hot iron, but their hands were untouched. When the fact was announced to the king, he burst into laughter. "What matters that?" said he. "God is no good judge of such matters. It is I who am most concerned in such affairs, and I will judge these fellows." The Chronicle does not say what became of the poor Saxons. Several times war had broken out between William and his brother Robert. Rufus had conceived the hope of expelling Curthose from Normandy. He had numerous partisans on the continent, and, but for the support of the King of France and the alliance with his brother Henry, Curthose must soon have succumbed. But in 1096, after a great insurrection in England, and at the moment when King William, triumphant over internal commotions, was probably about to renew his attacks upon Normandy, Duke Robert, seized with a passion for the Crusades, which were beginning then to agitate Christendom, suddenly proposed to his brother to mortgage his duchy for some years for a large sum of money, which would enable him to equip troops and to set out with éclat for the East. The coffers of the king were no better filled than were those of the duke, but he was more skilful in replenishing them at the expense of his subjects. The monasteries and the churches were taxed like the Saxons. "Have you not coffers of gold and silver filled with the bones of the dead?" exclaimed Rufus, and he laid his hand upon the shrines containing the reliquaries. Robert received the sums agreed upon, and set out joyfully for Palestine, while William crossed into Normandy, and without meeting resistance, took possession of the duchy, where he already possessed numerous fortresses. Maine alone exhibited repugnance, and a revolt broke out there in 1100, while the Red King was enjoying the chase in England, in the hunting grounds created by his father, which bear to this day the name of the New Forest. He set out instantly for the continent. His nobles begged him to take time to assemble his forces. "No, no," replied Rufus. "I know the country, and shall soon have men enough." And he jumped aboard the first vessel which he met with, in spite of the violence of the wind. "Did you ever hear of a king being drowned?" he said to the sailors, who were hesitating to set sail. And he arrived safe and sound at Barfleur. The rumour of his coming terrified the lord of La Fléchée, who was the leader of the insurrection. He abandoned the siege of Le Mans and took to flight. The domains of the enemy were soon ravaged, and Rufus returned to England. Sinister rumours were circulating among the Saxons with regard to the royal forests. One of the sons of William the Conqueror had wounded himself mortally in chasing the deer in the New Forest. In the month of May 1100, the son of Duke Robert, on a visit to his uncle, was killed there by an arrow. People said that Satan appeared to the Normans and announced the sinister end which awaited them, but the Red King continued to devote himself to the chase. It was the 1st of August. He had passed the night at Malwood Keep, a castle used as a hunting seat in the very heart of the forest. His brother Henry, with whom he had become reconciled, was with him. A numerous suite accompanied him, among whom was one of the private friends of William, a great hunter like himself, one Walter Tyrrell, a French nobleman who possessed large estates in Poix and Ponthieu. During the night, the king had been agitated by terrible dreams. He had been heard to invoke the name of Our Lady, which was not his custom, but he seemed to have forgotten all about this, and was preparing cheerfully for the fatigues and pleasures of the day. When he was putting on his buskins, a workman approached him and presented him with 6 new arrows. He examined them, and taking 4 for himself, gave the 2 others to Walter Tyrrell with the remark, "The good marksman should have the good weapons." As he was breakfasting with a good appetite, one of the monks of the Abbey of St. Peter at Gloucester brought him letters from his abbot. During the night, one of the brethren had been tormented with dismal visions. He had seen Jesus Christ seated upon his throne, and at his feet a woman supplicating him on behalf of the human beings who were groaning under the yoke of William. The king laughed at the omen. "Do they take me for an Englishman," said he, "with their dreams? Do they think I am one of those idiots who abandon their course or their affairs because an old woman chances to dream or sneeze? Come, Walter de Poix, to horse!" The hunting party had dispersed over the forest. Walter Tyrrell alone remained with the king. Their dogs hunted in company. Both were in search of prey when a great stag, disturbed by the commotion, unexpectedly passed between the king and his companion. William immediately drew his bow. The string of his weapon broke, and the arrow did not shoot. The stag had stopped, surprised by the noise, but not perceiving the hunters. The king had made a sign to Tyrrell, but he did not draw his bow. The king became angry. "Shoot, Walter!" he exclaimed. "Shoot in the devil's name!" An arrow flew, no doubt that of Tyrrell, but instead of striking the stag, it buried itself in the breast of the king. He fell without uttering a word. Walter ran to him and found him dead. Fear or remorse seized upon Tyrrell. He mounted his horse again, and galloping to the sea, got aboard a vessel, passed into Normandy, and did not rest until he had taken refuge upon the territory of the King of France. The news of this accident had become known in the forest, but no one gave a thought to the dead body of the king. Henry had hastened to Winchester, and had already put his hand upon the keys of the royal treasury, when William of Breteuil joined him out of breath. "We have all," he said, "thou as well as I and the barons, sworn fidelity and homage to Duke Robert, thy brother, if the king should die first. Absent or present, right is right." A quarrel ensued, and it was with sword in hand that Henry possessed himself of the treasure and the royal jewels. Meanwhile, a charcoal burner, who had found the corpse of the monarch in the forest, was bringing it to Winchester, wrapped in old linen, and leaving on the road behind the cart a long trail of blood. The partisans of Robert in England were not numerous. They had no leader. The Duke was returning from Palestine, but he had stopped on the way with the hospitable Norman sons of Robert Guiscard, established in Calabria and in Sicily. He had even married there. Henry, meantime, had taken his measures and had caused himself to be proclaimed there by the barons assembled in London. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Anselm, had been expelled from England 3 years previously. The Archbishopric of York was vacant. It was the custom of Rufus to delay as long as possible appointing to the sees, in order that he might himself enjoy their revenues. The Bishop of London crowned the new monarch. Henry Beauclerc, as he was called, because he was fond of books and of churchmen, became king under the title of Henry I. Henry was more popular among the Saxons than his 2 brothers had been. Born and bred in England, he was regarded as an Englishman, and his first care was to address himself to the English, who were more powerful than is generally believed, and who, after all, still form the mass of the people of the country. "Friends and vassals," said he, "natives of the country in which I was born, you know that my brother has designs upon my kingdom. He is a proud man, who cannot live in peace. His only wish is to trample you under his feet. On the other hand, I, as a mild and pacific sovereign, intend to maintain your ancient liberties and to govern you according to your own wishes with wisdom and moderation. I will give you, if you wish it, a record in my own hand. Stand firm for me, for while I am seconded by the valour of the English, I have no fear of the foolish menaces of the Normans." While the king was thus giving to the English a first charter, which proved of short duration, he determined to seal his promises by espousing a Saxon woman. He had cast his eyes on Matilda, daughter of Malcolm, King of Scotland, and of Margaret Atheling. Matilda had been reared in a convent in England by her aunt Christina Atheling, the abbess. The young girl hesitated. She had already been sought in marriage by several noblemen, and it was repugnant to her to unite herself with the enemy of her race and country. The Normans were irritated to see their king seeking support among their enemies, and they spread the report that Matilda had taken the vows as a nun in her infancy. It was necessary to convoke the bishops to decide the question. Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury, afterwards Saint Anselm, had returned to England. He had always been just towards the Saxons. When his patron and friend Lanfranc was ridiculing in his presence the Saxon devotion to Saint Alphege, the archbishop who was massacred by the Danes, Anselm had said, "For myself, I regard that man as a martyr, and a true martyr. He preferred to face death rather than to do a wrong for his countrymen. He died for justice, as John died for the truth, and each alike for Christ, who is truth and justice." At the head of his bishops, and on the personal testimony of Matilda, Anselm declared that she had never been consecrated to God, and the marriage took place. The queen was beautiful, charitable, and virtuous, but she exercised little influence over her husband, and was not able to prevent his often oppressing the people. Henry had banished the favourites of his brother, who were odious to the Saxons, and Ralph Flambard, who had been a prisoner of the Tower, had scarcely escaped from that fortress when he heard that Duke Robert had arrived in Normandy with his young wife Sibylla, daughter of the Count of Conversano. King Henry was greatly disquieted by the news. He had been careful to spread abroad the report that his brother had accepted the crown of Jerusalem, a worthy prize for his exploits in the Holy Land. The discontent of a certain number of Norman barons, and their disposition to offer their aid to Robert, compelled him more and more to depend upon the English, as well as on the Church. He paid court to Anselm, and when Robert, encouraged by Ralph Flambard, published his declaration of war, the bishops and the common people of England were all on the side of King Henry. The Norman barons were divided, and the Saxon sailors, carried away no doubt by the fame which Robert had acquired in the Crusades, deserted with the fleet. It was in vessels constructed by his brother that Robert crossed with his army to English soil. Duke Robert was undecided, and wanting in settled character, but he was brave, and his affection for his family had resisted the disunion which had so long prevailed amongst these three brothers. Long before, when in company with William Rufus, he was besieging their younger brother, now King Henry, but then only an adventurer without lands, who had seized upon Mont Saint-Michel. The supply of water had failed in the fortress, and the besieged prince sent to ask permission to obtain some. Robert consented, to the great vexation of William. He even sent to Henry wine for his table. "There is nothing now left to do but to send him provisions," said William moodily. "What?" exclaimed the Duke. "Ought I to let our brother die of thirst? And what other brother should we have if we lost him?" Scarcely had Robert set foot in England, when those among the Normans who were averse to war interposed between the two brothers. Once more, Robert renounced his pretensions to the kingdom conquered by his father. Henry ceded to him the fortresses which he still held in Normandy, and promised to pay him a pension of 3,000 marks of silver. A general amnesty was agreed upon on both sides. Treaties, however, were scarcely more effectual than charters in binding King Henry. By degrees the barons who had taken the side of Robert were expelled from their domains and banished from England. The chief of all, Robert of Belesme, Earl of Shrewsbury, had given ground of dissatisfaction by raising his standard when he had been called on to appear before the royal tribunal. Besieged in Bridgenorth, he had friends in the royal camp who sought to reconcile him with the king. "Do not listen to them, King Henry," cried the English infantry. "They are desirous of drawing you into a snare. We arc here and will aid thee, and will assault the town for thee. Make no peace with the traitor till you secure him alive or dead." Henry pushed on with the siege. Bridgenorth was taken, and Robert of Belesme, an exile, passed over into Normandy, where he possessed 30 castles and vast domains, which Duke Robert, faithful to the treaty, had begun to ravage as soon as he saw the Earl of Shrewsbury in revolt against his sovereign. In his chagrin at seeing the amnesty promised in his name to the barons violated, Robert went himself to England, placing himself defenceless in the hands of his brother in order to intercede for his friends. He even made a present to Queen Matilda of 1,000 marks of silver a year, part of the 3,000 marks which her husband had engaged to pay him. He obtained only vague promises, and from the year 1104, the resolution of King Henry to possess himself of Normandy began again to show itself clearly. Robert had lost his wife, and disorder reigned in his court. He was still in want of money, affairs were unsettled, and Normandy was suffering all the evils of a weak and capricious government. Henry openly declared himself the protector of the duchy against the maladministration of his brother. "I will give thee money," he wrote to him, "but yield to me the land. Thou hast the title of chief, but in reality thou rulest no longer, for those who owe thee obedience ridicule thee." Robert refused this proposal with indignation, and Henry began his preparations for invading Normandy with an armed force. The wars were always a cruel burden for the people. The levies of money necessary for the equipment of soldiers were ruinous to the poor citizens and the unfortunate peasants. Before the departure of Henry for Normandy, crowds of country people presented themselves on the road by which the king passed, casting at his feet their ploughshares in token of distress. Nevertheless, the king set out and met his brother at Tinchebray, not far from Mortagne. The struggle was fierce. The military talents of Robert were much superior to those of his brother, but his army was less considerable, and there were traitors in the camp. In the very heat of the contest, Robert of Belesme took to flight with his division. The Duke was made prisoner, and his forces were completely defeated. Henry at the same time seized Edgar Atheling, once the legitimate pretender to the crown, the uncle of Queen Matilda. In consideration of these facts, he was allowed his liberty in England, and received from the king a small pension, which enabled him to end his days in such complete obscurity that we are even ignorant of the date of his death. Duke Robert was not fated to enjoy a captivity so mild. He had suffered defeat on the 14th of October, 1106, the anniversary of the day when 40 years previously his father had won the Battle of Hastings. God thus disposing, says the chronicle, that Normandy became subject to England on the same day that England had become subject to Normandy. Ralph Flambard had regained his bishopric of Durham by giving up to the king the town and fortress of Lisieux, but Robert had been conveyed to England and lodged in the castle of Cardiff in Wales, which had recently been conquered by the Normans. He enjoyed there a certain amount of liberty, and hunted in the surrounding forest. One day he leapt upon his horse and took flight. He was not well acquainted with the way. His horse sank into a bog. He was captured and taken back to prison. When the king was acquainted with this attempted escape, he ordered that the prisoner's eyes should be burnt out by means of a basin of red-hot iron. The captivity of the unhappy duke became complete, but his robust constitution withstood all these misfortunes. He lived 28 years in his prison, blind and alone, without news of the son whom he had left a child in Normandy, and preserving to the last the dignified pride of his race. One day, some new clothes were brought to him from the king. Robert handled them, and discovered that one of them was unripped at the seam. He was told that Henry had tried on the doublet, and found it too small for him. the Duke threw all the clothes to a distance, exclaiming, "So then my brother, or rather my traitor, that cowardly clerk who has dismembered and deprived me of sight, holds me now in such contempt, I who was once held in such honour and renown, that he makes me arms of his old clothes as to a varlet." Robert was nearly 80 years of age when he died in 1135, some months before his brother King Henry. He had survived in his captivity and suffering almost all the chief warriors with whom he had fought before Jerusalem. Robert had, however, a son, William Cleton, or, as they soon afterwards called him, William of Normandy. But the boy was only 7 years old when his uncle, finding himself in possession of the whole of Normandy, began to besiege Valais, where he was under guard. No one thought of declaring himself in favour of the little prince. He was taken and conducted to the king. The child cried and asked for mercy. He had reason to tremble, for his life was a great obstacle to the repose of his uncle. But making a violent effort to banish evil thoughts, the king desired to remove the little William from his presence, and confided him to a faithful servant of his household, Heli of Saint-Saëns. Some time afterwards, the king had changed his mind and desired to take back the little prince, but Heli carried him off secretly, and both took refuge at the court of the King of France, Louis the Fat. He was there growing up when King Henry was marrying his daughter Matilda, aged 8 years, to Henry III, Emperor of Germany. The marriage of an eldest daughter was one of those occasions which gave the right to the feudal lord to levy taxes from their vassals, and King Henry used this right in such a way that the whole English people groaned under the burden. The splendour of the retinue which accompanied the little princess on her departure from England was soon forgotten. But when she returned to her native land, people still remembered the tears which her marriage had cost. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Recording by Prattlepig. Volume 1, Chapter 6, Part 2 of A Popular History of England from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Popular History of England from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria by François Pierre Guillaume GUIZOT. Chapter 6, Part 2. King Louis VI had promised William Cleton the investiture of Normandy when in 1113 war again broke out between France and England. It lasted for 2 years, and all the castles on the frontier were captured from Henry. His able diplomacy procured him in 1115 an advantageous treaty which assured to Prince William of England the hand of Matilda of Anjou, daughter of the Count Cooke. No one thought of reserving the rights of William Cleton over Normandy, and when the great Norman barons were convoked in 1117 to take the oath of allegiance to Prince William, no claim was advanced in favour of the exile. His uncle had made an attempt to entice him into England, promising the gift of 3 large counties, but the young man was not willing to trust himself to his father's jailer, and we meet with him again in 1119 at the head of a confederation formed on the continent against King Henry. At the Battle of Brenville, which preceded by some years the close of a war of mingled success and disaster, William Cleton, or Fitz-Robert as he was often called, penetrated into the presence of his uncle. But his knights were repulsed, and the marriage of Prince William with Matilda of Anjou, celebrated sumptuously in 1120, destroyed the hopes which his cousin had conceived. King Louis accepted the homage of Normandy, represented by the son of the King of England, thus sparing the regal pride of Henry. The policy of this prince prevailed. He resolved to return in triumph to England, and on the 25th of November, 1120, he prepared to set sail from the little port of Barfleur, when a mariner, and well known upon that coast, advanced towards him, presenting a mark of gold. Stephen, son of Erard, "My father served yours on the sea," said he, "and it was he who steered the vessel aboard which your father sailed for the conquest. Sire King, I entreat you to grant me in fief the same office. I have a vessel called the Blanche Nef, well fitted out." The king's ship was already prepared. He promised Stephen to give him as passengers the Prince William and his sister, Lady Mary, Countess of Perche. The Blanche Nef was a large vessel. 300 persons went aboard her as he set sail. The king had preceded them on the sea, but Thomas Fitzstephen was proud of the fast sailing of his vessel, and made no haste to depart, thinking to overtake the squadron without difficulty. There was dancing and drinking upon the poop of the vessel. All the company were excited when at length they set out. Night had come on. The moon had risen. The wind was fresh. They advanced rapidly, for the sailors lent aid with their oars. They were coasting, when suddenly the ship struck upon a rock at the level of the water, then called the Ras des Cats, now the Ras de Catteville. The Blanche Nef's planks were opened by the shock, and she began to fill with water. The cry of terror which arose from those aboard reached the vessel of the king, sailing at a considerable distance. But no one understood the cause of the noise. Henry disembarked quietly. His children had launched a boat on the sea, and Prince William had entered it with some of his companions. But the cries of his sister, the Lady Mary, induced him to return to the foundering vessel. He had nearly rescued her when the other passengers, driven wild with despair, sprang into a mass into the feeble skiff, which immediately disappeared with all its occupants. The vessel sank almost at the same instant. 2 men only clung to the mast, a butcher of Rouen and a young nobleman named Gilbert de L'Isle. For a moment, the head of Thomas Fitzstephen appeared above the waves. "What has become of the king's son?" he cried to the 2 survivors. "He has disappeared with his sister, and every one with him," they replied. "Unhappy me!" exclaimed the pilot, as he plunged again into the waves. Gilbert's hands were frozen. He relaxed his hold of the mast which supported him, and was drowned before the eyes of his companion, who was well wrapped in his sheepskin and hardened against the effects of rough weather. He held out until the morning, and was rescued by some fishermen on the coast. From his lips they learned the news of the disaster which had befallen the Blanche Nefs. In England they did not dare to apprise King Henry, who was waiting the arrival of his children. At length a boy presented himself before him and cast himself at his feet. Henry assisted him to rise, and the child related the story of the wreck of the Norman vessel. And from that time the king was never seen to smile, say the chroniclers, without, however, expending any more tenderness over the fate of Prince William, whose pride and harshness had caused apprehensions in England. "If I ever come to reign over these miserable Saxons," he was accustomed to say, "I will compel them to draw the plough like oxen." So he perished on a quiet night, and in calm weather, repeated the Saxons. And it came to pass that his head, instead of being encircled by a crown of gold, was broken upon the rocks. It was God himself who decreed that the son of the Norman should not behold England again. King Henry had no male heir, although he had married again with the daughter of the Duke of Louvain. Many of the barons seemed inclined to rally around William Fitzrobert, who had lately excited another revolt. Henry resolved to settle the crown upon his daughter, the Empress Maud, who had lately become a widow. All the ability of the king could not prevent at first a feeling of repugnance among the great nobles, but the royal power had become very great, supported as it was by the antagonism of 2 hostile races between whom the king alone held the balance. The Normans yielded. On Christmas Day, 1126, the Empress Maud was declared heiress to the kingdom, and 6 months later she married Geoffrey Plantagenet, son of Fulk, Count of Anjou, whose father had transferred to him his domains on setting out for the Holy Land. Maud had, for some time, resisted the plans of her father for her marriage, which had been kept so secret that the barons protested, maintaining that the king had not the right to dispose without their approval of their future sovereign. The nuptial festivities lasted 3 weeks. Heralds armed and in magnificent costume traversed the streets and squares of Rouen, crying aloud, "In the name of King Henry, let no man here present, inhabitant or stranger, dare to absent himself from the royal rejoicings. For whosoever shall not take part in the amusements and games shall be deemed guilty of offence towards his lord the king." Henry had obtained the oaths of all the barons, but he had too much sense and knowledge of human nature not to be aware how precarious the future situation of his daughter must be if his nephew, William Fitzrobert, should live to dispute the throne. The young prince appeared, indeed, to be destined to a brilliant future. King Louis had brought about a marriage between him and the sister of his wife, a princess of Savoy, and he had given to her for a portion Pontoise, Chaumont, and the Vexin. Soon afterwards, Charles the Good, Count of Flanders, was assassinated in the church at the foot of the altar. Louis entered Flanders for the purpose of punishing the murderers, and the Count, not having left any children, Louis conferred his domains upon William Fitzrobert, great-grandson of the old Count Baldwin. The young Count, who remained in his new territory, had soon a cause of quarrel with a certain number of his subjects, who called the King of England to their aid. The latter supported, as a rival to his nephew, the Landgrave Thierry of Alsace, who soon made himself master of Lille, of Ghent, and other important places. The son of Robert Curthose, however, had inherited the military talents of his father and grandfather. He completely defeated his adversary under the walls of Alost, but he had received a wound in the hand from a pike, and this injury, at first regarded as of little importance, turned to gangrene. William was carried to the monastery of St. Omer, where he died on the 27th of July, 1128. He was not yet 26 years of age, and he left no issue. His last care had been to recommend to the clemency of his uncle the Norman barons who had served his cause. The king willingly pardoned them, so rejoiced was he to be delivered from the anxieties which his nephew caused him. Duke Robert was still living, but these successes had no more effect than the death of his son upon the dreary captivity of the unfortunate blind prisoner. The Empress Maud and her husband often gave trouble to King Henry by their quarrels. The birth of their eldest son in 1133 for a moment appeased their dissensions. The child was christened Henry, after his grandfather, and the Normans called him Henry Fitz-Empress, to distinguish him from the king, whom they called Henry Fitzwilliam Conqueror. 2 other sons were born to Count Geoffrey Plantagenet, and the quarrels recommenced. The Count claimed Normandy, which the king had promised to relinquish in his favour, but Henry still refused. He was no more disposed than his father had been to strip himself of his clothing before bedtime. His strength, however, was declining. He was dejected. On the 25th of November, 1135, anxious to dispel his low spirits, he set out for the forest of Lyon-la-Forêt in Normandy. When he returned, he was hungry, and at supper he ate greedily of a dish of lampreys, which his physician regarded as unwholesome. His digestion was disordered, he fell ill, and died on the 1st of December, at the age of 66, leaving all his domains on both sides of the sea to his daughter Maud and her descendants. He had reigned 35 years, and with the exception of some unimportant expeditions against the French, England had enjoyed peace under his sway. This great blessing had been sullied by many crimes. Neither plighted faith nor natural feeling had ever impeded Henry I in his ambitious projects. But he had placed the dominion of the Norman race in England on such solid foundations that the troubles which followed upon his death could not shake it, and if success were the test of moral worth, Henry Fitzwilliam Conqueror might be regarded as a great king. All his efforts and all his precautions, however, had not enabled him to secure the succession to his daughter. Scarcely had he breathed his last when his nephew Stephen, son of the Count of Blois and of Adela, daughter of William the Conqueror, set sail immediately for England. The king had always treated his nephew with particular favour. He had given him vast fiefs in England. The Count Stephen was very popular among the Normans and the Saxons. His wife, Maud, niece of Matilda, first wife of Henry I, even belonged to the royal Saxon family. Stephen boldly laid claim to the throne, which could not, he said, belong to a woman. He was descended like her from William the Conqueror, and in the same degree. England was not a property which could be bequeathed at pleasure and without respect for the wishes of the people. Many barons were of Stephen's opinion, and the treasure of King Henry, which his brother, the Bishop of Winchester, had yielded up to him, secured to him the other adherents. The chief minister of the deceased king, Roger, Bishop of Salisbury, whom Henry had originally remarked and attached to his person as the readiest priest at saying a mass whom he had ever met with, allowed himself to be won by money. William Courbois, Archbishop of Canterbury, was more scrupulous, but was persuaded that the king, irritated by the conduct of his daughter, had adopted his nephew on his deathbed. Stephen was elected by the barons and prelates, who considered themselves absolved from their oath towards the empress because she had married without their consent, and the coronation took place at Westminster on the 26th of December, St. Stephen's Day. The Pope confirmed the election with the more readiness because Stephen had accepted the oath of the clergy under the condition imposed by the bishops of respect for the liberties and discipline of the Church. The barons had obtained new fiefs with permission to fortify their castles and to construct new ones. Those who were greedy for gain received money, and King Stephen was in such high favour on both sides of the sea that when Geoffrey Plantagenet entered Normandy to claim the rights of his wife, the natural animosity of the Normans against the Angevins broke forth with violence. The court was compelled to retire, and to conclude with Stephen a truce for 2 years, in consideration of a pension of 3,000 marks of silver. The king crossed over into Normandy, and received there the homage of the barons, and Louis VII, surnamed the Young, then King of France, betrothed to his young sister Constance. The king crossed over into Normandy, and received there the homage of the barons, and Louis VII, surnamed the Young, then King of France, betrothed to his young sister Constance, to the little Eustace, son of Stephen, granting to the child the investiture of Normandy. Among the barons who had taken the oath of allegiance to Stephen was Robert, Earl of Gloucester, a natural son of Henry I, who had renounced all rights to the throne in favour of his sister, the Empress Maud. Like her, he had pretended to yield, but like her, he had not abandoned the cause. Maintained in the possession of his large domains throughout his oath of fidelity, he crossed from Normandy into England, and very soon the tranquillity which had reigned there gave place to a secret agitation. Several partial risings took place, but these were only the precursors of the great insurrection which Gloucester was preparing, and which David, King of Scotland, was about to support as protector of the rights of his sister, the Empress Maud. The mine was dug. The Earl of Gloucester retired into Normandy, whence he wrote to Stephen solemnly renouncing his allegiance. Other great barons followed his example, and fortifying themselves in their castles, overwhelmed the king with reproaches, accusing him of having failed to keep his oath towards them. "Ah," exclaimed Stephen, "the traitors! They made me king, and now they desert me. But by the nativity of God, they shall never make me a deposed king." In this perilous situation, Stephen displayed great energy, laying siege to the rebel castles one after the other, and disposing largely of the domains of the crown in favour of the barons who were faithful or who became penitent. Meanwhile, the King of Scotland had entered Northumberland at the head of a numerous army from the Highlands and Lowlands, isles and mountains, the regular troops and undisciplined savages, knights clad in iron, their best lances in Europe, and mountaineers half naked, constituting this army of Scotch emmets, as the English expressed it, covered all the country extending from the Tweed to the north of the county of York, ravaging and pillaging on their way. The king was at a distance, detained by the insurrections of the barons in the south. The northern counties defended themselves. The Normans called to their aid the inhabitants of the country, those English who, though so often oppressed, possessed a vitality which resisted every form of tyranny. They united with their conquerors to defend the country against this attack. The Archbishop of York, Touston or Thurston, a decrepit old man, sinking under age and infirmities, but full of energy and foresight, caused a search to be made in the churches for the standards of St. John of Beverley, St. Cuthbert of Durham, and St. Wilfred of Ripon, which had remained there since the conquest. They raised aloft these consecrated banners upon a car similar to the Carroccio, which bore the standards of the Italian republics. In the midst of the flags arose a pedestal bearing the tabernacle and the sacred host. The English surrounded the sacred car with their longbows in their hands. They halted at Elpherton, now North Allerton, awaiting the arrival of the Scotch. There was a dense mist, and the enemy might have taken the English army by surprise, but for Robert Bruce and Bernard Balliol, who possessed domains in England and Scotland. The former of these two knights approached King David. "O King," he exclaimed, "do you bear in mind against whom you are going to fight? It is against the Normans and the English, who have so often served you well with counsel and arms, and have succeeded in securing to you the obedience of your people of Celtic race. Remember that it is we who have placed these tribes in your hands, and thence arise the hatred with which they are animated towards our countrymen." "These are the words of a traitor," exclaimed William, nephew of the King of Scotland. At the same instant, Malise, Earl of Strathearn, was heard to exclaim, "What need have we of this stranger? I have no breastplate, and yet I will advance as far as any among them." The old Norman turned his horse's head. "I retract my oath of fidelity and homage, O King," he cried, and spurring his horse, he hastened towards the English, with Bernard Balliol crying out that the Scotch were following them. The Bishop of Durham was standing erect upon the sacred car as representative of the old Archbishop of York. He pronounced absolution in a loud voice, and the English and Normans, who had been kneeling, arose, exclaiming, "Amen." The Scotch were already charging, amidst cries of "Alban! Alban!" the historical name of their country. Their impetuous attack had broken the ranks of the English, but the Norman cavalry, in close order around the car, steadily repulsed the charge. The archers formed again, and began to harass the mountaineers with their shafts. The long pikes of the men of Galloway were broken upon the Norman bucklers. The claymores of the Highlanders could not pierce their breastplates. The fight lasted 2 hours, and the confusion was terrible. Prince Henry, son of the King of Scotland, had succeeded in cleaving a way up to the standards, but he was repulsed. The lances and the swords were broken. The fury of the attack abated. The retreat soon became a rout, protected only by King David and his corps of knights, who had rallied around him. The Scotch took refuge in Carlisle, where the English did not attack them. The Treaty of Peace, which was concluded in the following year, even left Cumberland, Westmoreland, and Northumberland in the power of Scotland. The defeat of the Scots at the Battle of the Standard had cooled the ardour of the malcontents. The Empress Maud and the Earl of Gloucester had not yet appeared in England, but King Stephen committed a grave error. He alienated from himself the attachment of the clergy, who, up to that time, had been favourable to him, by suddenly casting into prison the Bishop of Salisbury, one of the partisans who had had the greatest share in his elevation, and whom he had up to then loaded with wealth and honours. "By the nativity of God," he exclaimed to one of his attendants, "I would give him 1/2 of England if he asked for it. He should grow weary of asking, before I would grow weary of giving, until the day when he should be dumb." That day had apparently arrived, for Roger of Salisbury and his 2 nephews, Bishops of Lincoln and Ely, were suddenly arrested. The Bishop of Ely succeeded in escaping and taking refuge in a fortress. He defended himself valiantly, but they threatened to starve to death his uncle and his brother if he did not yield. The manners of the time were such that there was reason to fear the execution of the threat. The Bishop of Ely surrendered, and the king took possession of the property of the 3 prelates. But he had irritated a dangerous enemy. His own brother, the Bishop of Winchester and the legate of the Pope in England, summoned him to appear before a synod of bishops to answer for this breach of the privileges of the Church. It was necessary to appeal to the Pope against the prelates and to disperse the synod by force. The Bishop of Salisbury died shortly afterwards of chagrin, say the chronicles. His nephews embraced the cause of the Empress, and a great part of the clergy followed their example. The synod had just been dispersed, September 1139, when Maud at length disembarked in England with 100 knights only. Some Normans went to meet her, but finding her so ill attended, they kept back. King Stephen swept down upon Arundel Castle, where resided Queen Adelaide, widow of Henry I. He found her engaged in assisting her daughter-in-law who had just arrived. A chivalrous sentiment restrained Stephen from insulting the 2 princesses. He left Adelaide in peaceable possession of the castle, and the Empress was able to proceed and meet her brother, the Earl of Gloucester, who was endeavouring to revive the discontent in the counties of the west. Her partisans soon rallied round her, and raising her standard, she attacked the king. Sometimes she was defeated, sometimes victorious, and for 18 months England was afflicted by the horrors of civil war. At last, a decisive combat near Lincoln resulted in King Stephen falling into the hands of the Earl of Gloucester. He was cast into confinement in Bristol Castle. The barons who had followed him hastened to the Empress, made peace with her, and acknowledged her right to the crown, the legate and the Bishop of Winchester being foremost. On the 7th of April, a meeting of bishops, again presided over by the legate, ratified the accession of Maud, absolving all the barons and their prelates from their oath towards Stephen. But the Empress was obliged to allow some months to elapse before her coronation at Westminster, so attached were the citizens of London to the cause of the vanquished king. Maud was haughty, and she lacked the tact and prudence so necessary to sovereigns whose throne is insecure. She harshly refused to give to the Bishop of Winchester the patrimonial lands of King Stephen, which he claimed on behalf of his nephew, Prince Eustace, and thus she mortally offended that proud prelate. On arriving in London, she demanded immediately an enormous tonnage. "The king has left us nothing," said the citizens piteously. "I understand," replied the new king. "You have given everything to my adversary, and you desire me to spare you." London ended the dispute by promising to pay, presenting at the same time an humble petition. "Restore to us," they implored, "the good laws of King Edward, thy great uncle, in the place of those of thy father King Henry I, which are bad and too harsh towards us." The Queen rudely repulsed the petitioners, and she was awaiting the arrival of the promised gold when the bells of the city suddenly sounded the alarum. From each house issued a combatant armed with an axe, a bar of iron, or a bow. Like bees issuing from a hive, says the chronicle, all took the direction of the palace. At the same time, a troop of armed men, carrying the banner of Queen Matilda, wife of Stephen, presented themselves on the bank of the Thames upon the Surrey side. The Empress was at table. She sprang upon her horse and fled by the western gate, accompanied only by some servants, while the multitude, pillaged the hall which she had just quitted. She was destined never to return to London. The Empress took refuge at Oxford. She had conceived some doubts with regard to the fidelity of the Bishop of Winchester, whom she sent for. "Say that I am preparing," replied the prelate. The Queen had conceived the design of surprising him in his episcopal city, but at the moment when she entered by one gate, she saw him go forth by another, on his way to place himself at the head of the partisans of his brother. The Queen gathered her adherents about her, but the bishop had returned, and he laid siege to Winchester, where the King of Scotland and the Earl of Gloucester had joined Queen Matilda. All military operations had been suspended for the Festival of the Holy Cross, 14 September 1141, when at daybreak Maud mounted her horse accompanied by a good escort and silently departed from the royal castle. She passed without serious difficulties through the camp of the besiegers, who were occupied in the ceremonies of the day. When the pursuit commenced, Maud was already drawing near to the castle of Devizes, but she did not feel herself to be safe here, thoroughly, as that place had been fortified by the Bishop of Salisbury, and she continued her course. The Earl of Hereford alone accompanied her as far as Gloucester. The King of Scotland had set out for his kingdom, but the Earl of Gloucester was taken prisoner. A great number of his adherents were disguised as peasants, but their Norman accent betrayed them, and the English hinds, seizing this occasion to wreak vengeance on their oppressors, arrested them, and whip in hand, conducted them into the enemy's camp. The two parties were without leaders, for Matilda could do nothing without her brother. It was resolved to exchange the Earl of Gloucester for King Stephen, and in a grand council of bishops convened on the 7th of December by the legate, the latter hurled all the thunders of the church against the partisans of the Countess of Anjou, by which name he described Maud, as he had done on the 7th of April against the adherents of the Count of Blois. The war continued in England and in Normandy. The Count of Anjou had subjected that great province, but he refused to cross the sea to join his wife, and contented himself with sending his eldest son Henry into England with his uncle, the Earl of Gloucester. At the moment when the young prince landed in the country where he was designed to establish his race, his mother was besieged in Oxford by King Stephen. The winter was one of great severity, and the sufferings of the nation were unparalleled. The barons fortified themselves each in his castle, and even in the churches, say the chronicles, adding that they dug trenches in the churchyards, exposing to the daylight the bones of the dead. From thence armed men pillaged the towns and villages, the passers-by, and the lonely cottages. It was possible to walk all day without meeting a man upon the road, or seeing an acre of land in cultivation, for to till the earth was like tilling the sands of the seashore. Never had the pagan pirates inflicted worse evils. The siege of Oxford lasted 3 months. The snow covered the ground. Maud found herself on the point of perishing by famine. She attired herself in white, as did 3 knights of her suite, and the 4 issued by a little postern and traversed the deserted country as far as the town of Abingdon, where they obtained horses. The castle of Oxford surrendered on the morrow, but Stephen was soon afterwards defeated before Wilton by the Earl of Gloucester. In the midst of these alternate successes and disasters, the burden of which weighed equally and constantly on the people, the Earl of Gloucester died, 1147. His nephew, whom he had kept in Bristol Castle in order to protect him against his enemies, returned into Normandy, and shortly afterwards the Empress herself, deprived of all support, relinquished the part she had played with so much fortitude for 8 years in order to return to France. King Stephen was now master of the situation, but his throne, shaken under him, was not destined to become firm again. Pope Innocent II, the protector of the Bishop of Winchester, had just died. Celestine II and Lucius II had enjoyed the pontifical throne only for the briefest space. Anastasius II withdrew the title of legate from the king's brother and granted it to his adversary Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury. Stephen had taken a part in the quarrel of his brother with the archbishop, whom he had exiled, and a part of the kingdom had been placed under an interdict. The church was too strong for a sovereign so feeble. Stephen was compelled to cede great estates to the clergy and to be reconciled with Theobald. But in vain he sought to obtain the recognition of his eldest son Eustace as his successor. The archbishop constantly refused his countenance. The quarrels broke out afresh, and the episcopal domains were confiscated in several places. So long as King Stephen had only to contend against a woman, however divided England was, he had the best chances of success. But his new rival, Henry, was 16 years of age. He had just been knighted in Scotland, 1149, by his uncle, King David, and on his return he received from his uncle the investiture of Normandy. In 1150, Geoffrey of Anjou died, and his domains reverted to his eldest son, who 2 years later married Queen Eleonora, the divorced wife of King Louis the Young. She brought him, as her portion, the county of Poitou and the duchy of Aquitaine. He was 19 years of age. His personal reputation, like his power, was growing daily. The party of the Plantagenets in England began to raise their heads, and when the prince landed in 1153 with an army small in number but strong in discipline, many adherents came to take service under his banner. King Stephen had also gathered together his forces, and the two rivals found themselves face to face at Wallingford, separated only by the Thames. They remained there 2 days without coming to blows. At length, the Earl of Arundel had the courage to declare that it was folly to prolong the suffering of an entire nation for the sake of the ambition of two princes. It was resolved to sign a truce with a view to negotiate a permanent peace. About that time, Eustace, the eldest son of Stephen, died in consequence of great excesses. The king, now only one son, who was still young and not ambitious. The two rival ecclesiastics, the Bishop of Winchester and the Archbishop of Canterbury, conducted the negotiations, and on the 7th of November, 1153, in a solemn council held at Winchester, King Stephen adopted Prince Henry as a son, giving the kingdom of England as an inheritance to him and his descendants forever. Henry took the oath of fidelity and homage, receiving in his turn the allegiance of Prince William, the son of Stephen, on whom he conferred all the patrimonial lands of his father. A year later, on the 25th of October, 1154, King Stephen expired at Dover in his 50th year. For a while at least, civil war was not to desolate England. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Recording by Prattlepig.
Volume 1, Chapter 7, Part 1 of A Popular History of England, from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Wayne Cooke. A Popular History of England, from the Earliest Times to the Reign of Queen Victoria, by François Pierre GUIZOT. Chapter 7, Part 1. Henry II, 1154 to 1189. When King Henry II ascended the throne in 1154, he was the most powerful monarch that ever reigned in England, and one of the most powerful in Christendom. To his hereditary possessions, Anjou, Normandy, and Maine, and his beautiful kingdom of England, he had added, by his marriage with Eleanor of Aquitaine, Pigeon and Aquitaine, which comprised Saintonge, Auvergne, Périgord, Limousin, Angoumois, and Guienne. He was ambitious and greedy of power. His father, who knew him well, had provided by his will that Anjou should return to his second son Geoffrey if the eldest should become King of England, and in order to secure this arrangement he had forbidden his own interment before Henry should have sworn to conform to it. The prince hesitated long, then took the oath, and Count Geoffrey Plantagenet was consigned to the tomb. But Henry had become king, and his brother had claimed the execution of his promise. The monarch contrived to be relieved of his oath by Nicholas Breakspear, who had been raised to the pontifical dignity under the name of Adrian IV, the only Englishman who has ever become pope. Henry Plantagenet retained Anjou, the cradle of that family which he was destined to render so powerful. When the new king landed in England, 6 weeks after the death of Stephen, he found his kingdom a prey to horrible anarchy. In the intervals of their power, Maud and Stephen had both endeavored to attach to themselves the great nobles by important grants of lands and castles. Hence the royal domains were reduced to insignificance, and were surrounded on all sides by menacing fortresses guarded by resolute soldiers who recognized no authority but that of their chiefs. Many of these fortresses were in the hands of Flemish and Brabantine mercenaries, whom each party in turn had summoned to their assistance. It was by dealing with these men that Henry began the reform which he reckoned upon introducing into the condition of territorial property. On a given day, to the great joy of Normans and Saxons, he ordered all foreigners to leave the kingdom. "We saw them," says a chronicler, "we saw all those Barbantines and Flemings recross the sea to return to their plough-tails, and from being lords become serfs again." The expulsion of the foreign mercenaries had been popular, but this was not the principal object of the king, who desired to reconstitute the royal domain, and with that object convoked a grand council, which admitted, though not without difficulty, that Henry was under the necessity of resuming the grants made by Stephen and Maud. The king was not more sparing of the partisans of his mother than of her enemies. From the moment that right was on his side, he never stopped in his efforts. From castle to castle, from domain to domain, he triumphed over the malcontents, either by the sword or by negotiation. When he became master of one fortress, he instantly had it razed to the ground. In this way 1,100 castles disappeared from the face of England. They had been mere haunts of robbers who oppressed the country round about. The peasants and the townspeople applauded the work of destruction. King Henry had already triumphed over his vassals and defeated his brother Geoffrey, who had refused to acquiesce in his spoliation. He had compelled him to take refuge in Nantes, the population of which town had offered him the government. In 1157 he came to the determination to bring to an end the struggle with the Welsh, who were still fighting proudly for their independence. But Henry did not know well that country of mountains and defiles. He became entangled in the environs of the forest of Coleshill, and the Welsh, sallying forth in a mass from the obscure lurking places where they had been lying in ambush, fell upon the English army. The massacre was great. The Earl of Essex, hereditary standard-bearer of the crown, let fall the royal banner and took flight. The rumor spread abroad at once that the king was killed, but he soon rallied his troops and effected his retreat to a more open country, where he pitched his camp and thence inflicted so much annoyance on the Welsh that without venturing a second time upon a fixed battle, they consented to restore to Henry the territory which they had won back from Stephen, and to swear fidelity and homage to him for the lands which they retained. The struggles of King Henry with the Welsh were not ended. Repeated insurrections were destined to recall him into the mountains, but he succeeded, nevertheless, in securing and extending his dominion over that indomitable population, proud of the antiquity of their race, and convinced that all England belonged to them by right of birth. Geoffrey had lately died at Nantes, 1158, and his brother claimed that city as belonging to him by inheritance. In vain the citizens protested. In vain Conan, Duke of Brittany, and Earl of Richmond in England maintained the rights of his vassals. King Henry confiscated the lands of the Earl of Richmond and crossed the sea with so powerful an army that the inhabitants of Nantes were terrified and opened their gates to him. Henry immediately took possession of all the territory between the Loire and the Vilaine, and proposed to the Duke to terminate their differences by affiancing his daughter Constance to Geoffrey, the third of the English princes. In order to obtain the consent of the King of France, Louis VII, to this increase of his power upon French soil, Henry had sought the hand of Margaret of France on behalf of Henry, his eldest son. This gleam of a good understanding between the great powers of the earth was very soon disturbed by new ambitious dreams of Henry Plantagenet. Eleanor of Aquitaine had, or believed herself to have, through her grandmother, claims to the countship of Toulouse. Her first husband, Louis VII, had relinquished those rights by treaty after an attempt to seize them by force of arms, but by virtue of the divorce, Eleanor had vested her pretensions in her second husband, Henry, King of England, who claimed the cession pure and simple of the countship by Raymond of St. Giles, Count of Toulouse. The latter invoked the aid of his suzerain lord, the King of France. In the prospect of this distant struggle, Henry commuted the military service which his vassals were bound to render into a tax, and by means of this money he secured the services of an army of Barbantines. With these marched Malcolm, King of Scotland, and the King of Aragon, who, like the King of France and the Duke of Brittany, had lately affianced his daughter to one of the sons of Henry, and the most warlike of the English barons. But Louis VII had already entered Toulouse when Henry advanced against that city. Louis had but few troops with him, and the King of England might easily have attempted an assault. Scruples, based upon his position of vassal of his lord, however, restrained him. When the French army had joined Louis VII, a few feats of arms of little importance soon brought the war to an end, but it had left indelible traces. The inhabitants of the south of France had acquired the habit of calling to their aid sometimes the King of France, sometimes the King of England, and their independence was destined to succumb under these powerful protectors. It was so well known upon the banks of the Garonne that the southern provinces were at peace when their dangerous allies were quarreling elsewhere, that people openly asked in the form of a prayer, "When will the truce between the English and the Tournois come to an end?" In the midst of these wars and negotiations, these invasions and their treaties, King Henry relied on all sides upon the advice and support of Thomas Becket, or à Becket, Chancellor of England, the son of Gilbert à Becket, a merchant of the city of London of Norman origin. A romantic story attaches to the birth of Thomas Becket. It is related that the busy passers-by in the streets of London had, to their great surprise, observed one day a woman wearing Oriental costume who was wandering about repeating the name of Gilbert. To questions put to her, she gave no answer, and she knew no other English words than Gilbert and London. The people around her had begun to murmur, when she was recognized by a servant who had accompanied Gilbert Becket to the Crusades. Both had been made prisoners and had succeeded in escaping, but the daughter of the Emir, who had held them captive, had conceived a passion for Gilbert. She had followed his traces to the shore and had found means of going to England, and then to London, without any guide to the whereabouts of him she loved than his name of Gilbert, at that time a very common one. Becket consulted his confessor, The Saracen princess was baptized under the name of Matilda, and Gilbert married her. Her husband made a great fortune, and his son Thomas, a handsome and intelligent youth, had been brought up with great care, then sent to France and Italy to finish his education. He had been taken notice of from his childhood by Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, who took him into his house as soon as he had completed his studies, and employed him in the most delicate diplomatic affairs, when at the accession of King Henry II, he himself filled the functions of prime minister. The king took a liking to the young archdeacon, and in 1156 appointed him chancellor, at the same time confiding to him the education of his eldest son. He also made him constable of the Tower, with the custody of considerable domains. The ecclesiastical benefices, often vacant, which the chancellor was in no haste to fill up, caused to flow into the treasuries the rich revenues of the bishoprics and abbeys. Gilbert Becket was dead, and his son had inherited a great fortune. He was 40 years of age, elegant in his person, magnificent in his attire, skilled in all bodily exercises, and at the same time learned, courageous, enterprising, and able. The king, who saw only through his eyes, kept him incessantly at his side, and could not endure his absence. Becket kept a splendid retinue, remarkable even at that period of magnificent extravagance. His house was filled with knights and daughters of great lords who designed to secure by this means the favor of the king, and to bring up their children in the manner of the court. His sumptuously furnished table was open to all comers, and when a diplomatic mission led the chancellor abroad, the retinue which accompanied him was so magnificent and so numerous that the spectators exclaimed, "What must the King of England be when his servant travels with such pomp?" It was in this way that Thomas Becket presented himself at the French court to negotiate on the affair of Brittany and the alliance of Prince Henry with Margaret of France. With similar grand display, although of a different nature, he accompanied the king in his campaign through the countship of Toulouse, of which he directed in person the greater part of the operations. He was at the head of 700 knights and men of arms, supported at his expense, when he attacked the towns of Cahors and the castles which surrounded it. His sagacity, his good humor, his caustic and fertile wit were to the king a continual source of amusement. He lived with his favorite in almost brotherly intimacy, and the administrative talents which the chancellor displayed in domestic affairs added to his popularity. "I will make thee Archbishop of Canterbury," Henry often said. Becket smiled and shook his head. When the Prior of Leicester, a rigid ecclesiastic, reproached him with the worldliness and outward show of his mode of living, reminding him that he was destined to become primate of England, the chancellor exclaimed, "I know 3 poor priests more fitted than I for that dignity. If I ever attained it, I should either lose the king's favor or forget my duty towards God." The Archbishop Theobald was dead, 1161. For 13 months the kings left the see vacant in order to appropriate its revenues, but he did not lose sight of the choice on which he had resolved. Becket was devoted to him. He had always displayed great respect for the royal prerogative, exacting so rigorously what was due to the crown, even from the clergy, that the Bishop of London, Gilbert Folliot, accused him of angrily plunging a dagger into the maternal bosom of his church. Henry believed himself sure of thus raising to the ecclesiastical supremacy a friend who would support him in the reforms which he was meditating. He sent for Thomas Becket at Toulouse, where he happened to be, and ordered him to set out immediately for England, where he would be elected Archbishop of Canterbury. Becket smiled as he pointed to the magnificent dress in which he was clothed. "You choose fine dresses to figure at the head of your monks at Canterbury," he said. "If you do as you say, sire, You will hate me very soon as much as you now love me, for you will meddle in the affairs of the church more than I can consent to, and people will not be wanting to embroil us." The king paid no heed to the views of the chancellor. The bishops and the chapter of Canterbury proclaimed Becket unanimously, with the exception of Gilbert Folliot, who had hoped to secure that promotion for himself. The new archbishop received the order of priesthood, for he was hitherto only a deacon, and he was consecrated by Henry of Winchester, brother of King Stephen. The pallium was brought from Rome, and Becket took possession of the archiepiscopal throne. In placing his hand upon the pastoral crozier, Becket had completely changed his way of living. From the most ostentatious lecture he suddenly passed to the austerest life. No more festivities, no more horses, no more sumptuous clothing. The rich revenues were expended in alms. The archbishop had resigned his position as chancellor, saying that he could not do justice to the affairs of the king as well as to those of the church. Henry was astonished at this transformation, but as yet it caused him no irritation. When the court returned to England, the archbishop conducted his royal pupil to his father, and the king exhibited towards him the affection and the confidence to which he had been accustomed. Meanwhile, the storm was approaching. Becket had resolved to restore to the see of Canterbury its primitive splendor, and to take back from the hands of the despoiler the property of which the chapter had been deprived by slow degrees. This measure, similar to that which Henry had long before applied to the crown property, seemed to the king objectionable when the matter in hand was the lands of the archbishopric. Becket even dared to demand a castle, and he had excommunicated a vassal holding directly from the crown, who had expelled a priest from his domains. It was with an ill will and after much difficulty that the archbishop withdrew his sentence in obedience to the king's orders. While these clouds were gathering in the sky, Henry was preparing a measure fatal to the good understanding between himself and his favorite. The priests and all those who depended, directly or indirectly, on the church had the right of being judged exclusively by ecclesiastical tribunals, and clerical justice was accused of great partiality. Its very laws forbade the shedding of blood. Thus a servant of the church could not be condemned to death, even for murder, and this assurance often led to the most odious crimes, the repression of which was uncertain. The king had resolved to remedy this inconvenience by requiring that every priest degraded for his misdeeds should be given up to the civil tribunals, who should judge him in their turn. Becket maintained that it would be unjust to judge and punish twice the same culprit. The greater number of the bishops were of his opinion. The king shifted the question. "Will you," he asked the assembly of prelates, "swear to maintain the ancient customs of the realm?" "Save the honor of our order," replied all the bishops, with the exception of Hilary of Chichester. The king was furious. He convoked a great council at Clarendon, January 25th, 1164, where he presented to the bishops a series of decrees and laws regulating the relations of the civil and ecclesiastical tribunals, which have since been known under the name of the Constitutions of Clarendon. He had striven to intimidate the bishops by stripping Becket of the castles and the titles which he had given him long before. Alternately, threatening and yielding, the archbishop had arrived at Clarendon. He had consented to sign the constitutions. The act was complete, and it only remained now to affix the seals, when Becket was seized with remorse. "I will never affix my seal to this," he said, and without listening to the representations of his colleagues, or the counsels of the Grand Master of the Templars, or taking heed of the anger of the king, who had left the hall of council in a fit of rage, he remounted his horse and returned gloomily to Canterbury, lamenting over his sins as the cause of the enslavement of the church in England. I was taken from the court to become a bishop, vain and proud as I was, not from the school of the Saviour, but from the palace of Caesar. I was a feeder of birds, and I was suddenly called upon to be the pastor of men. I was the patron of the mummers, and took delight in following the hounds. I have become the keeper of many souls. I neglected my own vineyard, and now I am entrusted with the vineyard of others. He fasted and prayed, refusing to ascend the steps of the altar. He found no rest until the Pope had sent him absolution for his failings. The pontiff had not ratified the constitutions of Clarendon. The king had not abandoned his project. His anger was directed against the archbishop, whom he rightly regarded as the only serious obstacle to his designs. He summoned him to appear before his council, which met at Southampton, October 1164. Under pretext of a denial of justice on the part of his archiepiscopal court, Becket excused himself, but was condemned to forfeit his personal property, a sentence which was commuted into a fine of £500 sterling. The charges against him were not yet exhausted. A demand was made for the rents which he had received from lands given to him by the king. The archbishop promised payment. Each day brought some new claim. The king, who was furious against his old favorite, demanded at length a sum of 44,000 marks of silver on account of the ecclesiastical revenues which Becket had appropriated as chancellor during the vacancies of the sees. This was absolute ruin and war to the knife. The archbishop replied that it was not in his power to pay such a sum, and that he had been declared free from all such claims when he had resigned his place as chancellor in order to become primate of England. At the same time he requested a conference with the bishops, but all had abandoned him. Henry of Winchester alone proposed to pay the sums demanded of the archbishop. The king would not listen to him. "What he desires is your resignation," said the bishops of London and Winchester to Becket. "The life of this man is in danger," exclaimed the Bishop of Lincoln. "He will lose his bishopric or his life, and I would like to know of what use his bishopric will be when he is dead." End of Chapter 7, Part 1.
Volume 1, Chapter 7, Part 2 of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François Pierre Guillaume GUIZOT. Chapter 7, Part 2. Under the effects of so many violent emotions, the Archbishop had been taken ill. He sincerely believed himself to be bound to maintain the juridical rights of the Church, and in his mind this cause was absolutely identified with the cause of God. To allow the ecclesiastical privileges to be trammelled by the royal authority appeared to him an act of treason against the Lord God, who had elevated him, unworthy as he was, to the office of pastor of souls. Defeated and troubled, he at one time thought of throwing himself at the king's feet and begging him to spare the church for the sake of their old friendship. But Becket's was a proud and ungovernable spirit, and such humiliation appeared impossible to him. He therefore resolved to fight it out to the last. It was on the 18th of October, 1164, that he was to appear before the court to receive his final sentence. Clad in his episcopal robes, he celebrated Mass in honour of St. Stephen, the first martyr, and then, after laying down his mitre, he advanced, holding a crucifix in his hand, and followed by the priests into the council chamber. As he was entering, the Bishop of Hereford came to him with the intention of taking the crucifix from him. "Allow me to keep it, my lord," he said. "It is the banner of the prince whom I serve." The Bishop of London, Gilbert Folliot, was there, and also wished to take the crucifix from the hands of the prelate. "You defy the king," cried he, "by coming in this garb to his court, but the king holds a sword, the point of which is sharper than your crucifix." The archbishop had, however, entered the council chamber, and on seeing him Henry blushed deeply and hastily retired. The archbishop sat down, but the bishops had been called away by the king. Discord reigned in the royal chamber. Henry was furious and railed bitterly, first against the obstinacy of the archbishop, and then against the cowardice of his own advisers. The Archbishop of York retired, calling all his followers, in order, as he said, to avoid seeing bloodshed. The Bishop of Exeter went and threw himself at Becket's feet, imploring him to give in and to save his life. "Go," said the Archbishop. "You do not understand those things which are of God." At length the bishops returned with Hilary of Chichester at their head. "You were our primate," he said, "but in putting yourself in opposition to the royal will, you have broken your oath of allegiance. A perjured archbishop has no longer any claim upon our obedience. We will submit the affair to the Pope, and call upon you to answer before him for your conduct." "I understand," replied the archbishop coldly. The nobleman had followed the bishops, and the Earl of Leicester approached Becket. "Hear your sentence," he began. "My sentence!" cried Becket. "My son, listen to me first. You know how faithfully I have served the king, and with what repugnance I accepted this duty to please him. You are my children in God. Can a son sit in judgment on his father? I take exception to your tribunal and appeal to the Pope. I place myself, as well as my church, under his protection, and summon the bishops who have obeyed the king rather than their God to answer at that tribunal. It is under the protection of the Holy Catholic Church and of the Apostolic See that I leave this court." He had risen from his seat, and all the bishops had done likewise. Followed by his priests, he strode slowly across the room. The courtiers insulted him and threw at him the bundles of straw which covered the floor. Somebody called out, "Traitor!" "Were it not for the garments which I wear, that coward would repent his insolence," said the archbishop, who then mounted his horse, while he was saluted by the cries of the people, who were prostrating themselves and asking his benediction. The prelate caused the doors of the monastery in which he resided to be opened, and the poor entered in crowds, the archbishop giving them a supper and sitting down to table with them himself. The scriptures were being read, and Becket was struck by these words of the Lord: "If you are persecuted in one town, fly to another." He sent to the king for a passport. "You shall be answered tomorrow," was the message sent back from the palace. The friends of Becket were in great fear. "This night will be your last if you do not fly," said the clergy. The archbishop at length decided to leave England. Mounted on horseback and accompanied by 3 priests, he set out in the direction of Kent, amidst torrents of rain that compelled him to cut off the skirts of his long mantle, which were wet and heavy and were irksome to him. He wandered about in the disguise of a monk and under the name of Brother Christian, during 20 days in Kent, meeting with many adventures. At length he procured a little vessel, and landed on the 2nd of November, 1164, in the countship of Boulogne, near Gravelines, whence he repaired on foot, and in the same disguise, to the convent of Saint-Bertin, near Namur. The fugitive's first thought was to ask shelter of the King of France and protection of Pope Alexander II, who was then residing at Sens. The anti-pope Victor held possession of Rome. The ambassadors of Henry II had preceded Becket at both courts, but Louis the Young, an enemy to the King of England, and therefore unwilling to do the latter a service, haughtily declared that it was the ancient privilege of the French crown to succour the oppressed against their persecutors. The The Pope at first received Becket's representative rather coldly, but he ended by deciding to brave the anger of Henry II and received the fallen Archbishop with great kindness. "If I had been willing to do the bidding of the king in all things," said Becket, "nobody in his kingdom would now be as great as I, but I know that I obtained through him the position which I occupy to the prejudice of the liberty of the Church. That is the reason that I throw myself at your Holiness's feet. Your Holiness must appoint a new primate of England." The Pope did not accept this resignation, and having caused the constitutions of Clarendon to be read to the prelate, he condemned them, with the exception of 6 clauses. Then raising the Archbishop, whom he had reinvested with his ecclesiastical dignity, "Go," said he, "and learn in poverty to console the poor." The Pope assigned the Abbey of Pontigny to him as his residence, and authorized him to excommunicate the enemies of the Church. When Henry heard of the success of his adversary, his anger knew no bounds. Not only did he confiscate both the goods and revenues of Becket and the priests who had followed him, but he included in his revenge all the members of the Archbishop's family, as well as all his friends. He proscribed more than 400 persons, men, women, and children, whom he sent, divested of everything, to Becket, to complain of the misfortune which he had brought upon them. Every day these unhappy people would present themselves at the convent of Pontigny, breaking the heart of the Archbishop, who found no rest until the time when the combined charity of King Louis, the Pope, and the Queen of Sicily provided for the necessities of the exiles. Meanwhile, King Henry had on hand grave affairs which would soon have made him forget his grievances against the Archbishop, if he had been of a less vindictive disposition. The Welsh had revolted, and the war against them had been unfortunate in consequence of bad weather. The king had consoled himself for this by causing the noses of the hostages to be cut off and their eyes destroyed. But this was not sufficient to appease his anger. He found satisfaction in Brittany, where he profited by the rebellion against Conan. Henry took advantage of it to seize upon the country. He celebrated in 1166 the marriage of his son Geoffrey with Constance. Brittany was pacified, but Becket had just excommunicated all those who held the property of the Church, and particularly several of the king's favourites, whom he mentioned by name. When Henry heard this news, he was at Chinon near Tours. His anger was so violent that he threw himself upon his bed, tearing the clothes, biting the straw of the mattress, and howling with rage. He immediately informed the abbot of Pontigny that if the order of Cistercians wished to retain their property in the provinces dependent on the King of England, he must refuse the shelter of his house to the enemy who so haughtily defied his sovereign. The abbot went and saw Becket. "God forbid that upon such injunctions the chapter should think of sending you away," he said. "Consider for yourself what you had better do." The Archbishop immediately made preparation to leave the place, and went to the convent of St. Columba near Sens, where King Louis had ordered that he should be received. 1168. Up to this period, political considerations had created an ill feeling between the King of France and the King of England, and in this lay Becket's security. In 1169, similar influences brought them to an understanding. They met at a solemn conference at Montmirail, and when the young princes, Henry's sons, had done homage to the King of France for Normandy, Aquitaine, and Brittany, the case of Becket was considered, and he was ordered to appear before the august assembly. The Archbishop was growing weary of his exile, and his protectors were growing weary of defending him. It was therefore hoped that he would tender his submission in order to end the struggle. Becket presented himself before King Henry with a grave and modest air. Bending his knee, the Archbishop said, "My liege, in all the disputes which have taken place between us, I submit to your judgment, as arbitrary sovereign in all points, except the honour of God." Immediately this restriction was uttered, The king burst into a passion, and turning towards King Louis, "Do you know," he cried, "what would happen if I were to accept this reservation? Everything that should displease him would be contrary to the honour of God, and I should lose all power. There have been archbishops at Canterbury much more pious than he, and there have been kings in England less powerful than I. Let him only treat me as the least pious of his predecessors treated the smallest of mine, and I shall be satisfied." "Save the honour of God," repeated the archbishop. The assembly cried out aloud that it was past endurance, that the king could ask no less, and that Becket was too exacting. "Do you wish, then, to be more than a saint?" asked Louis angrily, but he got no further concession, and the two kings remounted their horses without taking leave of the archbishop, whose fate was now very much harder by reason of the estrangement of the King of France. He was reduced to live by alms, until the day when Louis again sent for him. "It is to banish us from his dominions," the clergy said in alarm, but scarcely had the king seen the archbishop when he threw himself in his arms. "Forgive me, father," he cried. "You are right. We were mistaken. We wished to subject the honour of God to the will of a man. Absolve me." Henry had failed to fulfil his contracts with King Louis, who had thereupon hastened to express his approval of Becket's conduct. A fresh attempt at a reconciliation broke down in consequence of the king's firm decision never to give to the archbishop the kiss of peace with which it was usual to ratify all oaths. Meanwhile Prince Henry had been crowned in England, his father wishing to secure the succession to him. Becket's office had been usurped, the young prince having received the crown from the hands of the Archbishop of York. The Pope had returned to Rome after the death of the antipope Victor, and the displeasure or favour of the King of England now had fewer attractions or horrors for him. Henry was afraid that he might authorize Becket to excommunicate him personally and to place his kingdom under an interdict, and he at length yielded, under the advice of the King of France, with whom he had just effected a reconciliation. In the month of July 1170, the two antagonists met within the confines of Touraine. As soon as the king perceived the archbishop, he came forward, helmet in hand, and accosted him. They conversed in a friendly manner, with a certain amount of their old familiarity, and when they parted from each other, the king said to his courtiers, "I found the archbishop most favourably disposed towards me, and if the feeling were not mutual, I should be the worst of men." Within 2 days of this event, reconciliation took place. Becket bent his knee to the king, who held the stirrup for the archbishop to remount his horse. But the kiss of peace was not given. However, the restitution of the archbishop's property was agreed upon. Henry promised to supply Becket with the money requisite to defray his travelling expenses to England, and the two enemies, apparently reconciled, took leave of each other. "I do not believe that I shall ever see you again," said the archbishop, looking fixedly at the king. "What? Do you take me for a traitor?" cried Henry angrily. The prelate only bowed in answer. He never saw the king again. The archbishop had proceeded to Rouen, awaiting the money which had been promised to him, and during the sojourn which he was compelled to make in Normandy, he received frequent warnings of the dangers which awaited him on the other side of the Channel. "They will not even allow Becket time enough to eat a whole loaf," said Ranulph de Broc, who had been excommunicated by him. But Becket did not take heed of any warnings. "Even," he said, "if I had to face the certainty of being cut to pieces on the other side of the Channel, I should not turn back on my way. 7 years of absence are sufficient for the pastor and for his flock." After having waited for 4 months, he borrowed 300 livres of the Archbishop of Rouen, and set sail in a small vessel which landed him in Sandwich Bay, whereby he avoided an ambush which had been prepared for him near Dover. A messenger preceded the prelate, bearing letters of excommunication from the Pope against the Archbishop of York, the Bishop of London, and the Bishop of Chichester, who had all taken part in the ceremony of the coronation of the young king. The letters were publicly consigned to the 3 bishops, who were enraged beyond measure. It was on the 1st of December that Becket returned to England, to the great delight of the people, but not a single baron came to meet him. The first who passed were armed and drew their swords. One of the king's chaplains, who had accompanied the primate, was at great pains to quiet them and to protect Becket on his re-entering his episcopal city. "He gathers serfs round him on his way," said the nobleman, "and leads them with him." The archbishop had come back to Canterbury after having attempted to obtain an interview with the young king, his old pupil, but the latter had refused to see him, and Becket, confined to his diocese, surrounded himself with the poor and the peasants, who constituted a rustic guard round him. Excommunications were still being proclaimed. On Christmas Day, after having begun his sermon with these words, "Venio ad vos, more inter vos," I come to you to die among you, Becket, reminding his congregation that one of their archbishops had suffered martyrdom, added, "You will perhaps see another suffer in the same manner, but, before dying, I will avenge some of the wrongs done to the Church." He then excommunicated Ranulph and Robert de Broc, his bitter enemies. Meanwhile, the suspended bishops had crossed the sea to go and lay their complaints before King Henry II, who was still in Normandy. "We throw ourselves at your mercy, in the name of the Church and State, for your peace and ours. There is a man who is inflaming all England. He marches with troops of armed horsemen and foot soldiers, prowling around the fortresses, trying to effect an entrance." Henry had never sincerely forgiven his old favourite, and he was very angry at these accounts of his conduct. "What," cried he, "does this wretch who has eaten my bread, who came to my court a beggar, upon a lame horse, with all he possessed behind him, insult me with impunity, while not one of the cowards whom I feed at my table dares to deliver me from a priest who is so obnoxious to me?" Words like these are always caught up by willing ears. When the king convoked a council of his barons to decide what was to be done with Becket, 4 of their number were absent: Richard Brito, Hugh de Morville, William de Tracy, and Reginald Fitzurse. When the king observed that they were not there, he became uneasy, and hastened the departure of the Earl of Montville, who was commissioned to arrest Becket. The 4 conspirators preceded him. On the 29th of December, in the morning, they arrived at Canterbury, followed by a troop of soldiers whom they had collected together on their way. They wished to secure the help of the mayor of the town, but the latter refused. The knights recommended him at least to keep the townsmen quiet, and they proceeded to the prelate's house with 12 of their friends. The archbishop was in his room, and the knights sat down on the floor without saluting him and in silence. No one dared begin. The archbishop asked their business. "We have come on behalf of the king," said Reginald Fitzurse, "in order that those you have excommunicated may be absolved, that the bishops who have been suspended may be re-established in their positions, and that you may justify your designs against the king." "It is not I who excommunicated the Archbishop of York," said Becket, "but the Pope himself. As to the others, I will re-establish them if they will tender their submission." "From whom do you hold your appointment as Archbishop?" inquired Fitzurse. "From the Pope or from the king?" "My spiritual office I hold by the will of God and the Pope," said the primate, "and my temporal rights from the king." "It is not from the king, then, that you obtain everything?" "No." The knights were restless and were twisting their gloves angrily. "I am astonished," said Becket, "that men who formerly swore allegiance to me come into my house to threaten me." "We will do more than threaten," cried the barons. They thereupon retired hastily. The priests and attendants who surrounded Becket were alarmed. They wanted to close all the doors and barricade the house, begging the bishop to take refuge in the church. He refused. Already the noise of battle-axes rattling against the entrance was heard. Fitzurse was endeavouring to break open the door, which an attendant had shut upon the intruders, who had now come back with their weapons. The bell of the church was ringing for vespers. "Since it is my duty, I will go to the church," said Becket, and preceded by a priest carrying a cross, he passed slowly through the cloisters and entered the cathedral. The door had not given way, but the conspirators had just entered the palace by the window. The clergy were hastening to close the doors of the church. "No," said the archbishop, "the house of God should not be barricaded like a fortress." He was ascending the steps leading to the choir when Reginald Fitzurse entered abruptly at the other end of the church. He was brandishing his sword and crying, "Come, loyal subjects of the king!" It was late. The movements of the conspirators were scarcely observable. Neither could the latter see the priest distinctly. The archbishop was urged to descend into the crypt. He refused, and advanced boldly towards the sacrilegious intruders, who were brandishing their swords within the holy precincts. His cross-bearer alone had not fled. "Where is the traitor?" cried a voice. Becket did not answer. "Where is the archbishop?" repeated Fitzurse. "I am here," said Becket, "but no traitor, only a priest of the Lord. What are you here for?" "Absolve all those whom you have excommunicated. They have not repented, and therefore I cannot." "You shall die then." "I am ready in the name of the Saviour, but I forbid you, by the Lord Almighty, to touch any of these present, either priests or laymen." At this moment he received between the shoulders a blow with the flat part of the sword. "Fly," they cried, "or you are a dead man." The archbishop did not stir. The intruders endeavoured to drag him out, not daring to kill him in the sanctuary. He was struggling in their grasp. At length William de Tracy raised his sword and wounded the archbishop in the head, striking down at the same time the hand of Edward Grime, the brave cross-bearer. Becket had clasped his hands together. "I confide my soul and the cause of the church to God, to the Virgin Mary, to the patron saints of this church, and to St. Denis," he cried. A second thrust from a sword laid him prostrate upon the ground near St. Benet's altar. A third blow split his skull, and the sword was broken on the paved floor. "Thus perish all traitors," cried one of the conspirators, and they left the church hurriedly, while the monks were tearfully laying the archbishop's body out at the foot of the altar, taking up his blood in vessels, leaving exposed to view the hair cloth which he wore, and already revering him as a martyr. But on the morrow they were obliged to bury him in great haste, in order to spare his dead body the indignity of being insulted by Ranulph de Broc, who desired to take it away. The Archbishop of York publicly declared that Becket had fallen in his guilt and his pride like Pharaoh, while other bishops maintained that the body of the traitor ought not to lie in consecrated ground, and that he should be thrown into the foulest ditch, or be put upon a gibbet to rot. It was forbidden in the churches to speak of him as a martyr. Decrees are incapable of influencing the development of public opinion. King Henry was the first to discover this. Scarcely had he heard the news when a profound feeling of repentance for his imprudent words overcame him. He shut himself up in his private apartment, and during 3 days would not see anybody or take any food. When he awoke from this sullen depression, he immediately sent an ambassador to the Pope, assuring the latter of his innocence and of the grief which the death of the Archbishop caused him. At the same time, he hesitated to punish the murderers, who had acted according to his suggestion, and he allowed them the benefit of clergy, the crime having been committed upon the person of a priest. Thus the liberties of the Church, for which Becket had just died, protected his assassins. It is related that the latter were stricken with remorse in their turn, and that they went and threw themselves at the feet of the Pope at Rome, who ordered them to make a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, where they died sincerely penitent. If the story of the repentance of the murderers is not well authenticated, that of Becket's posthumous triumph is incontestable. He had not been buried 2 years, and King Henry had scarcely obtained forgiveness of the Pope, 1172, by undertaking to support, during 3 years, 200 horsemen intended for the defence of the Holy Sepulchre, when pilgrims were already proceeding in crowds to Canterbury Cathedral, begging the protection of the martyr, canonized by the public voice before being recognized as a saint by the Church. 2 more years elapsed, and on the 10th of July, 1174, the king was proceeding barefooted along the road leading to Canterbury. Each step he made left behind him a spot of blood. He wore a pilgrim's dress, and on his arrival descended into the crypt and prostrated himself before the tomb. The Bishop of London from the pulpit assured the people of the innocence of the king, of the profound grief which the death of the Archbishop had caused him, and of the remorse which he experienced for the fit of anger which had caused the commission of the crime. The king remained praying. He rose, uncovered his shoulders, and, passing before the chapter, he received from each monk 3 strokes from a knotted rope. Henry then returned to the tomb, still fasting and praying. He passed the night in the church, and in the morning after, having attended Holy Mass, he returned to London, so exhausted by the fatigue and severity of his punishment that he fell ill on his arrival. End of chapter 7. Reading by Florence.
Volume 1, Chapter 7, Part 3, of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François, Pierre, Guillaume, GUIZOT. Chapter 7, Part 3. During the anxieties which Henry experienced while he was quarrelling with Becket, he had not neglected external affairs, and a new kingdom had been added to his vast dominions. A kingdom insecurely held, however, as yet, and which was to cost England much blood and many errors before being united completely to his crown. Henry II had made the conquest of Ireland. After having shone with some brilliancy in letters as well as in the history of religious faith, Ireland had for some time past fallen back into a state verging on barbarism. Originally inhabited by different colonies of the Celtic race, she retained institutions analogous to those of the Highlands of Scotland. The clans were called septs. The chief was known as a Carfini, and chose his successor, or Tanist, from his own family, without regard to the laws of primogeniture. When the Carfini died, the Tanist succeeded him, and named his own heir presumptive. The same rule existed in the 4 kingdoms of Ulster, Munster, Leinster, and Connaught. Enmity and rivalry were constant between these princes. Of 178 kings who ruled over Ireland, 71 were killed in war, and 60 were murdered. In 1169, the King of Leinster, Dermot MacMorrough, having been driven from his possessions, had applied to Henry II for assistance, offering to take the oath of allegiance to the English king. But the king was engrossed in his relations with France, and he contented himself with authorising English warriors to support the cause of Dermot if they chose. Having obtained this permission, a certain number of adventurers went over to Ireland, the most notable of whom was the son of the Earl of Pembroke, Richard de Clare, called Strongbow, who took with him a force of 3,000 men. He fought against Dermot's enemies, married that chief's daughter, and had just inherited the kingdom of his father-in-law, when the king, annoyed at his success, wrote for him, recalling him to England. Strongbow immediately crossed the sea and came and threw himself at the king's feet, offering to surrender the town of Dublin to him. Henry's anger was appeased, and he appointed Strongbow to the position of Seneschal of Ireland. In the following year, the king himself landed in his new dominions with an army so numerous that the Irish soon made a nominal submission. Henry, however, intended not to act as a conqueror. He was taking possession, he said, of Ireland by virtue of an old bull of Pope Adrian, which conferred upon him the sovereignty of this new kingdom by the right which the popes claimed to exercise over all the islands recognizing the Christian faith. The Irish bishops answered this appeal by meeting together in council. Several wise measures were adopted for the civilization of the savage regions, where polygamy was still practiced and where dead bodies were not always buried. But Henry did not attempt to impose the English laws upon his new subjects. That portion of Ireland occupied by the Normans was alone assimilated to England. The rest of the country remained subject to its old customs. When Henry returned from thence on the 17th of April, 1173, nominating Hugh de Lacy governor of Ireland, he left behind him territories which his armies had not overrun, and an undisciplined population, who took advantage of his absence to rebel. The jealousies of the English noblemen established in Ireland still further complicated the difficulties of the government. Harassed by their mutual recriminations, the king would depose, replace, or recall the rivals. Disorder reigned in all parts when, in 1185, the king, having obtained from the Pope the investiture of Ireland for his son John, sent the young prince there with his court. The arrogance, the severity, and the follies of the new sovereign soon caused fresh insurrections. John grew alarmed and returned precipitately to England, leaving to Sir John de Courcy the care of pacifying Ireland. The lieutenant succeeded in this, and, having become Earl of Ulster, he governed the new kingdom with as much firmness as good sense, until, at the end of the reign of Henry II, a prosperous state of affairs was inaugurated, to which Ireland had not been accustomed under native kings. Henry had begun to appropriate Ireland to himself, but without being able to give his personal attention to that country. He was a prey to bitter and ever-increasing embarrassments. The crowning of his son, Prince Henry, had excited in the young man an ambitious spirit which his father-in-law, Louis VII, constantly encouraged. He asked for the immediate cession of Normandy, or even of England, in order to be able, he said, to maintain his position and that of the Queen his wife. "Wait until my death," replied the king. "You shall have wealth and power enough." He intended to bequeath England to Henry, as well as Normandy, Anjou, and Maine. Aquitaine he designed for Richard, Brittany for Geoffrey, and Ireland for John. The young princes had even already been invested with these magnificent provinces. But, encouraged by their mother, the vindictive Eleanor, to whom Henry II had always been a good husband, they plotted to seize their inheritance beforehand. In March 1173, Prince Henry, who had slept with his father at Chinon, found a means of escaping during the night and of reaching the territory of the King of France. A few days afterwards, his two brothers, Richard and Geoffrey, also escaped, and Queen Eleanor prepared to follow her sons. But she was captured by her husband's emissaries and brought back to England, where she was imprisoned until King Henry's death. The father had sent to Paris to ask that his son should be given up to him. The ambassadors found the young prince clad in regal robes, seated by the side of Louis VII. "We come from Henry, King of the English, Duke of Normandy, and of Aquitaine, Count of Anjou and of Maine," began the messengers. "No," said the king, interrupting them. "King Henry is sitting here, and he has commissioned you to deliver no message. If you wish to speak of the king, his father, he is dead, since his son wears the crown. If he still has any pretensions to the title of king, I will soon cure him of them." In accordance with these haughty words, the young prince caused a seal similar to that of England to be made, and declared, by letters addressed to the Pope, to his brothers, and to all the great noblemen of England and of the French states, that he was at war with his father in order to avenge the death of Becket, my foster father, whose assassins are still safe and sound. "I am unable," he added, "to bear this criminal negligence, for the blood of the martyr cries aloud in my ears. My father is incensed against me, but I do not fear to offend him when the honour of God is the cause." The kings of France and Scotland, the Count of Flanders, and a great number of English and Norman noblemen sided with the conspirators. King Henry began to see himself abandoned by his most intimate friends. He was a match for his 4 sons. "The King of England neither rides nor sails," said King Louis, alarmed by the rapidity of his rival's movements. "He is believed to be in England, and he is in France. He is believed to be in Ireland, and he is in England." An army of Brabantines had been raised, and King Henry II had called upon all those monarchs who had sons to support him in his quarrel, endeavouring to secure their help by the consideration of the disorder which would reign in their own dominions if their own children followed the example set by the English princes. He had implored the Pope to help him to defend the patrimony of St. Peter, as he called the islands of England and Ireland. The pontiff replied by sending legates to put an end to this unnatural struggle. But blood had already been shed. In the month of June 1173, the Count of Flanders had entered into Normandy. But his brother, who was his heir, having been killed at the first siege, he retired from this impious struggle and re-entered his states. King Louis VII and Prince Henry were defeated by the Brabantines. Prince Geoffrey did not meet with success in Brittany. A conference convoked at GUIZOT again excited their animosity. The war was carried on with alternate successes and reverses. The insurrection had spread as far as Aquitaine. The Scots had crossed the frontier, and several towns of England were in the hands of the insurgents when, in the month of July 1174, Henry hastily left Normandy. On reaching England, he proceeded directly to Becket's tomb. It was on the morrow of his humiliation and repentance, when he was already in his bed, overcome by fever, that it was announced to him that an attendant of Ranulph de Glanville wished to speak with him. The king inquired whether Ranulph, who was one of his intimate friends, was well. "My lord is well," replied the messenger, "and your enemy, the King of Scotland, is in your hands." The king trembled. "Say that again," he said. The man tendered some letters to the king. It appeared that on the 12th of July Glanville had surprised the King of Scotland, William the Lion, in the neighbourhood of Alnwick, and had made a prisoner of him. This good news effected a cure of the king's disorder. The people again thronged round his standards. In a few days the insurrection was quelled in all parts, and Henry, after this triumph, recrossed the sea with his army to relieve Rouen, which was besieged by the King of France, Prince Henry, and the Count of Flanders. A battle took place under the walls of the town, which was decided in favour of the King of England. The princes were for the time reduced to obedience. Richard resisted for a greater length of time than his brothers. He had acquired a taste for warlike achievements, which were to become the passion of his life, and he thought besides that he was upholding the rights of his mother, to whom he was tenderly attached. But he yielded at length. An interval of peace at length allowed Henry II breathing time and leisure to organise the great institution which he wished to bequeath to England. It was in 1176 that he definitively established, with the help of his friend Ranulph de Glanville, the Courts of Justice, where the assizes were regularly held for all the civil and criminal business, and which were presided over by itinerant judges, who made a circuit from town to town to direct the decisions of the knights of the shire who then represented the jury. Louis VII was dead, Philip Augustus had ascended the throne, 1180, and war was about to break out afresh. King Henry, who was now reconciled to his eldest son, wished to compel Richard to do homage to his brother for the Duchy of Aquitaine. The prince refused, saying he would not compromise the rights of his mother. She was greatly beloved in her hereditary dominions, and the poet Bertrand de Born, powerful among his countrymen and devoted to Eleanor's cause, was intriguing successively with whichever of the three sons appeared the most incensed against his father. King Henry had caused a picture to be painted representing 4 young eagles attacking their sire. "If John does not join his brothers," he said sadly, "it is because he is too young." Richard at length made peace with his father, but Henry and Geoffrey had raised the standard of rebellion in their turn. They had invited the king to a conference at Limoges, 1183. When he approached the town, he was saluted with a volley of arrows, of which one wounded his horse in the neck. "Ah, Geoffrey!" cried the king, "what has your unhappy father done to you, that you should thus make a target of him for your arrows?" The prince laughed at this bitter remonstrance. "We cannot live in peace amongst ourselves," he said, "without being in league against my father." His brother Henry was disgusted at this evidence of his brother's hard-heartedness, and joined the king for a while. But soon after, having been again annoyed, he departed and joined Geoffrey and the Poitevins, who had revolted, when he fell ill at Limoges. In terror, he sent, begging his father to come and grant his forgiveness. The king did not dare to accede to the request. His friends would not allow him to venture into the camp of his sons, who had so recently attempted his life. He contented himself with sending a ring by the Archbishop of Bordeaux, assuring the prince of his forgiveness. The prelate found the young man dying upon a bed of ashes, a prey to remorse and despair. He died pressing to his lips the ring which his father had sent to him, greatly distressed at not having received the benediction upon which he had hitherto set so little value. A few days afterwards Limoges was taken, and the instigator of the insurrections, Bertrand de Born, was made a prisoner. He was brought before the king to receive sentence. He said nothing, and did not defend himself. "Bertrand," said the king, "you pretend that at no time do you require 1/2 of your talents. Know that in this instance the whole of them would avail you little." "Sire," replied Bertrand, "it is true that I said that, and I told the truth." "And I think that your talents have deserted you," cried Henry angrily. "Ah, sire," said Bertrand, "my powers deserted me on the day that the brave young king, your son, died. On that day I lost all my powers." The king burst into tears. "Bertrand," he cried, "it is but right that my son's death should have unnerved you, for he was more attached to you than to anybody else in the world, and I, for love of him, give you your life, your goods, and your castle." The poet Dante did not forgive Bertrand de Born as King Henry had done, for he placed him in hell. "I saw," said he, "and I seem to see it still, a headless trunk approach us, and the head being cut off, it held it in one hand by the hair, like a lantern. Know that I am Bertrand de Born, who gave bad advice to the young king." In the midst of the general grief, a kind of union was effected between the father and his remaining sons, as well as between the father and mother. Eleanor was brought back to Aquitaine and restored to liberty. But this mutual understanding, so rare in this royal family, only lasted for a short time. Geoffrey asked the king to grant him the countship of Anjou, and on being refused, he retired to the court of France. Death awaited him there. He was thrown in a tournament and trampled underfoot by the horse before the attendants could come to his assistance. Henry had 2 sons remaining, Richard, who was afterwards called Coeur de Lion, and who had inherited that majestic countenance which Peter of Blois attributes to his father, whose almost square head resembled a lion's head, and John Lackland, as his father laughingly called him, who had not taken part in the revolts of his brothers, and whom Henry esteemed very much for that reason. Richard had already shown fresh signs of insubordination. Eleanor had returned to her prison at Winchester, when a call from the east brought a short truce to the hostilities between France and England. Jerusalem had just been retaken by the Mussulmans, 1187. Pope Urban II had died of grief in consequence. Gregory VIII, who had succeeded him, called the Christians from the west to the deliverance of the Holy Sepulchre, and the Archbishop of Tyre was preaching in favour of the crusade. King Henry was the first to respond to the appeal. Richard assumed the cross as well as his father. Philip Augustus manifested the same desire. A conference was held under the elm of GUIZOT, the famous tree at the foot of which many treaties had been ratified, which had remained in force but for a very short time. The treaty of peace which was there agreed to in the name of the Crusade proved to be no more durable than the others, and the King of France in his anger caused the tree to be rooted up, saying that no more perfidy should be witnessed under its branches. It was rumoured that the King of England had the intention of bequeathing his kingdom to his youngest son. Richard had another grievance against his father. The latter had for some time been detaining in a castle the Princess Alice of France, who had been promised in marriage to Richard, and far from conniving at the union, he was endeavouring to obtain a divorce from Eleanor, with the intention, it was said, of marrying the young princess himself. Richard demanded an explanation from his father of these 2 infringements of his rights, asking for his father's consent to his marriage and an acknowledgment of himself as heir to the throne of England. Henry did not reply. He at length proposed to marry the Princess Alice to John Lackland. Richard was not infatuated with her, for he already dreamt of Berengaria of Navarre, but he looked upon his father's proposal as an indication of his intentions respecting John. "Is it really so?" cried he. "I did not think it possible, but now, my friends, you will see what you little expected." And kneeling before King Philip Augustus, he placed his hands in that monarch's, and at once did the latter homage for the duchies of Normandy, Brittany, and Aquitaine, as well as for the countships of Poitou, Anjou, and Maine, asking for assistance in recovering his rights. Philip Augustus accepted him as a vassal and liege, and immediately gave up to Richard the castles which he had taken from the latter's father. This time the shot had been sent straight to the king's heart. In vain did he retire to Saumur to recommence preparations for war. His energy and decision had failed him. He awaited the arrival of the Pope's legates, who were entrusted with the care of attempting a reconciliation, and contented himself with rewarding the noblemen of Normandy, who had always remained true to him. When the legate arrived, King Philip Augustus, who was too clever not to discover the weariness of the old king, insisted on the conditions of peace offered at the last conference, asking besides that John should accompany his brother in the crusade, without which he threatened to cause the greatest disorder in the kingdom. Henry refused. "Then the truce is at an end," said the King of France. The legate threatened to place the kingdom under an interdict and to excommunicate Philip and Richard. "I am not afraid of your mercenary anathemas," and Richard, drawing his sword, cried, "I will kill any insensate who dares to excommunicate 2 princes in a single breath." His friends restrained his violence. The legate remounted his mule and retired in great haste. The French marched towards Le Mans. The town was taken and pillaged. Aquitaine, Poitou, and Brittany revolted. Treason was rife among the English barons. Henry felt that he was beaten. He sued for peace, declaring himself ready to accept the propositions of Philip and of Richard. The two monarchs met upon a plain between Tours and Azay. Richard was not present. While they were conferring in the open field, and still on horseback, the thunder roared and a violent storm broke forth. The nerves of King Henry had been shaken by disease and trouble. He reeled in his saddle, and his servant sustained him with difficulty. When he had recovered his senses, he was too ill to continue the conference, and the proposals for peace were sent to his headquarters. They were hard and humiliating. An indemnity for King Philip, permission for his vassals to do homage to Richard, the restoration of the Princess Alice to a person commissioned to deliver her with all honour to her brother, or her affianced husband on the return from the crusade, and so forth. King Henry II, stretched upon his couch, listened in silence. When an end was made, he asked to see a list of the barons who had pledged themselves to maintain the cause of Philip and Richard. The first name was that of his son, Count of Mortagne. The unhappy father uttered a cry of pain. "John, the son of my heart," he exclaimed, "for love of whom I have brought upon myself all these misfortunes, he, too, has betrayed me." He was assured that it was so. "Let all things henceforth proceed as they will," he said. "I have no longer any regard for myself or this world." And he turned his face again to the wall in the bitterness of his soul. His son Richard had followed him, and leaning towards him asked for the kiss of peace in ratification of the treaty. The king did not refuse it as he had done before in the case of Becket. But Richard had scarcely left the chamber when the indignant father muttered between his teeth, "May I live to avenge myself on thee." He gave orders to be carried to Chinon, oppressed by a profound melancholy, which was succeeded by a violent fever. In his fits he raised himself in his bed, invoking the vengeance of heaven upon his children. "Shame, shame upon a vanquished king, a king dispossessed of his rights," he cried. "Accursed be the day when I was born. Accursed be the children that I leave behind me." He directed his attendants to carry him into the church, where he expired at the foot of the altar on the 6th of July, 1189. He had not yet completed his 55th year, but his features were worn like that of an aged man. When Richard, stricken with horror at the intelligence which he had received, hastened to Fontrevolt, whither the corpse of his father had been removed without ceremony, someone had surrounded the royal forehead with a golden fringe in imitation of a crown, and it had been necessary to employ hired horses in order to convey to his last resting place the powerful master of so many dominions. Richard approached the coffin. A drop of blood appeared under the nostrils of the corpse. "Yes, it is I who have killed him," cried Richard, stricken with repentance. He fell on his knees beside the dead body of his father, remained there a moment prostrate, then rising, went out precipitately. 10 years later, when Richard was dying at the sees of Chalus, he ordered that his body should be conveyed to Fontrevolt to be interred at the feet of his father. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. Chapter 8, Part 1, of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François, Pierre, Guillaume, GUIZOT. Chapter 8, Part 1. 1189 to 1216. Richard Coeur de Lion, John Lackland, Magna Carta. The first act of the new king was to deliver from her prison his mother, Eleanor of Aquitaine, to whom he had always been tenderly attached. While she was presiding over the preparations for the crowning of her son, dispensing amnesties, and calling all free men to swear allegiance to him, Richard arrested Stephen of Tours, Seneschal of Anjou and treasurer to Henry II, threw him into prison, and did not restore him to liberty until he had been put in possession by him, not only of the treasures of the dead king, but of all the personal property of the treasurer as well. On arriving in England, Richard also went in great haste to Winchester, in order to secure the riches which had been amassed there by his father. The Jews were uneasy at seeing the new sovereign display so much avidity. They had been accustomed to suffer for any want of money on the part of kings, and Philip Augustus had just set the example of confiscation by driving them away from his kingdom on his accession, 1180, in order to seize their property. Richard contented himself with forbidding them to enter Westminster Abbey, but some wealthy Jews, hoping to secure the favour of the new king by rich presents, ventured to present themselves among the vassals who brought their offerings to Richard. The gifts were accepted, but, after the coronation ceremony, when Richard, having taken the crown from the altar, in token that he held it from God alone, had deposited it in the hands of the Archbishop of Canterbury, who placed it upon Richard's head, a noise was heard proceeding from the gates of the churchyard. A Jew who attempted to enter was pushed back. On this disturbance being made, the other Jews were driven away, and then the popular vengeance was wreaked upon their houses, which were set afire. A great number of Jews were killed. The fury spread throughout the whole of the country. At York, the unhappy Jews retired into the citadel, where the governor allowed them to take refuge, but he went out one day, and the Jews, fearful of treason, refused to let him re-enter. The fortress was besieged, and when the Jews found themselves about to be taken, they set light to an immense wood pile, and threw themselves upon it with all their riches, after having themselves slain their wives and children. Richard forbade this persecution of the Jews, but did not cause anybody to be punished, and this shedding of the Jews' blood, says the old chronicler, although against the wish of the king, seemed to foretell that Coeur de Lion would be a plague to the Saviour's enemies. Richard appeared for the time being to have become imbued with the commercial spirit of these much despised Israelites. He turned everything into money, selling the royal domains which his father had been at such pains to reconstitute, bartering away towns, castles, and even, sometimes, property which did not belong to him. "I would sell London if I could find a buyer," he said. The most important offices in the kingdom were disposed of by auction, like the domains. Hugh Pudsey, Bishop of Durham, bought the county of Northumberland and the title of Chief Justiciar. The bishoprics and the abbeys were offered to the highest bidder. The King of Scotland was released of the tribute imposed upon him and his people during his captivity, for the sum of 20,000 marks of silver. The crusade which Richard was projecting, and which occupied his whole attention, required considerable sums of money, and the king was not very scrupulous as to the means he adopted for obtaining the money which he wanted. Prince John, his brother, had just received some very large gifts in Normandy and in England, but he was not nominated regent of the kingdom during Richard's absence. The power was divided between Bishop Pudsey and William Longchamp, Bishop of Ely and Chancellor of England. Many duties were entrusted to Queen Eleanor, and, towards the end of the year 1189, Richard proceeded to Normandy. He had promised to start on the crusade at Easter in 1190. The emissaries of King Philip Augustus met him at Rouen and took oath upon the soul of the king their master to a treaty of alliance, both offensive and defensive, between the two sovereigns, the King of France undertaking to respect and defend the rights of the King of England as he would his good city of Paris, while the English delegates swore on the soul of the King of England to perform the same services for King Philip as he would for his good city of Rouen. The kings of England were still, before all, dukes of Normandy. The Queen of France, Isabella of Hainault, had just died, and the departure for the crusade was postponed until midsummer. The two kings at length met on the plains of Vézelay, accompanied, it is said, by 100,000 crusaders. They marched across the country together as far as Lyons, and then separated, after having made an appointment to meet at Messina. Philip marched towards Genoa, where he expected to find those of his vessels which were destined for foreign service. Richard was going to Marseille. His fleet was to come and meet him there. England was no longer at the mercy of Genoese or Venetian merchants, being in possession of a considerable number of vessels. But the English ships were delayed. They experienced some mishaps in the Bay of Biscay. Some had sought shelter in Portugal. Richard became impatient, and hiring some mercantile barks, he set out with a portion of his forces, in order to arrive sooner at Messina to meet the King of France. But the English ships sailed faster than the Marseille barks. When the king arrived in Sicily, his fleet had preceded him. The kingdom of Sicily had previously lost its sovereign, William the Good, brother-in-law to King Richard, and his cousin Tancred, Count of Lecce, had been elected king in his stead. The Dowager Queen, Joanna, Richard's sister, claimed her jointure, which Tancred held unjustly, as she said. Scarcely had Richard set foot in Sicily when, without waiting for the negotiations to be made, he took possession of the castle and of the town of Bagnara, and established his sister there, who had arrived before him. Then, returning to Messina, he drove the monks from a convent which suited his purposes and converted it into a barracks. So many outrages roused the people, who shut the gates against Richard's troops. A conference was being held in the camp of Philip Augustus for adjusting this difference, when a fresh quarrel broke out between the Sicilians and the English troops. Richard left the royal tent in great haste, assembled his men, and running helter-skelter among the citizens, he entered Messina and planted his banner upon the ramparts. Philip Augustus at once demanded that his own banner should also be planted there. But Richard consented to give up the town into the hands of the Knights Templars, pending the decision respecting his sister's pretensions, and King Tancred hastened the negotiations, being anxious to rid himself of so turbulent and formidable a guest. Queen Joanna obtained a large sum of money, and King Richard received his share of it, which he scattered broadcast amongst the Crusaders, thus finding favour with the French as well as the English, the Normans, and the Aquitanians. Philip Augustus, courageous and bold as he was when necessary, did not possess in as great a degree as the King of England the brilliant qualities which then constituted a true knight. He was more prudent and cunning than Richard. Perhaps he was even given to dissimulation, for Tancred accused him before the King of England of having endeavoured to dissuade him from negotiating with Richard, and when the latter came and complained angrily to Philip, a quarrel was about to break out between the two brothers-in-arms, who had sworn to help each other in the holy enterprise. Richard thereby gained permission, accorded to him by the King of France, to marry whoever he chose instead of the Princess Alice, the sister of Philip Augustus. It was high time for Richard to disengage himself from previous contracts, for Queen Eleanor was to bring back to her son the Princess Berengaria, for whom she had been to Navarre. They were only waiting until the departure of Philip to celebrate the marriage. Bad weather had prolonged the stay of the King of France at Messina until Lent, and Richard's marriage with Berengaria had not yet been solemnized when Philip left Sicily on the 30th of March, 1191, upon his ship Franck-le-Mer, at the head of more than 200 vessels. The Queen of Sicily took the young princess away with her. The weather was unfavourable and the fleet was dispersed. When King Richard, suffering from seasickness, landed at Rhodes, he was almost alone, and he learned that the vessel, the Lion, with the princesses on board, had been driven ashore on the coast of Cyprus. The governor of the island, or, as he called himself, the Emperor Isaac Comnenus, had not allowed them to disembark. The sailors who had ventured to land had even been ill-treated. Much less provocation would have sufficed to arouse the anger and vengeance of Coeur de Lion. He immediately left Rhodes, sailed to Cyprus, took possession of the island, and made prisoners of the emperor and his daughter, gave the latter to Berengaria for an attendant, and placed Isaac Comnenus in silver chains, which the latter wore until his death. Richard was married in the church of Limassol on the day after Easter, in order to set out immediately for Acre, the siege of which town had already commenced, in spite of the plague, which was decimating the army. The prowess of King Richard soon attracted towards him the eyes of the Crusaders and of the Mussulmans themselves. Stricken with the fever, he would cause himself to be carried upon a litter to the ramparts, and would there direct the movements of the troops. He distributed among the knights the money taken at Cyprus. The jealousy of King Philip gained ground day by day. Accustomed to consider himself superior to the King of England, who was his vassal, Philip was annoyed at seeing his own authority lessened in consequence of the prodigious valour of Richard, the King, as he was called everywhere in the East, in defiance of the rights of the King of France. The French knights and their adherents on the one hand, the English knights and their allies on the other, had vainly endeavoured to take the town by storm. Saladin, the Sultan of the Arabs, kept aloof, watching for an opportunity to relieve Acre, but the Christian army completely surrounded it. As the eyeball the eye, say the Oriental historians, so completely, in fact, that at the moment when the chiefs of the Christian army, temporarily reconciled, were preparing to attack the town in unison, the Mussulman garrison surrendered, their lives being spared, on the 12th of July, 1191, and Saladin retired into the interior of the country. Philip and Richard immediately entered Acre at the head of their armies, and planted their banners upon the ramparts. The King of England had taken possession of the Sultan's palace without troubling himself to find a residence for Philip, and when he learnt that the Archduke of Austria, Leopold, had set up his banner at the side of the standard of England, he went and tore it down with his own hands and threw it into the trenches, indignantly asking how a duke could have any pretensions to the honours exclusively reserved for kings. Richard was destined to pay dearly for these haughty proceedings. Scarcely had the Crusaders entered Acre when King Philip announced his intention of returning to Europe. In vain was he urged to persevere in the holy enterprise. In vain his emissaries, who were entrusted to announce this news to King Richard, were so ashamed of it that they wept and said nothing. Philip insisted on returning to France, which country he would have been wise not to have left in the preceding year. 10,000 French crusaders remained in the East, under the command of the Duke of Burgundy. The King of France solemnly swore not to make any attempt upon Richard's dominions, and set sail on the 31st of July, leaving the Christian army a prey to the dissensions to which the succession to the throne of the still unconquered city of Jerusalem gave rise. Sybil, granddaughter of Godfrey of Bouillon, had just died, and her husband, Hugh of Lusignan, was one of the two pretenders to the title of King of Jerusalem, the other being Conrad of Montferrat, husband of Isabella, sister of Sybil. The King of France espoused the cause of Conrad, and Richard supported Lusignan. It was in the midst of these differences that the Crusaders, under the command of the King of England, commenced a march across the desert of Mount Carmel. Exhausted by the heat, they were also harassed by the Arab horsemen, who were more embittered than ever against the Christians, for the term fixed for the exchange of prisoners having gone by without Saladin's having sent back those in his possession, the King of England had caused all the Mussulman prisoners to be led out of the camp and to be slaughtered before the Sultan's eyes. The soldiers even went as far as searching the entrails of their victims for any gold or precious stones which they might have swallowed. A great battle was fought at Arsuf on the 7th of September. King Richard performed prodigies of valour and opened up a road to Jaffa. Saladin was at Ascalon when the Crusaders, who had arrived at Bethany, were compelled to give up their intention of laying siege to Jerusalem on account of the bad weather. The Sultan at once abandoned Ascalon, dismantling the ramparts and thus making the way clear for Richard. The latter hastened to repair the fortifications. In order to encourage the soldiers, he himself carried stones to the workers and urged the Archduke Leopold to do likewise. "I am not the son of a mason," replied the Austrian, whereupon Richard, in a fit of passion, struck him in the face. Leopold at once left the army and set out to return to his states, followed by his soldiers. In vain was Ascalon fortified. In vain did Richard agree to confer the crown of Jerusalem upon Conrad of Montferrat, in the hope of re-establishing a mutual understanding in order to be able to march against Jerusalem. That prince was almost immediately murdered by two emissaries of the Old Man of the Mountain, a mysterious sovereign whose devotees, intoxicated by the fumes of hashish, blindly obeyed his orders. This crime was attributed to the King of England, who afterwards quarrelled with the Duke of Burgundy, depriving himself of the support of the French as he had previously deprived himself of that of the Austrians. They had again advanced as far as Bethany, and a band of crusaders had ascended a mountain overlooking Jerusalem. King Richard was asked to come and see the holy city in the distance. "No," said he, covering his face with his cloak. "Those who are not worthy of conquering Jerusalem should not look at it." The Crusaders retraced their steps as far as Acre. On arriving at that town, Richard suddenly learnt that Saladin was besieging Jaffa. He embarked at once and sailed to the rescue. The crescent already shone upon the walls, but a priest who had cast himself into the water in front of the royal vessel told Richard that he could yet save the garrison, although the town was already in the hands of the enemy. The ship had not yet reached the landing stage, and already the king was in the water, which reached his shoulders, and was uttering the war cry, "St. George!" The infidels, who were busy plundering the city, took fright, and 3,000 men fled, pursued by 4 or 5 Knights of the Cross. The little corps of Christians entrenched themselves behind planks of wood and tubs. 10 tents held the whole of the army. Day had scarcely dawned when a soldier flew to Richard's bedside. "O king, we are dead men," he cried. "The enemy is upon us." The king sprang up from his bed, scarcely allowing himself time to buckle on his armour and omitting his helmet and shield. "Silence," he said to the bearer of the bad news, "or I will kill you." 17 knights had gathered round Coeur de Lion, kneeling on the ground and holding their lances. In their midst were some archers, accompanied by attendants, who were recharging their arquebuses. The king was standing in the midst. The Saracens endeavoured in vain to overawe this heroic little band. Not one of them stirred. At length, under a shower of arrows, the knights sprang on their horses and swept the plain before them. They entered Jaffa towards evening and drove the Mussulmans from it. From the time of daybreak, Richard had not ceased for a moment to deal out his blows, and the skin of his hand adhered to the handle of his battle-axe. The remembrance of this day had not faded when, more than 50 years later, St. Louis led the French troops to the crusade. Joinville heard the Saracen mothers scolding their children and threatening them with Malekrik, a name which the Mussulmans gave to King Richard. Such severe fatigue under the burning sun had affected the health of Coeur de Lion. Disquieting news came from his dominions. He concluded a truce with Saladin, giving up Ascalon to him, but keeping Jaffa, Tyre, and the fortresses along the coast, and promising to refrain from any hostilities during a period of 3 years, 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days, and 3 hours. "Then I will come back," said Richard, "with double the number of men that I now possess, and will reconquer Jerusalem." Saladin smiled, acknowledging, however, that if the Holy City was to fall into the hands of the Christians, no one was more worthy of conquering it than Malekrik. The two adversaries had conceived for each other a feeling of chivalrous admiration and esteem, which is the theme of Sir Walter Scott's novel, The Talisman. Numerous presents had been exchanged by them during the war, and when Richard was suffering from fever and was perishing with thirst, he received each day fruits and cooling drinks, which were sent to him by the Sultan. It was on the 9th of October, 1192, that Richard Coeur de Lion left Palestine. Standing upon the poop of his ship, he was surveying the shore, then fading from sight. "O Holy Land!" cried he, "I leave you to God as well as your people. May He help me to come back to your assistance." The English ships were sailing together when a storm arose and dispersed them. The one which carried the 2 queens arrived in Sicily, but King Richard was not with them, and no one knew what had become of him. Driven at first towards the island of Corfu, he had hired 3 small vessels which had taken him to Zara, whence he hoped to reach his nephew, Otho of Saxony, son of his sister Matilda. He found himself surrounded by enemies and threatened on all sides. He knew that King Philip had entered into a league with John Lackland in order to deprive him of his kingdom. The Emperor Henry had laid claim to the throne of Sicily and had not forgiven Richard for his alliance with Tancred. Leopold of Austria had not abandoned all hope of revenge, and everywhere the relations of Conrad of Montferrat were accusing the King of England of having been the cause of the death of their ally. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Volume 1, Chapter 8, Part 2 of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François Pierre Guillaume GUIZOT. Chapter 8, Part 2. Richard's farewell to the Holy Land. Richard assumed the garb of a merchant and started on his journey through the mountains of the Tyrol. He arrived at Goritz in Carinthia, where he sent and asked for a passport for Baldwin of Bethune, one of his knights, and for Hugh the merchant. The messenger was instructed at the same time to present the governor with a ring which the merchant sent him. The governor scrutinized the messenger. "You are not speaking the truth," cried he. "It is not a merchant who sends me this ring, but King Richard. But as he honours me with his gifts without knowing me, although I am the cousin of Conrad of Montferrat, I will do him no injury. Tell him, however, to leave this place as soon as possible." The governor of Goritz did not wish to arrest King Richard, but he had not promised to keep the secret. He informed Frederick of Montferrat, Conrad's brother, that Coeur de Lion was about to travel across his dominions. Recognised by a Norman knight, the king was saved by a faithful vassal, and had arrived in the states of the Duke of Austria, when he fell ill in the village of Erperg, a short distance from Vienna. A page was dispatched to the capital to exchange some gold bezants for current coin of the country. He was noticed and interrogated, and being put under torture, he divulged his master's name. Richard was stretched upon his bed, sleeping, when the Mayor of Vienna entered his little apartment. "Good morrow, King of England," he said. "You hide in vain, for your face betrays you." The king had already seized his sword, protesting that he would only surrender to the Duke himself. Leopold was unwilling to let anyone else have the honour of making the capture. He soon arrived and received the King of England's sword. "You should esteem yourself fortunate, sire," said the Duke, with a smile of revengeful satisfaction. "If you had fallen into the hands of the relations of Conrad of Montferrat, you would have been a dead man, even if you had had 1,000 lives." And triumphantly leading forth his prisoner, whom he reminded on the road of the insult which had been formerly offered to the Austrian flag, he shut Richard up in the castle of Dürnstein. But the emperor at once claimed the illustrious captive. "A duke cannot possibly keep a king," he urged. "It is the right of an emperor." And Richard was conducted to the castle of Trifels, where he languished for 2 years. While King Richard had been acquiring glory in Palestine, without any signal advantage gained to the Christian cause, disorder reigned supreme over his kingdom. The Chancellor Longchamp had seized upon the power, casting his fellow Bishop of Durham into prison, and only setting him free at the price of all the dignities which the latter had bought of Richard. The Chancellor was able and devoted to the king, but haughty, arrogant, despotic, and above all rapacious, as all powerful men were at that time. If he had remained master, said the chronicles, he would not have left a belt to the men, a bracelet to the women, a ring to the knights, or a jewel to the Jews. But scarcely had King Richard arrived in Palestine when Prince John unmasked himself. Having raised an army against the Chancellor, he claimed the supreme authority on the ground of his being heir presumptive to the crown, resolutely refusing to recognise the rights of Arthur of Brittany, son of Geoffrey, whom Richard had repeatedly nominated as his successor. Badly supported by the barons, Longchamp was beaten and compelled to agree to a truce. By means of intrigue and concessions, John first of all caused himself to be recognised by the regent and the council as heir to the throne, then obtained the deposition of the Chancellor, and saw himself raised to the dignity of Governor-General of the kingdom. It was on the 9th of October, 1191, while King Richard was fortifying the town of Jaffa after the victory of Ascalon. The new regent offered to allow Longchamp to keep his diocese of Ely, and have the governorship of 3 royal castles. "No," said the deposed Chancellor, "I will not willingly give up any of my master's rights, but you are stronger than I, and Chancellor and Chief Justiciar as I am, I yield to superior power." He consigned the keys of the Tower to Prince John, and made preparation for leaving England. No doubt he knew the prince too well not to fear some treachery, for he disguised himself as a travelling tradeswoman, and, accompanied by a large number of boxes, he waited near Dover for the ship which was to carry him to France. The vessel was delayed. Some fishermen's wives, passing along the beach, asked if they might look at his goods, but the Chancellor of England did not understand English, but only spoke Norman, and therefore could not answer. The women, being impatient, declared that the owner of the boxes must be a mad woman, and raised her veil. They started back at seeing a man's face underneath it. The fishermen rushed to the spot, and, suspecting some sinister purpose in the disguise, they subjected Longchamp to ill treatment until the officers of the guard came, tore him from their grasp, and took him to prison. The Chancellor had much difficulty in getting free again, and in obtaining permission to proceed to France. The Archbishop of Rouen was created Chancellor and Chief Justiciar in his stead. It was in the month of October 1192, when King Richard was just setting sail from Acre, that rumours of his approaching return were spread throughout Europe. But in vain did days, weeks, months elapse. The champion of the cross, Coeur de Lion, had disappeared, and his fate remained shrouded in mystery, when, at the beginning of the year 1193, a letter from the Emperor Henry VI to the King of France, discovered by accident, revealed the fact of Richard's incarceration in Austria. "The enemy of the Empire and the disturber of France," said the Emperor, "is imprisoned in a castle in the Tyrol, and watched day and night by faithful guards with naked swords." The exact whereabouts of the castle remained a secret. The effect of this news in Europe was wonderful. Richard's reputation had caused people to forget his pride and avarice. Prince John was as proud and as avaricious as his brother, without the fitful generosity and brilliant valour which in Richard compensated for so many faults. The clergy remembered the great deeds performed for the deliverance of the Holy Sepulchre. All the noblemen and knights were disgusted at the treachery which kept a king and a crusader in an unknown prison. The Pope excommunicated the Archduke Leopold, and threatened the Emperor with the same penalty. Prince John and the King of France alone rejoiced at the powerless state in which their enemy found himself. The Prince hastened to Paris to do homage to Philip for all the dominions which the King of England held upon the continent, and then, recrossing the Channel, he commenced preparations for raising an army, to enable him to dispute his brother's claim to the crown. But already the barons and prelates who remained faithful to Richard had unfurled the royal standard. The hired soldiers gathered together by John were repulsed, and the feeble usurper was compelled to consent to an armistice. His ally of France had been unsuccessful at Rouen, which was defended by the Earl of Essex, who had recently arrived from Palestine. Philip had been compelled to quit that town. The ex-Chancellor Longchamp had at length discovered the king's prison and had gone to see him. He managed to induce the Emperor to convoke the Diet of the Empire at Hagenau in order to hear the charges against Richard. The King of England appeared before the princes there assembled, and cleared himself easily of the accusations brought against him. The Emperor consented to deliver him up for a ransom. The sum was fixed at 150,000 marks of silver. The king's fetters were removed, and he was led back to his prison, there to remain until the united efforts of his people should raise the required sum of money. "My brother John will never gain a kingdom by his valour," Coeur de Lion had disdainfully declared on hearing of that prince's treachery. But John could plot, and, supported by Philip Augustus, he contributed greatly towards postponing the deliverance of his brother. Richard was still languishing in prison at the beginning of the year 1194, lamenting his fate in Provençal ballads, which may be translated thus: "Now know ye well, my barons, people all, English and Norman, Gascon and Poitevin, that for no money would I leave in thrall the poorest of my comrades thus to pine. Reproach I made not, nor desire withal, though now 2 winters here." The period of his captivity was at length, however, drawing to an end. In vain did Philip Augustus and Prince John propose to the Emperor Henry a much larger sum than Richard's ransom if he would still keep the latter in prison. The princes of the empire opposed the offer indignantly, and when the first half of the ransom arrived, in the month of February 1194, the king was at length restored to liberty. He landed at Sandwich on the 13th of March, to the great delight of his subjects. Prince John had taken refuge in Normandy, and the other traitors had disappeared. Richard seized upon several castles, deprived several rebels of their offices, and sold them to the highest bidder. Then, levying another tax upon a country exhausted by war and by the payment of the royal ransom, he hastened to France, to punish her king for the injuries inflicted upon him by that monarch. On disembarking, Richard was met by his brother, who reckoned upon the intercession of his mother to obtain the forgiveness of the sovereign whom he had so cruelly wronged. "I forgive him," said Richard, "and I hope that I shall forget his misdeeds as completely as he will forget my forgiveness." He refused, however, to reinstate John in his land and castles. War was still raging between the two monarchs, with variable success. Richard was enabled to wreak his vengeance upon the Bishop of Beauvais, who had formerly been entrusted with missions from Philip to the Emperor of Germany. That prelate, having been made a prisoner during a battle by Merchadec, chief of the Brabantines in Richard's service, was imprisoned in the castle of Rouen. In vain did he implore the intervention of Pope Celestine III in his favour. The King of England sent the armour, stained with the bishop's blood, to the pontiff, with this quotation from Scripture: "See whether it is your son's garment." The Pope laughed. "It is the coat of a son of Mars," said he. "Let Mars undertake to deliver him." And the bishop remained in prison until the death of King Richard. So many struggles were necessarily burdensome. From sea to sea England was ruined, say the chroniclers. A citizen of London, William Fitz-Osbert, better known by his title of Longbeard, constituted himself the champion of the poor, endeavouring, first of all, by interceding with the king, to obtain a lessening of the burdens which were crushing them. The king wanted money. Longbeard achieved no result, and came back to England, where he organised a secret association. He began a series of public orations, causing dangerous riots in London, where he was looked upon by the people as their king and saviour. The authorities endeavoured to arrest him, but he took refuge in the church of St. Mary of the Arches, with a few supporters, where he defended himself until the building being set afire, he was obliged to leave it. He was wounded, captured, and dragged to Smithfield, where he was hanged. The people had done nothing to rescue him, but it was found necessary to punish the fanatics who came by night to scrape up the earth at the foot of his gibbet, to be preserved as relics. King Richard had defeated Philip Augustus at the gates of GUIZOT. While making his escape, the King of France had almost been drowned in the river. "I made him drink the water of the Epte," Richard wrote triumphantly. But the day was approaching which was to see the end of so many heroic but fruitless struggles. It was rumoured in Normandy that an arrow was being fashioned in Limousin, which was destined to kill a tyrant. The King of England learnt that his vassal, the Viscount of Limoges, had discovered a treasure. He at once sent to claim it of the Viscount, who sent him one half of his treasure trove upon a mule. "Gold treasure belongs to the liege lord, silver is divided," said the Viscount. But Richard wanted the whole. He marched against the castle of Chalus, where he expected to find the treasure, and laid siege to the place. It was well defended, but provisions had run short. The garrison wished to capitulate. "No," said Richard, "I will take your place by storm, and cause you all to be hanged on the walls." The defenders of the town were in despair. The king and Merchadec were examining the point of attack, when a young archer, Bertrand de Gourdon, pulled his bow, and, praying to God to direct the arrow, aimed it at the king. The latter was struck on the left shoulder. The town, however, was taken by assault, and all the garrison were hanged. The king sent for Gourdon. He was dying, for an unskilful surgeon had broken the arrow and left the steel portion in the wound. "Wretch," said he to the archer, "what have I done to you, that you should have attempted my life?" "You have put my father and 2 brothers to death," said Bertrand, "and you wanted to hang me." "I forgive you," cried Richard. "Let his chains be removed, and let him receive 100 shillings." Merchadec took no heed of the royal pardon, but caused Bertrand de Gourdon to be flayed alive. Gourdon's children fled to Scotland, and became, it is said, the founders of the illustrious family of the Gordons. Richard died on the 6th of April, 1199. Scarcely had he breathed his last, when his sister Joanna, whom he had married to the Count of Toulouse, arrived at the camp before Chalus to solicit help for her husband in his dispute with the court of Rome in the matter of the Albigenses. She was informed of the death of her brother, and the shock caused her to give birth to a child prematurely. The child was stillborn, and the mother died in delivering it. She was buried with her brother at Fontevraud, at the foot of the grave of Henry II. The period of chivalric enterprises in England had gone by, and that of humiliation and decay was commencing. The reign, however, of John Lackland, the most cowardly and treacherous of the sovereigns who have sat on the throne of England, is one of the most important epochs in history, for from that time dates the active part played by the nation in its own affairs, the time of Magna Carta, the germ and foundation of all English liberty. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Volume 1, Chapter 8, Part 3 of A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. A Popular History of England, from the earliest times to the reign of Queen Victoria, by François, Pierre, Guillaume, GUIZOT. Chapter 8, Part 3. Magna Carta. John was well known by the people whom he aspired to govern, and was universally detested. Scarcely had the rumour of the death of King Richard spread through France, when all the nobility of Brittany, Touraine, Anjou, and Maine declared themselves in favour of Prince Arthur, son of Geoffrey Plantagenet, and of Constance of Brittany, born 7 months after his father's death, whom Richard had repeatedly nominated as his successor. Under the influence of Eleanor, Aquitaine and Poitou recognised John as their liege lord. He was in Normandy, and caused himself to be proclaimed at Rouen on the 25th of April. He had already sent the Archbishop of Canterbury back to England to bring together all the barons and to make them swear allegiance to John, Duke of Normandy, son of King Henry, son of the Empress Matilda. The repugnance felt towards him was very general, but the fear of anarchy decided several noblemen in favour of John. Promises and presents influenced others, and on the 25th of May, 1199, when John arrived in England, the greater number of the barons had become reconciled to his cause. The new king was crowned on the 27th of May at Westminster, the primate proclaiming aloud that the crown of England was not an inheritance descending by right of primogeniture, but that it belonged to the worthiest claimant. The worthiest claimant on this occasion was Prince John. There had been no question raised about the rights of Arthur, but Philip Augustus was too shrewd not to seize this pretext for renewing the war against John, whom he knew to be a coward, a sluggard, and a sovereign unpopular in his kingdom. He claimed, therefore, in the name of the young prince, whose mother had placed him under the royal protection, nearly all King John's continental domains. Hostilities recommenced, and Brittany was ravaged both by its enemies and friends. But the King of France was engaged in a serious dispute with the Pope. His kingdom had just been placed under an interdict. He concluded peace with John, sacrificing without remorse the interests of Arthur, who found himself completely disinherited through the mutual understanding between his uncle and the King of France. Meanwhile, John had started out for Aquitaine, there to receive the homage of his subjects. He met at one of the fêtes which were celebrated Isabel, daughter of the Count of Angoulême and wife of the Count of Marche. She was remarkably beautiful, and as ambitious as she was beautiful. Her beauty attracted the king, and the ambition of the countess prompting her, she abandoned her husband to marry John Lackland, who himself had been married for 10 years to the daughter of the Earl of Gloucester. An insurrection soon broke out in Aquitaine. It was insignificant at first, but at the beginning of the year 1202, Philip Augustus, delivered from his quarrels with Pope Innocent III, stirred the flame of the rebellion in the southern provinces, organised an insurrection in Brittany, and suddenly took up Arthur's cause again, who had recently lost his mother. "You are aware of your rights," he said to the young prince. "Do you wish to become king?" "Decidedly I do," said Arthur. "Very well then," said Philip. "There are 200 knights. Take them and march against your own provinces while I enter into Normandy." The Bretons rallied round their young duke, who advanced with his little army against the town of Mirabeau in Poitou, where his grandmother Eleanor was staying, whom his mother had taught him to hate. He hoped, by capturing her, to obtain better conditions from his uncle, but the old queen defended herself valiantly and held the castle sufficiently long to allow her son to come to her assistance. A nobleman of the country delivered up the town to him on the night of the 31st of July, 1202, on King John's promising not to do any harm to his nephew. All the noblemen who supported the young duke, amongst whom was the Count of Marche, were made prisoners, and Prince Arthur himself was imprisoned in the castle of Falaise, whence he was transported a short time afterwards to Rouen. There all trace of him is lost in history, and no information concerning him exists, except vague and contradictory tradition. The most probable story relates that the king arrived by night with his esquire, Peter of Molac, to see the unfortunate young prince in his dungeon, and that he took the latter with him in a little boat upon the Seine. The young man was in fear, and begged his uncle to spare his life, but John made a sign, and de Molac, after plunging his dagger into the prisoner's heart, threw his body overboard. But it is also said that de Molac conceived a horror of the crime beforehand and refused to commit it, and that the king himself struck the fatal blow. It was on the 3rd of April, 1203. Rumours of the murder spread throughout France and England, adding fresh indignation to the hatred which John already inspired. The Bretons proclaimed Alice of Thouars, daughter of the Duchess Constance by her third husband, instead of Prince Arthur's sister Eleanor, the Pearl of Brittany, who was in the power of her uncle, and was shut up by him in a convent at Bristol. The appeal of the Bretons to the liege lord was listened to by Philip Augustus. He summoned John, Duke of Normandy, to appear in Paris to be judged by his peers. Queen Eleanor had retired to Fontevraud, where she had taken the veil, overcome, it is said, with despair in consequence of her son's crime. John had not answered Philip's summons. He was at Rouen, occupied with the festivities, while the King of France had entered Poitou, supported by the nobility, who had generally revolted in his favour, and was marching from there into Normandy. The Bretons had commenced the attack, and were advancing, pillaging the country. Many Normans joined them, so great was the horror inspired by the murder of Prince Arthur. The people had also organised an insurrection in Anjou and Maine, and Philip had taken possession of all the towns on his way when he effected a junction with the Bretons at Caen. "Let them go where they please," John would say in the midst of his revels. "I will take back in one day all that they have acquired with so much trouble." But the French army having appeared at Rodepont in the neighbourhood of Rouen, the King of England fled in great haste and recrossed the Channel in the month of December 1203 in order to seek for succour. The English reinforcements did not arrive. Rouen had defended itself valiantly, but the citizens had at length yielded in consequence of a famine. Verneuil had just been taken. Castle Gaillard, fortified by Richard Coeur de Lion, capitulated after a siege of 7 months. The garrison had defended tower after tower. There no longer remained a single French knight, when the French soldiers at length destroyed the last portion of the ramparts. John had not lifted a finger to defend his dominions, and the King of France was regaining possession of his Duchy of Normandy, which had been separated from his dominions for 292 years. Brittany, Touraine, Anjou, Maine, and Poitou slipped from the grasp of the King of England. Aquitaine alone remained to him. King Philip, who was now satisfied, allowed himself to be persuaded by a legate sent by the Pope, and concluded a truce of 2 years' duration with King John, which was to commence in the month of December 1206. The arms of his temporal enemies had triumphed. John Lackland was about to bring down upon himself the spiritual thunders. A conflict had arisen between the king and the chapter of Canterbury about the election of an archbishop. The Pope settled the question by nominating Cardinal Stephen Langton, who was then at Rome, and whose merit was known to the pontiff. The monks of Canterbury recognised him, and John caused them to be driven from their cloisters by 2 knights, sword in hand. The Pope instructed the 3 bishops to pronounce an interdict in England, authorising at the same time the English barons, who were, he knew, secretly discontented, to aid him in snatching their country from ruin. The bishops pronounced the terrible sentence, and at once left King John's dominions. The barons did not dare to rebel. The king had taken possession of a large number of children of the noblest families as hostages. He had sent Peter of Marlac to demand the sons of William of Braose, Lord of Bramber in Sussex. "By my faith," said the lady of the castle, "he did not take such care of his nephew that I should trust my children to him." Peter of Marlac made prisoners of the lady and her children, who died of hunger in their prison. Lord Bramber died of grief in consequence. The interdict had lasted 1 year. The churches were closed. No more bell ringing, no religious services, no marriages, no prayers over the graves. The baptism of newly born children and the administration of extreme unction were the only concessions made by the Church. In 1209, the Pope sent a bull of excommunication against the king. The blow was foreseen, and the approaches were so zealously guarded that the papal missive could not gain admission. But John knew that a sentence of deposition would follow that of excommunication, and this proceeding, although unproductive of practical results in itself, assumed a terrible degree of importance when it was known that King Philip Augustus was ready to carry it into execution. It is related that at this time John, in despair at his struggle against the Church, conceived the idea of begging the assistance of the Mussulmans, and that he sent an embassy to the Emir El Haziz in Spain, proposing to embrace the religion of Islamism and to become the vassal of the Emir, if the latter would cross the Pyrenees, enter into France, and thus draw off the forces of King Philip. The Emir listened gravely, only giving vague answers. When the emissaries had retired, the Mussulman called back one of them, a priest. "Tell me," he asked him, "in the name of the Lord, from whom you expect your salvation, what kind of man your king really is." "He is a tyrant who will soon feel the effects of his subjects' anger," replied the monk, and the emir refused all King John's offers. In spite of the Pope's discontent and John's terror thereat, the latter had carried on successfully some expeditions against the insurgents in Ireland and Wales, when, in 1213, Innocent III at length proclaimed his deposition, absolving all his vassals from their oath of allegiance, and making an appeal to all Christian princes to dethrone an impious tyrant. Stephen Langton was sent to King Philip to promise forgiveness for all the latter's sins if he would carry out the sentence of the Holy See. The French army was already being formed. King John had obtained a signal success over his adversary's fleet, and he was at Dover, surrounded by an army of 60,000 men, ready to encounter the invaders if their sovereign would lead them. But John was afraid of his subjects, mistrusting their fidelity, and he shrank as usual from giving battle to the enemy. The Pope's legate, Pandulf, came and met him at Dover. He represented to the king in the most terrible colours the strength of the French army, the discontent of the barons, and the anger of the exiles. The little courage that remained to the degenerate Plantagenet faded away from his heart. He was, besides, pursued by the recollection of a prediction of Peter the Hermit of Wakefield, which ran, "Before the day of the Ascension, the king will have lost his crown." John resolved rather to drag it through the mire than to relax his hold of it. The legate was a skilful diplomatist. Before making public the results of his negotiations with the king, he demanded that all the exiled priests should be allowed to return with Langton at their head, and he also exacted an assurance that the clergy and laity would be indemnified for the losses which they had sustained through the interdict. The king signed this agreement on the 13th of May, 1213, and 4 barons affixed their seals to it. On the 14th, John was engaged all day in private conference with the legate. On the morning of the 15th of May, the king rose early and went to the Church of the Templars at Dover. A great crowd had already assembled there, and John, kneeling and clasping the hand of the legate in his own, swore in a loud, clear voice an oath of allegiance to the Holy See. At the same time, he placed in the hands of the pontiff's ambassador a document declaring that he, John, King of England and Ireland, in expiation of his sins against God and the Holy Church, without being constrained thereto by force or by the fear of the interdict, but of his own free will, and with the consent of his barons, ceded to the holy Pope Innocent, and to his heirs and successors for ever, the kingdom of England and dependency of Ireland, to be held by himself, John, and by his successors as a fief of the Holy Church, by paying an annual sum of 1,000 marks of silver. At the same time, the king offered a purse as an earnest of his submission. Pandulf threw it on the ground, trampling the money disdainfully underfoot. But he accepted the crown which John had relinquished, and for 5 days it remained in his keeping. The feast of the Ascension had passed. The king caused the Hermit of Wakefield to be tied to the tail of an untamed horse as a punishment for his predictions, but the people maintained that Peter had not been mistaken, because King John himself gave up his crown. Scarcely had the legate accomplished his mission in England when he recrossed the sea to Philip's camp at Boulogne, announcing to the latter that the states of his enemy would for the future form part of the dominions of St. Peter, and that the King of France no longer had permission to invade them. "But," said Philip, "I have spent enormous sums of money in the preparations for war at the Pope's bidding, and on his having granted remission of my sins." He resolved to carry on the expedition, and was preparing to set sail, when a quarrel with the Count of Flanders caused him to turn his arms in that direction. The English fleet came to the assistance of the Count, and gained a brilliant victory over the vessels of Philip, who, finding himself deprived of the means of transport and revictualling, was obliged to renounce, for the time being, his expedition against England. John had called all his subjects to arms, but when the barons met him at Portsmouth, they refused to embark in the ships until the king had allowed the exiles whom he had called back to re-enter the country. Langton was hateful in the eyes of John, who looked upon him as the cause of the first dispute with Rome, but he was obliged to yield, and the Archbishop and the monks of Canterbury once more set foot on English soil. The kiss of peace was exchanged, and John embarked, reckoning on the support of the barons. He arrived at Jersey, but the noblemen had not followed him, pleading that the period of their service was at an end, and they met at St. Albans, under the presidency of Chief Justiciar Fitzpiers, a man of low origin, whose marriage with the Countess of Essex had placed him in a position which he maintained by reason of his ability. They had already published a series of royal declarations demanding the observance of the old laws, when John, furious at the desertion of his vassals, returned, pillaging and burning down everything on his way. The Archbishop of Canterbury came to him. "You are not fulfilling your oath, sire," said he. "Your vassals should be judged by their peers, and not coerced by arms." "Pay attention to your church," cried the king angrily, "and leave me to govern the kingdom." Langton threatened to excommunicate all the agents of the royal vengeance, and John ended by summoning the barons to appear before him. Langton, on the other hand, had convoked them at London. When the king entered the audience chamber, the cardinal held in his hand a parchment document. It was the charter of King Henry I. This was neither the first nor the last charter which England received since the Conquest. William the Conqueror, in 1071, had guaranteed to his barons, by a charter, the performance of a contract entered into between them, promising to reform the abuses which had been pointed out to him, and securing to the Saxons the maintenance of the laws of Edward the Confessor. In 1101, King Henry I had lately been proclaimed King of England. The Duke Robert was claiming the throne by virtue of his seniority. In order to secure the support of the Norman, as well as the Saxon barons, Henry had convoked in London a general assembly and signed a fresh charter, almost similar to his brother's. It was this document which Archbishop Langton had found, and which he was bringing to the barons assembled in London, like their ancestors, not as of old to receive a charter, but to force one upon the king. King Stephen had also made the same promises, endowing the church likewise with a charter setting forth its rights. Finally, Henry II, in 1154, had renewed the charters of King Stephen, and had caused a copy of the document to be deposited in all the churches. There is one of them remaining now. Coeur de Lion did not sign any charter, but that of John Lackland was destined to be glorious and powerful for ever afterwards, under the title of Magna Carta. The barons swore to observe the injunctions of Henry I's charter, which had been presented to them by Langton, to remain faithful to one another, and to secure their liberties, or to die defending them. This was on the 25th of August, 1213. The Pope had abandoned the cause of English liberty on receiving homage from King John. The interdict had been raised, and the hostile forces of King Philip were gathering in all directions. The Emperor of Germany, the Count of Flanders, and the Count of Boulogne called the King of England to their aid. John sent William Longsword, Earl of Salisbury, his half-brother, to the camp of the Allies, and marched in person against Brittany. but he did not come to blows with the heir to the throne of France, Prince Louis, who had been sent forward by his father on the 27th of July, while the latter was waging war against the Confederates at Bouvines. On the 19th of October, John signed a 5 years' truce and returned to England, furious, humiliated, and resolved to revenge himself upon his English subjects for all the reverses of fortune which he had suffered on the continent. Fitzpiers, whom John feared and detested, was dead. The king burst into laughter on learning this news. "God's teeth!" he cried. "This is the first time that I have felt myself king and sovereign of England." But Langton was the real chief of the conspiracy. The support which the Pope lent to King John had not for a single moment shaken the fidelity of the Archbishop to the cause of the barons. They again met on the 20th of November at Bury St. Edmunds, and, placing their hands upon the altar, they swore one after another that if the king refused to grant the just rights which they claimed, they would withhold their allegiance and wage war against him until he should have granted their demands by a charter sealed with the royal seal. Christmas Day arrived. The king found himself alone at Worcester, his barons not having presented themselves to do homage to him. John retired in great haste to London and took refuge in the fortress of the Templars. The barons followed him there, this time in larger numbers than he cared for, and on the day of the Epiphany they haughtily presented their requests to him. John eyed the faces which surrounded him, and which bore an inflexible and resolute expression, both in the case of the priests and the warriors. He turned pale. "Give me until Easter to reflect upon all this," he said. Before consenting, the barons stipulated that Cardinal Langton, the Bishop of Ely, and the Earl of Pembroke should become sureties that the king would satisfy their claims upon the day mentioned by him. They knew the value of John Lackland's promises. Scarcely had they left when he threw himself under the protection of the Church, renouncing all the prerogatives of the throne in the choice of ecclesiastical dignitaries, and begging the assistance of the Pope, who wrote to Langton, but with no result. At length John formally assumed the cross on the 2nd of February, hoping thus to avoid fulfilling his promises to the English barons. He did not yet fully understand his subjects. On Easter Day, the Confederates had met together in large numbers at Stamford. They sent a deputation to the king, who was at Oxford. When Langton read aloud the claims of the barons, John angrily exclaimed, "And why do they not also ask for my crown? By God's teeth, I will not grant liberties which would make a slave of me." The Pope's legate, who was there, maintained that Langton ought to excommunicate the Confederates. "The intentions of the Holy Father have been misunderstood," said the Archbishop calmly. "If the mercenary followers of the king do not soon leave the kingdom, whose ruin they are accomplishing, it is they whom I will excommunicate." The barons then styled themselves the Army of God and of the Holy Church, and, placing Robert Fitzwalter at their head, they marched against Northampton Castle. The resistance there was so actively carried on that the siege had to be raised, and the barons advanced towards Bedford. The position of affairs at this time was critical, and it was imperatively necessary to know whether the citizens of the towns would support the noble insurrectionists. Bedford opened its gates, and the Confederates took the road to London. They arrived there on the morning of the 24th of May. The people received them joyfully, and good order was maintained in the army of the Holy Church. The barons issued a proclamation, calling under their banners all the knights who had hitherto remained aloof from the contest. The king found himself unsupported, all the nobility of the kingdom having risen against him. He yielded, therefore, at least for a time, to urgent necessity. he sent the Earl of Pembroke to the barons assembled in London to assure them that he was quite ready to grant the privileges and liberties which they claimed, and asking on what day and at what place they would arrange matters with him. "On the 15th of June, at Runnymede," replied the barons. On the 15th of June, all the noblemen of England were there. It is not necessary to name them, says the Chronicle, for they consisted of all the nobility of the country. Fitzwalter was at their head. The king was accompanied by the legate, by the Grand Master of the Templars, by 8 bishops brought by Langton, and by 12 barons, of whom the Earl of Pembroke was the chief. The king's followers, with the exception of the legate and the Templar, were as devoted to the liberties of England as the Confederate noblemen. John did not put in any claim or make any objection. With an amount of alacrity which must have appeared suspicious to far-seeing observers, he signed the charter which was presented to him, and the Great Seal was affixed to it. The first real token of English liberty had been acquired. The first stone of the noble edifice of the Constitution was laid. The conditions were well defined, and the rights and interests of the clergy, as well as those of the feudal nobility and of the merchants and citizens who had supported the barons in their enterprise, were carefully provided for. Effectual guarantees were secured. The necessity for causing persons who were arrested or punished to be tried first of all in a court of justice, the establishment of regular assizes, the maintenance of the integrity of justice, all formed part of the fundamental rights claimed by the barons, who also required the disbanding of the mercenary troops and the formation of a committee of 25 members entrusted with the task of seeing to the fulfilment of all the clauses of the compacts, the non-fulfilment of which gave the barons the right of waging war with the king until their grievances should be completely redressed. During 2 months, the barons were to retain possession of the city of London. All these precautions were powerless, however, against treachery. Scarcely had the triumphant Confederates left Runnymede when King John flew into a terrible passion, rolling on the ground and cursing the traitors who had dared to reduce him to slavery. The mercenary troops, whom he was obliged, according to Magna Carta, to disband, encouraged him in his anger and his plans for revenge. John called fresh reinforcements to his aid. After the treaties had been violated, war broke out. The barons prepared for it. A tournament, which had been announced, was decided to be held nearer to London, and several gatherings had already taken place when the thunderbolt which John had invoked fell upon the heads of the English nobility. The Pope declared Magna Carta to be void, holding that it was illegitimate, having been obtained by force, and he commanded Langton to dissolve any confederation under pain of being excommunicated. The Archbishop set out for Rome in order to obtain a revocation of this sentence, and the war commenced in England with the siege of Rochester. The place was defended by D'Albini, a member of the Council of the 25. After a resistance, which lasted during 2 months, the garrison, having come to the end of their resources, at length opened the gates. John desired to hang the brave defenders of the town. The chief of his free bands, Sauvery of Mauleon, surnamed the Bloody, opposed his determination. "The war is only beginning, sire," said he. "If you commence by hanging your barons will end by hanging us." The knights' lives were spared, and the men-at-arms only were executed. Langton had failed in his mission at Rome, and had been deposed from his see. The barons were excommunicated, and the city of London placed under an interdict. But the Confederates took no notice of the 2 sentences. The Pope had been misguided, they said, and had meddled in the temporal affairs of England, which do not concern him, as the spiritual domain alone belongs to St. Peter and his successors. John, however, had become possessed of 2 large armies of mercenary troops, of Brabantines and of freelances, who willingly executed the sanguinary orders of their chief. One corps was sent to pursue their work of ravaging the counties of the east and the centre. The other marched towards the north under the command of the king, repulsed into Scotland the young King Alexander, who had crossed the frontier to lend his aid to the barons, and burnt down and desolated the buildings in York, Northumberland, and Cumberland. Everywhere the barons, in retiring, would lay waste their houses and fields. Everywhere the king burnt down whatever he found standing, but he was still advancing, while the confederates were retreating. They at length found themselves shut up in the city of London. All their castles had fallen into the hands of the tyrant, who had made a present of them to his followers, to Satan's guards, as the people called them. The families of the confederates were at the mercy of King John. The barons resolved upon their course of action, a bitter one, that of seeking aid abroad, and accordingly sent a deputation to Philip Augustus, proposing to give the crown of England to his son Prince Louis if he would come to their help with an army. His arrival, it was thought, would immediately thin the ranks of King John's supporters, for they were mostly Frenchmen, and would be unwilling to fight against their own countrymen. Philip Augustus only wanted a pretext to meddle in the affairs of England. He agreed to the proposals of the barons, not, however, without requiring hostages as a guarantee of good faith. And in spite of threats from the Pope, who forbade either the father or the son to invade a fief of the Holy Church, Prince Louis set sail in the month of July with a large army, raised chiefly through the personal efforts of his wife, Blanche of Castile, a niece of King John, in whose name Louis put forth his claim to the crown of England. John's fears did not wait for the landing of the French troops. He had left Dover and had repaired to Bristol, where the legate awaited him. Prince Louis landed at Sandwich, and, almost without striking a blow, he marched to London, which city he entered on the 2nd of June, 1216. The entire population came to meet him, and, after having offered up a prayer to St. Paul, he received homage from the barons and citizens, promising to govern them according to their laws, to protect their rights, and to restore their property to them. The satisfaction was universal. The counties surrounding London submitted willingly to Prince Louis. The oppressed inhabitants of the north revolted. A large number of John's mercenary troops deserted him, to return to their homes or to rally round the standard of France. The nobility who had become reconciled to the king, in the presence of the reverses sustained by the national cause, abandoned him to join their old friends, and, lastly, Pope Innocent III was just dead, 16th of July, and hence the powerful support of Rome was taken from him. John had only the fortresses defended by his partisans remaining to him. Meanwhile, Prince Louis was stopped at Dover Castle, and the English barons at Windsor Castle. In vain did they attack the massive walls with a machine which came from France, and which was called a Malvoisine. Hubert de Burgh held his ground firmly at Dover, and the siege of Windsor had been raised. The confederates had hoped to surprise the king at Cambridge, but John had eluded them and had proceeded to Lincoln, of which city he took possession. The prospects of the Confederation were not flourishing. The reinforcements, which had been sent from France, were checked by the English sailors, who remained faithful to King John. Prince Louis displayed little activity and treated his English allies in a haughty manner. He had already presented several estates to the noblemen who had accompanied him from France. One of them, the Viscount of Melun, was dead, and he had, it was said, confessed, when dying, that the intention of the French people, when their prince should be on the throne, was to treat the English like men who had shown themselves untrustworthy by reason of their treachery to their sovereign. Distrust and discord had entered into the allied camps. Several barons opened negotiations with King John. The latter's position was ameliorating. He had just left Wisbeach and desired to proceed to Crosskeys, on the south of the Wash, when, on arriving at the ford, he beheld the rising tide suddenly engulf the long line of wagons which were carrying his luggage, his treasures, and his provisions. The troops had already crossed the river and were in safety, but the king became furious at witnessing such an irreparable loss. He arrived, exhausted with rage, at the convent of the Cistercian monks at Swineshead. No event, however dreadful, troubled King John while at table. He ate some peaches and drank some new ale, so immoderately, in fact, that he fell ill on the morrow, and thinking that he was poisoned by the monks, he caused himself to be taken to Newark. Death, the only enemy that John could not escape from, awaited him there. He sent for a priest, nominated his son Henry as his successor, and dictated a letter to the new Pope, Honorius, to recommend his children to the care of the Holy Church. The remembrance of his crimes did not seem to trouble him on his deathbed. Perhaps he held himself absolved from all his sins by his allegiance to the Holy See. "I commit my soul to God and my body to St. Wulstan," he said. He then expired on the 18th of October, 1216. He was buried at Worcester in the church of St. Wulstan. Death had at length delivered England of the cowardly and faithless tyrant whom she had for a long while submitted to, then vanquished, and against whom the country was still struggling in defence of Magna Carta, which, after the lapse of more than 6 centuries, remains the basis of English liberties. End of Chapter 8, Part 3.